Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was forced to become the machine. Here is short summary. In a brutal three-sided war, Harry Potter becomes a hardened leader, sacrificing his humanity to survive. With Hermione as his anchor, he faces impossible choices and questions if victory is worth the cost. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. As Hermione and Ron stepped onto the hidden platform, the chaotic sounds of the bustling crowd immediately overwhelmed them. Students, parents, and siblings moved with frantic energy, their voices rising in worried chatter as they packed trunks and hugged loved ones goodbye. The sight of the Hogwarts Express, gleaming like a beacon amid the chaos, only added to the tension Hermione felt. "Where is he?" Hermione's voice quivered with a mix of concern and frustration as her eyes scanned the crowd, searching desperately for a familiar mop of untidy black hair. "I don't know," Ron admitted, his voice tinged with unease. "Maybe he's already on the train." "Don't worry, Hermione. Harry's always been able to get out of tight spots. He's a survivor. It's what he does." Hermione frowned but nodded. "Let's get aboard. We'll find him." Dragging their trunks behind them, they climbed into the train. The narrow corridors were packed with students catching up on summer adventures or exchanging nervous whispers about the coming year. Finding an empty compartment near the back, they quickly stowed their luggage before beginning their search. But Harry was nowhere to be found. Their search brought them to a compartment occupied by familiar faces. Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood were seated inside, along with an unfamiliar young man. He had close-cropped brown hair, sharp blue eyes, and the solid build of a seasoned beater. "Neville, Luna," Hermione greeted with a tentative smile. "How were your summers?" Neville's expression darkened as he turned to face them. "What do you two want?" he asked coldly, his voice brimming with barely contained anger. Hermione froze. "Neville, you heard me," Neville snapped. "What do you want, traitors?" "Who are you calling a traitor?" Ron growled, stepping forward. "You, Weasley," Neville spat. "You and Hermione abandoned Harry last summer when he needed you most. You left him to suffer while you followed Dumbledore's orders like good little pawns." Slap. The sharp sound echoed in the compartment as Neville reeled from Hermione's hand. Tears streamed down her flushed cheeks as she glared at him, her voice trembling with emotion. "How dare you, Neville Longbottom," she hissed. "You have no idea what we've been through. Yes, we made mistakes. We trusted the headmaster, and it cost us Harry's trust. But don't you dare think for a second that we didn't care about him. We tried to write to him. Dozens of letters, but Dumbledore and Mrs. Weasley intercepted every single one. When Dumbledore showed up at the Burrow without Harry, it broke us. We wanted to apologize, but he wasn't there to hear it. If Harry never forgives me, it will be my greatest regret." A heavy silence fell over the compartment until the unfamiliar young man spoke, his deep voice calm yet commanding. "I think we all need to sit down and talk," he said. "Who are you?" Ron demanded. The young man smirked and raised a hand to his face. His features shimmered, and before their eyes, the stranger transformed into a very familiar figure. "Harry!" Hermione cried, throwing herself at him. She clung to him desperately, her sobs muffled against his shoulder. "Easy, Hermione," Harry said gently, rubbing her back before glancing at Ron, who quickly joined the embrace. After a moment, Harry stepped back and gestured to the seats. "Let's sit. We have a lot to discuss." Hermione and Ron obeyed, sitting down across from Harry, Neville, and Luna. With a wave of Harry's hand, the compartment door sealed with a faint squelch, muting the noise from the corridor. "Now," Harry began, his emerald eyes piercing, "I'll answer your questions, but first, I need to know, where do you stand with Dumbledore?" Hermione hesitated, exchanging a glance with Ron. "We've lost trust in him," she admitted. "He keeps making decisions that don't make sense and refuses to explain them." Harry chuckled bitterly. "That's Dumbledore in a nutshell. The ends justify the means. He doesn't care who gets hurt as long as Voldemort is defeated. To him, people are pawns." "That's not fair," Harry, Hermione protested. Whatever his flaws, he cares about you. Does he? Harry's voice was sharp, his expression hard. He cared enough to leave me with abusive relatives when my parents will explicitly forbade it. He cared enough to seal that will to hide the truth. He cared enough to treat me as a weapon rather than a person. The compartment was deathly silent as Harry continued, his words heavy with pain and anger. He recounted the neglect, the lies, and the manipulations he had endured at the hands of the man they had once trusted implicitly. By the time he finished, Hermione and Ron sat pale and silent, their faith in the headmaster shattered. Dumbledore may believe he's doing what's right, Harry concluded, his voice low but firm. But his vision of the greater good has cost too much. It's time we stop being his pawns and start fighting for ourselves and each other. Harry nodded. But Harry, no offense mate, but you don't see all bollocked up after seeing all that, Ron said bluntly. Hermione whacked Ron upside the head though she was surprised to see that Harry was laughing. None taken Ron, Harry said. This summer I did get to talk with some professionals who deal with what I've gone through. I've come to accept what has happened and that there wasn't anything else I could have done regarding Sirius or Cedric, and in all honesty, I didn't really know either of them very well, so while I did and do feel some grief for them, it isn't crippling. How can you say that, Harry? Sirius was your godfather, he loved you. Hermione cried. I know he did, Hermione, Harry said sharply. But how much time did I get to actually spend with Sirius, at least that I can remember? Less than 2 months really, and that was all last year with Sirius still recovering from the effects of being exposed to the Dementors for 12 years. In fact, you two had more time with Sirius than I did. Hermione and Ron's faces resembled fish at this point. Merlin, Harry, you're right, Ron gaped. But why would Dumbledore do that? I mean, Sirius loved you, he escaped Azkaban for you. I know, Harry said lowly. It comes back to the prophecy. What prophecy? Hermione asked. The reason Riddle wanted me to come to the Dom was to retrieve a prophecy that was made several months before I was born, Harry said. Harry went on to tell the group the full contents of the prophecy as well as who made it and who heard it. Harry, you can't believe anything that fraud said, Hermione scoffed. I know, Hermione, I am not putting much stock in the prophecy, however Dumbledore and Voldemort both believe in it, so at some point, Dumbledore is going to create a situation where I have to face off against Voldemort. Hermione, while Professor Trelawney isn't a very good teacher, and divination is a very imprecise branch of magic, it is still relevant, Luna said. Think about the prophets of Delphi, for example. True prophecy has been around for thousands of years. Did you not see all those spheres that were in the prophecy room at the Dom? Hermione nodded reluctantly. Look, Hermione, you don't have to believe in the prophecy. I certainly don't, but the problem is Dumbledore and Voldemort do, Harry said. And that means it will come to pass. So what are you going to do, Harry? Ron asked. I mean, if you are right, and I'm not saying you aren't, if everything holds serve, you're going to have to face off against you-know-who again this year. Call him Voldemort, or Riddle if you can't, Harry said shortly. And I know, but I plan on using this year as recruitment. Recruitment for what? Hermione asked. Harry waved his hand once more over his body, his shabby hand-me-downs melted away and turned into a very familiar uniform to Hermione. Harry, what are you doing wearing a Royal Marines uniform? I joined Her Majesty's military, Harry said. You what? Hermione shouted, causing Ron, Neville and Luna to flinch. You heard me, Hermione, Harry said evenly. Dumbledore is setting me up for something. He thinks I'm the chosen one, the one destined to defeat Voldemort, and yet he hasn't done anything to prepare me for it. I have just an Hogwarts education, a pretty sorry one as well. Speaking of education, Harry, what did you do on your owls? Hermione asked. Harry chuckled as he pulled out a piece of parchment and handed it to Hermione. This student, Harry James Potter, has received 13 owls. Mr. Potter has been cleared for Newt-level astronomy, arithmancy, ancient runes, COMC, charms, herbology, potions and transfiguration. Mr. Potter's Dada mark is the highest in history and may be used for an outstanding in Newt-level Dada. Harry, these marks are unbelievable. Hermione gasped. But wait, you never took runes or arithmancy. True, but I've been stealing looks at your books for the last several years and took the exams over the summer at the ministry, Harry said. Apparently I have quite a gift with them, though I did always enjoy math back in primary school. Harry, you got an honors in defense, the highest recorded score in history. Hermione exclaimed. That's wonderful. I knew that you were smart, but you never seemed to apply yourself. Yeah, well, you can thank the Dursleys for that, Harry growled. At the confused looks, he added, I had to temper my scores because if I was better than Dudley, well, let's just say it wasn't pleasant. Hermione looked ready to explode and hex the Dursleys into oblivion. It wasn't until third year that I realized that they didn't care about my Hogwarts grades, and fourth year with the tournament I realized that I could learn a whole lot more than people thought because I was supposed to be catching up to the other competitors. But why didn't you tell me, us? Hermione asked, feeling hurt that Harry hadn't trusted her with this. Harry sighed. I'm sorry, Hermione, but I didn't truly know where you stood on the Dumbledore issue, he said. If he found out that I was learning more than he thought, he would have put a stop to it. Dumbledore wants me to look up at him like he's this glowing white savior. Dumbledore has controlled my experiences in the wizarding world because he wants me to think of him as the kindly old grandfather figure, the hero that will always swoop in and save the day. Look, Harry, we believe you, Ron said. I mean, I've already made too many mistakes when it comes to our friendship, but no longer. Whatever you need, Harry, I'm there. Me too, Hermione said emphatically. We're in, Neville said, pointing at himself and Luna. Thank you, Harry said. Look, this year is going to be very tough, especially with Dumbledore and the Order bumbling around. It's up to us to protect Hogwarts and by extension the wizarding world. I won't be surprised if Dumbledore pulls me aside after the feast, so I need all four of you to keep this a secret. Harry restored his glamour that masked his uniform as well as his more physically fit physique, something that Hermione didn't really appreciate as she remembered how handsome her father had looked in his uniform, and Harry easily outmatched Robert Granger. So Hermione, how did you parents react when they heard about what happened at the end of last term? Harry asked. But as soon as he asked it, Harry realized that this was a touchy subject. I'm not really sure, Hermione whispered. I was only at my house for 2 days before Dumbledore showed up and took me to the Burrow. He said that it was safer for me there under the protection of several adult witches and wizards. But what about your parents? Harry asked. Hermione's face grew stony. I asked the same thing to Dumbledore, but he didn't answer, just twinkled at me, she said. I didn't want to leave my parents all alone. I haven't spent any time with them since before our 4th year. It seems to me that I'm not the only one that Dumbledore wants under his control, Harry mused. The boy who lived in the smartest witch of the age, both under the control of the leader of the light. Sounds fishy. What are you talking about? Ron asked. There's nothing wrong with fish. It's a Muggle expression, Ronald, Hermione said. Don't say Muggle, Hermione. It's demeaning to non-magicals, Harry said. We're all human. Magicals just have an extra ability that the rest of the world don't. You know, even the phrase Muggleborn is demeaning to first-generation witches and wizards. The other two classifications of witches and wizards, purebloods and half-bloods, both have blood in them, yet Muggleborn doesn't. Blood doesn't really have any bearing on magical ability or power. Why aren't you guys at the prefects' meeting anyway? Or did you already finish? Harry asked. We gave up our prefect's badges, Harry, Hermione said. What? Why? He asked. Dumbledore wanted us to keep an eye on you, Ron said. Like I said earlier, I've already made too many mistakes. Asking me to spy on my best friend was something I couldn't stand by and allow. But Hermione, I mean, it was your dream to be prefect and then head girl, right? Harry asked. Some things are more important than some silly badges, Hermione said with a bright blush. The Great Hall looked magnificent as Harry, Hermione, Neville and Ron entered. Luna had splintered off from the group and made her way over to the Ravenclaw table. Harry glanced up at the head table as he sat down at the Gryffindor table flanked by Ron and Hermione with Neville sitting across from them. He spotted Dumbledore, McGonagall and Snape all looking at him, Dumbledore with heavy disappointment, Snape with fury and McGonagall with curiosity. Looks like Dumbledore isn't very pleased with me, Harry said with a chuckle. Hermione and Ron looked up at the head table and locked eyes with Dumbledore and glared at the headmaster, who blinked back at the pair of Gryffindors. The welcoming feast went by without incident, and it was only after Dumbledore had dismissed the students that he called Harry back. "Mr. Potter, if you would stay behind. We have much to discuss," Dumbledore said. Harry rolled his eyes and looked to Ron and Hermione, who nodded. He then turned to Neville. "Don't worry, Harry, I'll see you guys back up at the common room," Neville said. "Mr. Potter, I just asked for you," Dumbledore said as he, McGonagall and Snape approached. "Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley can go up to the Gryffindor common room." "I don't think so, Headmaster," Harry said. "They stay with me. You have your 2 lackeys, while I have my 2 advisors and friends." "Potter," Snape shouted, 50 points from Gryffindor for your impudence." "Sod off, Snivellus," Harry snarled. "Don't test me, Death Eater. I know you took great pleasure in making sure that relaying the fact that we were going after Sirius that night. I find it interesting that it took 6 Hogwarts students almost 3 hours to fly from Scotland to London, and yet the Order was still late in finding us. Very curious, wouldn't you say?" Snape snarled, and his hand twitched toward his robe pocket when he froze at the feeling of a wand pressing underneath his chin. "Don't test me, Death Eater," Harry snarled. "I know quite about you, Severus Snape, things that you wouldn't want the public to know. Things that would get you an up-and-close date with a Dementor, perhaps the same one that you wanted to feed Sirius' soul to 3 years ago." Snape's normally pallid face paled drastically, while Dumbledore's face also lost all color. Hermione, Ron and McGonagall's faces all took on curious looks. "Perhaps we should take this conversation somewhere else, Headmaster?" Harry asked, not taking his eyes off Snape. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Come along, you 3. 10 minutes later, the Golden Trio, Professors Dumbledore, Snape and McGonagall, were outside the room of requirement. Dumbledore pulled open the wooden door and gestured them inside. The whole Order of the Phoenix was waiting inside. Harry looked around the room, memorizing each face and trying to place names to those faces. He recognized most of the members: Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody, Daedalus Diggle, Hestia Jones, Mundungus Fletcher, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and Hagrid. There was a seat at the end of the table, where Harry figured he was supposed to sit, however he didn't see seats for Ron or Hermione. With a negligible wave of his wand, 2 chairs appeared beside Harry's. The Golden Trio sat down and waited. Harry hid a grin at the fuming face of Mrs. Weasley, who was obviously holding back from making her thoughts of Ron and Hermione being able to attend an Order meeting known. "So then, Headmaster, what would you like to talk about?" Harry asked. "I must say I am very disappointed in you, Harry," Dumbledore said. "And I'm supposed to care about that?" Harry responded, ignoring the gasps and cries of the assembled Order. "Harry Potter, don't speak to the Headmaster like that," Mrs. Weasley shouted. Harry just pinned her with a stern glare that sent shivers up her spine. Suddenly Dumbledore was on his feet, wand outstretched in front of him. "Who are you?" he demanded. "You are not Harry Potter." There were several rustles as many other wands came flying out. Harry didn't even blink, while Hermione and Ron rose and drew their own wands in defense of Harry. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, step away from this impostor," Dumbledore demanded, but Hermione and Ron just stood there. "In some respect you are correct, Headmaster," Harry said. "I am not Harry Potter, at least not the Harry Potter that you abandoned and imprisoned at Privet Drive." Harry waved his hand over his face, and dispelled his glamour. The Order was stunned to see Harry change right before their eyes from the slightly scrawny boy to a man with presence. Barely any of the members of the Order recognized the uniform that Harry was wearing. Only Dumbledore, Moody, Lupin and Shacklebolt did. "Mr. Potter, what is the meaning of this?" Dumbledore demanded. "What have you done?" "I found someone who will help me defeat Voldemort," Harry said. "Isn't that what you've groomed me for, Headmaster? I mean, you yourself told me that I was the one prophesied to defeat Voldemort. Of course you didn't tell me that until 30 minutes after I had just seen my godfather murdered right in front of me. Curious timing that. It is almost as if you wanted me to have given up hope and just roll over and die." I mean telling me that I have to kill the most powerful dark wizard the wizarding world has ever seen just after seeing the last member of my family killed. Pretty morbid. Dumbledore froze as many members of the Order turned from Harry to the headmaster. Our conversation was supposed to be private, Harry, Dumbledore said. Oops, Harry said with a smirk. Harry, Remus spoke up. What did you mean that you saw that last member of your family killed when Sirius died? It's true, isn't it? Harry said flatly. I mean, Sirius was my godfather and the only one of my parents' friend who actually made an attempt to get to know me. Remus flinched. Now that's uncalled for, Harry, Tonks shouted. Remus did the best he could. Really? Harry drawled. Well then, Professor Lupin, where were you during the first 12 years of my life before we met on the train before third year? How come you never contacted me when I was at the Dursleys? Why didn't you send me a letter after my third year? Lupin began, but Harry cut him off. You can't, can you? Harry growled. You wallowed in your self-pity, being a coward. My parents and Sirius would be ashamed of you. You don't know what it's like. Lupin shouted. You don't know what it's like to be hated for something that was totally out of your control. To be ostracized from the rest of society because of what you are. Harry laughed darkly. It was cold and cruel. You are pathetic, Lupin, Harry snarled. You think you are the only one who feel that way. Well, newsflash, you aren't. I felt the exact same way while living with the Dursleys. Do you know what it's like to be an orphan, to be completely alone, being told that your parents were drunks who got themselves killed in a car crash? Do you know what it's like to not even know your own name until you started primary school? Answering only to boy or freak nearly all your life. So don't start with your damn, I'm a werewolf, woe is me shite. You don't think for a second that a scared little boy wouldn't latch onto someone who could tell him about his parents. Every face in the room were covered in tears aside from Snape at Harry's story. You just ignored me after third year. Sirius, even though he was still on the run, was able to send me letters. What do you have to say? Lupin's mouth gaped open but no sound came out. Harry was right. Lupin had no answer for Harry's questions. Lupin had just run off after that Halloween, sinking into an immense depression without even thinking about Harry. And then after he had resigned from the defense post, he had just ignored Harry once again. Harry, you must forgive Remus, Dumbledore said. He has had a rough life and certainly didn't mean to. To what, Dumbledore? Ignore the only child of his so-called best friends. Harry snapped. Like I said, at least Sirius made an effort to contact me. But of course, it's all thanks to you and Snape that this whole thing is bollocksed up. What are you talking about, Harry? Tonks asked, even though she was glaring at the younger man. This isn't the best time for this conversation, Dumbledore said. Harry, why did you leave the Dursleys? You were protected there. From whom? Harry asked. I mean, you know exactly what happened in that house. You told me that you were condemning me to 10 dark and difficult years. Do you consider living in a cupboard under the stairs an appropriate bedroom for a child? What about being forced to cook, clean and beep away for a family of abusive people, a home where you placed me even though my parents will specifically eliminated? What is he talking about, Albus? McGonagall asked. You know, I could go to the DMLE about that, Harry mused, stroking his chin. I'm sure that Madam Bones would be greatly interested in the charges of kidnapping, child negligence and accessory to child abuse that could be attached to your name, Dumbledore. Dumbledore's eyes flashed as he realized that this Harry was much different than the angry boy who had trashed his office just less than 3 months previous. While this Harry was still angry, the anger was focused. And it was focused on him. He had to divert this misplaced anger before it truly corrupted Harry and turned Harry dark. Harry, I understand your frustration with me, Dumbledore said. And I apologize. But you must realize that all I've done has been for the greater good. The greater good for whom, Albus? Harry asked. You say you've done all these things for my own good, please explain this. How could being treated as a beep for 10 years, having to sleep in a cupboard and not knowing my own name until I was 5 be for my own good? Dumbledore opened his mouth to answer but saw that the majority of the Order, actually all of them aside from Snape, were glaring daggers at him. Realizing that there was no way out of this, bowed his head. I thought what I did was best, Dumbledore said. I believed that your mother constructed extremely powerful blood wards, powered by her willing sacrifice, that would protect you from Voldemort as long as you were in the care of someone of the same blood, your aunt. You do know that my so-called Aunt Petunia isn't related to Lily Evans at all, Harry said. What? The room cried. If you had bothered to read my parents' wills, you would have realized that my mother was adopted when she was 3 years old by the Evans family, Harry said. So for all your posturing about the vaunted blood wards, they were useless from the start. My mother did place some basic wards around Privet Drive in case some people came after the Dursleys. I would have just left them to rot, but they were my mother's last link to the people she called family. Also, these blood wards needed love to work, yet the Dursleys hated me from the moment I was dropped off on their doorstep like a bottle of milk. Did you really think that they would accept me as their own, especially after that letter you left? I wonder how many compulsion charms were on it to make Aunt Petunia take me in and not just toss me into the trash or dump me at an orphanage. Hell, I would have been better off at an orphanage. But of course, you didn't want another Tom Riddle, did you? I don't know what you are talking about, Harry my boy, Dumbledore said. And those wards protected you and still do as long. Forget it, Dumbledore, Harry snapped. I have renounced all ties to that family and will never return to Privet Drive again unless it is to evict them. I told you, Professor McGonagall erupted from beside Dumbledore. I told you that night that they were the worst sort of muggles. Professor McGonagall, you insult the majority of the human race by saying muggles, Harry said. Though I'm not sure the Dursleys are truly human, I mean, considering how they acted toward a child. I believe that is all for tonight, Dumbledore said. We shall have another meeting when cooler heads have prevailed. Cooler heads, Moody barked. Who are you kidding, Albus? You just want time to try and wiggle your way out of this mess. You kept saying that Potter was safe and yet we now find out that you were lying out of your ass. Indeed, Albus, McGonagall said. Every year you insisted that Mr. Potter return to those ghastly relatives, and now we know that you knew how he was being treated and still ignored it all. Just what are you playing at? That's enough, Harry barked. You can all dismantle the headmaster later. Right now, I think you should all figure out how you are going to save your world. Your world? Dumbledore asked. What are you talking about, Harry? It is your world as well. Wrong, Harry said. Thanks to you, Dumbledore, I don't see this backwater world as my world. You saw to that by allowing bigotry and discrimination to run rampart up and down these hallowed halls. You speak platitudes of spreading equality and yet you continually punish the victims while the criminals get off scot-free. Dumbledore opened his mouth to retort Harry's claim. Don't even try it, Dumbledore, Harry growled. A perfect example is the pathetic piece of so-called man sitting to your right. What was that, Potter? Snape snarled. I'm talking about how you, Death Eater, got off for your crimes just because Dumbledore said so, Harry said. Yes, your so-called spying abilities. But didn't anyone ever realize that Snape's so-called important information always came too late to save anyone or stop any attacks? And let's not forget about the fact that this man was the reason Voldemort came after my parents. What? Remus roared, speaking for the first time since Harry had dismissed him as a coward. Yes, when Dumbledore was given the prophecy, Snape overheard it, Harry said with hard glare at the fuming headmaster and seething potions professor. Snape got caught, but I wonder why Dumbledore just didn't erase the information from Snape's head, or since we were at war just kill the murdering piece of filth. Have you truly turned so dark, Harry, to so callously call for the murder of a man? Dumbledore said. You're joking, right? Harry laughed. Snape is just as much responsible for the murders of my parents as Voldemort and Wormtail. Also, Snivellus, did you really think that my mother would come running to you after her husband and son were killed right in front of her? Especially when she learned that you were the reason that Voldemort came after them. Avada Kedavra, Snape roared, his wand out in a flash and a green bolt of death magic soaring toward Harry, who was just grinning. The curse impacted Harry directly in the chest and dissipated in a dull flash. Snape's eyes widened before he howled in pain as a 7-inch piece of metal sliced through his wand as well as his hand, pinning it to the back of his chair. Congrats, Snivellus, Harry chuckled, wincing slightly in pain. You just signed your death warrant, You attacked a lord of a most ancient and noble house with lethal intent. Your beepus mine. Let's not be. Dumbledore, you say one more word, and you'll be next, Harry snarled, his wand pointing at the aged headmaster. It wasn't the only one. Your precious Death Eater spy just used an unforgivable against a lord. There's nothing you can do to stop this. Harry walked around the table before coming to a stop right next to Snape. Harry put a hand on Snape's shoulder, gripped his knife and yanked it free of the wood and flesh. Snape howled as blood spurted from the wound. Harry leaned down and whispered, "Enjoy hell, Snivellus, and you were right about me. I am my father's son, and that means, my mother, Lily Rose Potter, loved me more than life itself." Harry sheathed his knife after wiping the blood on Snape's ruined robes, and turned on his heel and left the room, with Hermione, Ron and the twins following him. The door closing ominously behind them as the assembled order closed in on Dumbledore and Snape. What the hell just happened? Ron cried as Harry and Hermione made their way back to the Gryffindor common room. Harry, you just survived the killing curse again. Hermione cried. How is that possible? It's because the curse never actually connected, Harry said. The killing curse affects the soul and body. He unbuttoned the first 2 buttons of his shirt, something that Hermione appreciated, to reveal a vest. What is that? Ron asked. It's a Kevlar vest, Harry said. It's a material that the armed forces give their soldiers in order to protect them. He quickly told Ron the basics of the vest. Hermione was still ogling his chest. During the fight at the Ministry, I noticed that the killing curse affects different materials differently. Voldemort's curse that hit the security desk at the atrium made the wood burst into flames. Also when Riddle sent one at me, Dumbledore used the bronze statue and the curse bounced right off. So I figured that it might be possible to wear armor that would block the curse. In fact, my mum had been experimenting with different materials before, and when I took a look at her notes, I noticed that a material that was very similar was Kevlar. What did you mean that your mother was experimenting with that curse? Hermione asked. Harry scratched the back of his head. Well, she would use the curse on the materials, he said. But that's illegal, Hermione cried. Not necessarily, Ron said. It's illegal to use on another human, but if Harry's mum was just using it on inanimate objects she was fine. Harry and Hermione goggled at Ron. You know, Ron, I think that was the most intelligent thing I've ever heard you say, Hermione commented. Ron blushed heavily but looked quite pleased with himself. And he's right, Harry said. But I'm going to have to repair this. It looks like the vest will only take 1 AK before it cracks. That's understandable, Hermione said. I read that most vests can only handle 1 high-caliber bullet before they break, and since the killing curse is arguably the most powerful curse in existence, it would stand to reason that the vest would do the same. Do you think it would be possible to get some more vests for the order? I don't think so, Harry said. The military isn't going to release a large number of vests into the hands of a private militia, especially on the say-so of a kid. You're probably right, Hermione said. What if we were to duplicate them then? Would that work? The duplication charm isn't permanent, Harry said. And we don't want it to fail during the middle of a battle or something like that. I'll lend you my mum's notes, maybe you can make heads or tails of it. The arithmancy is beyond me. What are you going to do about Snape? Ron asked. Why didn't you just kill him? I wanted him to suffer, Harry answered. I wanted him to suffer like Sirius had too. And besides, I'm sure that the Order will take care of Snape, even Dumbledore can't protect him from what he did. Harry, Hermione began softly. Don't you think you were a bit harsh on Professor Lupin? I mean, he has a hard life. And I haven't, Harry responded. I'll tell you this. Am I disgusted at the way I acted toward him? Yes, I am. But was I wrong in what I said? No, I don't think so. He was one of my parents' best friends, and he couldn't try and contact me before Hogwarts, or even before 3rd year. I would have loved to meet someone who could have told me that my parents weren't useless drunks like the Dursleys said. And since 3rd year, the only time I've even seen Remus Lupin was when he came to pick me up from Privet Drive last summer. Don't you think that during those private Patronus lessons during our 3rd year he could have told me about my parents, but no, he stayed away and ignored me. I understand that werewolves are discriminated against horribly in the magical world, but still, even just sending me a letter couldn't have been that much work. Hermione and Ron nodded. Harry was right. Professor Lupin had pretty much abandoned Harry, the only child of his best friends, for years, and then when they finally meet, he abandons Harry again. Password. The portrait of the fat lady asked when the trio reached the Gryffindor common room. Justice, Harry said succinctly. The portrait swung open, admitting the trio. Neville was sitting at a table by the fire, and looked up when he heard the portrait hole open. The trio made their way over to the table and sat down across from Neville. So what did Dumbledore want? Neville asked. You know, just how he was disappointed in me, how I created so much work for him in the Order over the summer, all that rot, Harry answered. Oh yeah, and Snape used the killing curse on me. He what? Neville roared. Quiet, Harry hissed. Neville's shout had brought some much unwanted attention to their table. Sorry about that. Neville just found out he lost a bet. Poor sod should learn to never bet on the cannons. Chuckles filled the common room at Harry's comment, and the spectators turned back to their work. Are you serious? Neville asked. No, he was my godfather, Harry responded with a wan smile. Hermione rolled her eyes but seemed to be smiling. But yes, it is true. It seems that our beloved headmaster has been keeping secrets from the Order, and when I called him on it, Snape didn't appreciate it. What secrets are you talking about? Neville asked. Snape was the one who told Riddle about the prophecy, Harry said. He wanted my mum, thought he loved her, but didn't care if me or my dad died in the process. Neville looked ready to storm through the castle and strangle Snape with his own hands. Only a hand on the shoulder from Harry kept the enraged boy in his place. Don't worry about it, Neville, Harry said. Snape will get his. If the Order doesn't do anything, I always have the fact that he attempted the murder of a lord of a most ancient and noble house, plus was an accessory to the murders of my parents, a lord and lady of a most ancient and noble house. Neville reluctantly nodded. So what now? He asked. The wizarding world needs a massive kick up the ass, Harry said. For too long Malfoy and his ilk have been allowed to strut up and down the streets just because of their name and so-called superiority, spouting off their bigotry and racial slurs, and yet no one did anything about it. Well, no longer. It's time to show the Death Nibblers that their actions have consequences, and if the professors won't do their jobs and do so, then we will. Harry, you're talking about taking over the school, Hermione whispered. A rebellion against the professors. You could be expelled. I'm talking about taking this school back from the bigotry and hate that Dumbledore has allowed to fester since he became headmaster, Harry growled. He never stopped Snape from tormenting anyone who was not Slytherin. He allowed Malfoy and his goons to spread his hate-filled nonsense without repercussion. Malfoy was able to curse you and call you mudblood, and yet the professors did nothing. They just sat back and let Malfoy and his goons do whatever he liked. No longer. I'm in, Harry, Ron said. I want some payback for what that ferret has done. Same here, Neville said. The three boys turned to Hermione. It's not that I don't agree with you, Harry, Hermione said. But I don't think this is a good idea. You're talking about taking over the school, starting a rebellion that could cause a whole lot of trouble. Trouble that we don't need right now. We've got enough trouble with verses out there. I know, Hermione, but the best way to cripple Riddle is to undermine his recruiting efforts, Harry said. We need to show the Death Nibblers that we aren't afraid, but they need to be afraid of us. We need to show them that we aren't afraid to fight for what is right. Hermione looked down at her hands. In her heart, she knew that Harry was right. It was time to make a stand against bigotry and hate, a stand for what's right instead of what was easy. Hermione, Harry asked softly, if we're going to do this, we're going to need your help. You're the only one who has the brains to keep us out of the frying pan. Yeah, Hermione, we need you, Ron pleaded, staring directly into Hermione's eyes. The brunette blushed heavily under Ron's intense look and turned away. All right, fine, Hermione said. Harry, Neville and Ron grinned, though Harry felt something stir in his chest when Hermione blushed. Right then, I think it's time for bed, Harry said. It's been a long day. I'll see you guys in the morning. The others decided to stay up a little longer, so Harry bade them goodnight before making his way up to the dorms. Just before he reached the staircase though, He heard Hermione laugh and turned around to see Hermione slap Ron playfully on the arm. Again he felt something well up in his chest, something that burned fiercely. The next morning the burning sensation in Harry's chest hadn't vanished, only diminished. He awoke at the crack of dawn. Having his drill instructors blow sharp whistles in his ear for 4.5 months would do that to a person. Rolling out of bed, Harry pulled on his sweats and a pullover and made laced up his trainers. Once he was kitted out, Harry made his way down to the common room and out the portrait hole. The portrait of the fat lady grunted sleepily as Harry closed the door, slowly. He made his way down to the entrance hall and out onto the grounds. Harry relished the cold morning mountain air as he ran around the castle twice, 4 kilometers before heading back inside. He had just about reached the 7th floor when he heard feet shuffling coming from around the corner. Harry quickly drew his wand and cast several charms over himself, causing him to fade from sight as well as eliminating his scent from the air. Wherever Filch was, Mrs. Norris wasn't far behind. And just as Harry suspected, less than a moment later, Filch and Mrs. Norris came racing around the corner. Filch's eyes were bulging as he scanned the corridor. With a huff, he continued down the hallway, passing within feet of Harry. Harry waited until Filch and Mrs. Norris were well gone before releasing his charms and fading back into view. He continued down the corridor to the entrance to the room of requirement and summoned the magical room. He pushed open the door to reveal a large gymnasium. Harry locked the door and threw himself into his workout. Sweat was dripping down Harry's face when he finished his workout. Casting a cleansing charm over him, Harry left the room of requirement behind and made his way back to his dorm room and the showers. "Where have you been?" Hermione cried as Harry entered the common room, his clothes clinging to him. "I went out early and ran around the castle twice, then went to the room to work out," Harry answered. "Now if you'll excuse me, I'm going to wash up before breakfast, and besides, why do you care? It's not like I'm going anywhere I'm not supposed to." Hermione looked down at the floor. She really needed to curtail her excessive need to know everything as well as her accusing tone. "Look, Hermione, I know you worry about me," Harry said. "But relax, I can take care of myself, it's what I've been trained for." "I'm sorry, Harry, I jumped to conclusions again," Hermione said. "I need to work on that." "You do," Harry said. "You were acting a bit like Ron usually does." Hermione's blush grew darker. "You're right," she whispered. "I'm sorry." "It's all right, Hermione, just keep a more open mind next time," Harry said. "You know, you could join me." "Join you?" "Yeah," Harry said. "I mean exercising. It's something I'm thinking about adding to the DA's training, that is if I'm allowed to restart it." "You want to restart the DA? That's wonderful. You were such a brilliant teacher last year, I learned so much." It was Harry's turn to blush this time. "Thanks, Hermione," he muttered. "But yes, I've noticed that not a lot of wizards or witches look after their bodies like the rest of the population do. I understand that magic can do a lot of things, but I still think that being in shape and being prepared can give us an edge over the Death Eaters." Hermione nodded vigorously. "I think you're right too, Harry," she said. "We can talk more at breakfast, but I think now you need to go upstairs and get washed up." "Yes, ma'am," Harry saluted. Hermione giggled and slapped Harry on the arm before returning the salute. "Get moving, Private Potter," she barked, trying to sound stern and professional but failing miserably. Harry shot Hermione a lopsided grin that sent Hermione's stomach aflutter before rushing back up the spiral staircase. "Morning, Hermione," Ron said as he came lopping down the stairs. Why was Harry coming back upstairs? He wasn't in the dorms when I woke up. "Oh," Hermione said. "He went for a run this morning." "He went for a run? Why would he do that?" Ron asked. "Well, he wants to stay fit even though he's away from training," Hermione explained. "Remember, he's joined the military, though I have no idea how he could be allowed to still come to Hogwarts when he's done so. Harry has to stay fit, don't you work out to stay in shape for Quidditch?" "Well, yeah," Ron answered with a blush. "But we just fly around and practice, why would we run around when Quidditch is played on a broom?" 10 minutes later, Harry came lopping down the stairs dressed in his Hogwarts robes, though Hermione noticed that he had his vest on underneath his robes. Harry's hair was still wet and sticking up all over the place, making it seem even more messy than normal, something that didn't detract from Harry's overall appearance. "Come on you two, I'm starving," Harry said. "Having to survive on military food is better than the Dursleys, but it's nothing on Hogwarts food." The trio plus Neville, who had followed Harry down to the common room, made their way down to the Great Hall. When they did enter the hall, Harry immediately scanned the head table and was pleased to see that Snape was nowhere in sight, though Harry did see another pair of familiar faces. Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks were sitting next to each other at the head table. "What are Professor Lupin and Tonks doing up there?" Hermione asked. "If I had to guess, Lupin is going to be our new Dada professor and Tonks is his assistant," Harry said. "Who's the fat guy sitting next to Dumbledore?" "That's Horace Slughorn," Hermione answered. "He was the potions master before Snape and the head of Slytherin." "So Dumbledore must have convinced him to return," Harry said. "So that must have meant that Snape was going to be the defense professor before." "Don't even think about that, Harry," Neville shivered. "Snape was bad enough with potions, if he was teaching defense." "I get it," Harry said. The group sat down at the Gryffindor table and Ron immediately began piling food onto his plate before shoveling mounds of it into his mouth. Hermione sniffed and turned away from the red-haired boy. "Nothing beats the food at Hogwarts," Harry chuckled as he munched on a piece of bacon. "Was the food really that bad?" Hermione asked. "Not really," Harry said. "I got a lot more than I would if I had stayed at the Dursleys, but the taste probably was just as bad. Military rations are all about nutrients and sustenance, not taste." "Oh," Hermione said before turning back to her own breakfast. As the group was finishing up their breakfasts, Professor McGonagall descended down to the Gryffindor table to pass out their timetables. When she reached the group, McGonagall paused before handing Harry his timetable. Schedule for fall term. Harry James Potter. 6th year Gryffindor. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. 8 a.m. to 9:45 a.m. Double Dada. 10 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. Double Transfiguration. 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Lunch. 1:30 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. Double Charms. 3:30 p.m. to 5:15 p.m. Double Potions. Tuesday, Thursday. 8 a.m. to 9:45 a.m. Double Ancient Runes. 10 a.m. to 11:45 a.m. Free period. 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Lunch. 1:30 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. Double Arithmancy. "I was very impressed with your Transfiguration scores," McGonagall said. "Your work in previous classes never rated higher than an EE." "That's because I had to make sure that I wasn't any better than Dudley," Harry said shortly. "My relatives didn't want someone showing up their precious little Didikins. It wasn't until 3rd year that I realized that they didn't care about my Hogwarts grades." McGonagall paled. "I see," she said quietly. "Why have you added Arithmancy and Ancient Runes? Are you sure that you can handle them? They are 2 of the more difficult classes that Hogwarts offers." Harry frowned at his head of house. "I think my scores speak for themselves, Professor," he said shortly. "And as I just said, I haven't been trying very hard in previous years. I do find it interesting that no one ever told me what classes my parents or Sirius took. I mean, all I know about their years at Hogwarts was that my dad was excellent at Transfiguration and a very good Quidditch player, while my mum was extraordinarily bright and excelled at Charms and Potions. You would think that an orphan would want to know what his parents studied, perhaps to allow him the chance to feel closer to them." McGonagall flinched. Harry was correct. Minerva had always considered Lily and James Potter close friends after they had left Hogwarts, and yet she had pretty much ignored their son. "My apologies, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said. "I did not mean to cast aspersions on your intelligence. You should know that the headmaster has asked that I talk to you about continuing on in your studies in divination. He says that after the revelations from last June, you need to." "So now he thinks I need to know something," Harry interrupted McGonagall sharply. "You can tell the headmaster that I have no liking to hear my death proclaimed to the entire class every day." "I shall relay your message, Mr. Potter." "Thank you, Professor." "Professor, what happened to Professor Snape?" Hermione asked. Harry, Ron and Neville looked at Hermione in shock, not that she had asked but that she had referred to Snape as a professor. Severus Snape was taken into custody by Aurors Shacklebolt, Moody and Tonks, McGonagall said shortly. Professor Dumbledore tried to stay their hands, but it seems that the order has broken. Good riddance, Harry muttered. Perhaps now, the order will actually start doing something instead of just sitting back and letting Voldemort take over. Mr. Potter, McGonagall snapped, whatever your grievances with the headmaster and the order, that gives you no reason to air them in such a way. Really? Harry drawled, looking up at the stern woman. How many Death Eaters has the Order captured since the Ministry fiasco last June? Why hasn't anyone from the Order asked me for my memory of Voldemort's resurrection 2 years ago to identify the Death Eaters? McGonagall's face looked like a fish, gaping open at Harry. Perhaps you should continue passing out the timetables, Professor, Harry said. It looks like the other Gryffindors want to see what classes they'll be taking. McGonagall bristled at the casual dismissal from a 6th-year student but made her way down the table. Harry, Hermione scolded, you didn't need to be so crash with Professor McGonagall. She's on your side. Is she really? Harry asked. She was there that night 15 years ago, standing right next to Dumbledore when he abandoned me at the Dursleys. She knew what type of people the Dursleys were but still let Dumbledore just leave me there. Hermione's face crumbled as the announcement that her role model had just stood back and let Harry be abandoned at the Dursleys. Come on, let's get to defense, Harry said, pushing aside his plate and getting to his feet. Neville and Hermione both noticed that he discreetly patted himself down, though they weren't for sure why. Harry led the group out of the Great Hall, leaving Dumbledore watching from the head table. They were the first students to reach the defense classroom, even before Professor Lupin arrived. Harry looked up when he heard the footsteps echoing down the stone hallway and saw Remus Lupin making his way toward his classroom. The middle-aged werewolf froze when he spotted Harry, Ron, Hermione and Neville standing outside the room. Without a word, Lupin passed the group and opened the door to the classroom. Harry followed the werewolf into the room and the group found seats in the second row. Over the next 10 minutes, the class filled up with students. Since this was a Newt-level course, all 4 houses were combined into one class. All 5th-year members of the DA had passed and were allowed to continue on to Newt Dada along with 5 Slytherins, Malfoy, Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis and Pansy Parkinson. Harry wasn't surprised that any of the Slytherins had made it into Newt Dada. Greengrass, Davis and Zabini were quintessential Slytherins while Parkinson and Malfoy were the children of Death Eaters, so they knew quite a bit about the dark arts and how to counter them. Welcome to Newt Dada, Professor Lupin began a moment after the bell rang. You have all shown aptitude in defense against the dark arts. Previous years, you have focused on defending against dark creatures as well as learning defensive hexes and charms. This year you will be introduced to how to deal with your fellow wizards. With the return of Voldemort, there were several flinches around the room. Headmaster Dumbledore has deemed it necessary that you all know how to defend yourselves against the Death Eaters and other dark wizards. Every month we'll be having dueling tournament to see how far you've come. Today, we will be reviewing the ICW Code of Conduct regarding officially sanctioned duels. Harry sighed as leaned back in his chair. Is there a problem, Mr. Potter? Lupin asked. Yes, Harry said. If we're going to be fighting against Death Eaters, they're not going to sticking to the rules. They're going to be trying to kill us. You should be teaching us how to fight, not duel. Dueling means rules and regulations. A fight against a Death Eater is one for one's life and has no rules, no regulations. It's just you and your opponent. Lupin frowned. Mr. Potter, perhaps you can explain your statement, he asked. Harry frowned. Last year at the Ministry, my friends and I tried to rescue someone who was very dear to me, Harry said. We fought against 12 Death Eaters. They didn't use stunners, disarmers and jelly legs jinxes. They used blasting, slicing hexes and the unforgivables. And in fights, they won't stick to the ICW's rules and regulations. They are trying to kill us all. Remus narrowed his eyes at Harry. Perhaps, Harry, you would like to come up here and show the class how it's done? Remus asked. Harry frowned up at the werewolf but rose from his seat. He made his way up to the front of the class. What is it exactly that you want me to do, Professor? He asked. Show us what you mean about the difference between a fight and a duel, Remus said. Harry blinked. And who would be my opponent, Professor? He asked. Myself, Remus said. Very well, Professor, Harry said, with a hint of frustration. With a flick of his wrist, Harry's wand appeared in his hand. Remus arched an eyebrow when he noticed the quick-release wand holster as well as the fact the wand in Harry's hand wasn't his holly wand. New wand? Remus asked. Harry grinned tightly. I didn't want something tied to both Dark Lords in my life, Harry said. So then, let's begin. Much of the classroom was confused at Harry's mention of 2 Dark Lords. They all knew about Voldemort, but who was this second Dark Lord? Spell fire erupted from Harry and Remus, wands, throwing multicolored lights across the walls of the classroom. Remus stuck to strictly light spells while Harry used nearly everything in his arsenal aside from the Unforgivable. The only 2 Harry knew how to cast was the Killing Curse and the Imperious. Harry saw no benefit to knowing the Cruciatus Curse. His mother had already devised an electroshock spell that worked much like a defibrillator. Lily Potter née Evans had truly been a prodigy regarding charms. While at training, Harry pored over his mother's journals and found out that Lily had a very similar mindset that Harry had adopted during the war. One of the first things she had written in her journal was a famous phrase from a famous American general during the Second World War: "The object of war is not to die for your country but to make the other guy die for his." It was a lesson that had been drilled into him during training. In war people will die, and there was nothing that Harry could do about it. He couldn't save everyone. All Harry could do was to save as many people as he could, and that meant ending the war as quickly as possible. Harry advanced toward Remus, ducking, dodging, and weaving his way through Remus' spell fire, only shielding when he had no choice. Remus kept trying to push Harry back, but as the fight wore on it was obvious to the spectators that Professor Lupin was losing, and quite badly. Suddenly Harry's wand tip flared brightly, causing Remus to look away to shield his eyes. Harry dove forward, executing a textbook forward roll, and came up at the feet of Lupin. In a flash, Harry grabbed Moony's wrist and shoulder threw him onto the ground. Lupin cried out in shock and pain, and released his grip on his wand. Harry raised a hand and casually summoned it to his own hand while pointing his wand down at the wincing Lupin. "Well done, Mr. Potter," Lupin said. "May I have my wand back?" Harry extended Remus' wand, handle first, toward the professor. Remus gave Harry a small smile before reclaiming his wand and pocketing it. Moony turned back to the class. "I think that's enough for today," Lupin said. "For homework, I want you to answer this question. If you are in a situation where you can't run away from a fight, what is the best way in dealing with your opponent? That will be all." Without a word, Harry quickly began gathering up his books when Professor Lupin's voice called out, "Mr. Potter, do you mind sticking around for a moment?" Harry's shoulders stiffened but sat back down at his desk. Hermione, Ron and Neville looked at Harry, who just gave them a nod, before leaving the classroom. "What would you like to talk about, Professor?" Harry asked. "Come now, Harry, you know that you don't have to call me that," Lupin said. Harry just stayed silent, causing a sad look to cross Remus' face. "Harry, I just wanted to." "Professor, this isn't the best time right now," Harry said. "I know what you are trying to do, but I can't deal with you asking for forgiveness right now. I've got too many things to deal with. The war, you, Dumbledore, and wondering when the wizarding world is going to turn on me again. You've made your bed, now lie in it." Remus looked stricken at Harry's response but pressed onto a different tack. "Harry, why did you come to class? I saw your OWL scores. You had the highest score ever. You could go for your mastery quite easily and attain it, so why?" "It's nice to learn from a competent defense professor for once," Harry said. "And I still have plenty of things to learn. One can never learn enough." Remus nodded. "I will see you Wednesday, Professor." "Mr. Potter," Remus said. Harry caught up with Ron and Hermione outside the classroom. Harry hid a grin at the fact that they had been waiting for him. "What did Professor Lupin want?" Hermione asked. "He wanted to see if I would forgive him for abandoning and ignoring me at the behest of the headmaster, as well as why I was even taking his class when my Dada owl exempted me from it." "Why are you taking defense, Harry?" Ron asked. "It's nice to learn from actually competent professor," Harry said. And one thing I've learned is that you can never know enough. Riddle has nearly half a century of magical experience over me. My military training will lessen that gap somewhat, but it won't be enough. For all Remus' faults, being a substandard teacher is not one of them. I also told him that we would possibly talk after the war is over and hash everything out. Hermione smiled. I'm proud of you, Harry. That's a very mature attitude you've taken, she said. Harry chuckled and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, but out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed that Ron was frowning at him. What could that be about? Harry thought as the trio made their way to their next class, Transfiguration. McGonagall ignored Harry as she began her lecture with an overview on what they would be learning in class this term. Harry quickly tuned her out as he had already read through his father's notes on Newt-level transfiguration. Harry had pored over his father's notes on how to become an animagus, hoping that he too could achieve what many considered the pinnacle of human transfiguration. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's sharp voice cut through Harry's daydreaming and brought him back to the present. Well, now that Mr. Potter has deemed us worthy with his presence, perhaps he can show us what he had retained over this summer. Mr. Potter, if you would conjure a mammal of your choosing and then vanish it. Harry looked up at the Transfiguration professor and then raised his wand. Minerva shivered at the gleam in Harry's eye, as she recognized it as one that had graced the eyes of James Potter many times during his time at Hogwarts. With a flick of Harry's wand, a very familiar tabby cat appeared on his desk. Several of the more attentive students realized who the cat resembled and gaped at Harry's cheek. With another flick of his wand, Harry vanished the cat and returned his wand to its holster. Very good, Mr. Potter. It seems that your transfiguration mark for your OWL was well deserved, McGonagall said before turning back to the rest of the class. Harry's eyes scanned the room easily, taking in the rest of the class. He noticed that quite a few faces were showing mixtures of surprise and jealousy. After transfiguration was lunch, something of which Ron was quite happy about, much to the amusement of Harry and Hermione. Harry, how did you manage to conjure such a complex animal, as well as vanish it and without saying a word? Hermione asked. My dad was extremely gifted at transfiguration and wrote down a whole bunch of notes and tips in his journal that was in my family's vault, Harry said. No offense to Professor McGonagall, but it was much easier to learn from my dad's notes than her chalkboard. Do you think I could take a look at your dad's notes? Hermione asked. Sure, I've got the journal up in my trunk, Harry said. After lessons I'll show it to you. Hermione beamed. After lunch, the sixth-year Gryffindors made their way down to the dungeons where Snape had reigned until this year. Harry was interested in how Slughorn's teaching methods would differ from Snape's, though anything would differ from Snape's teaching method as Snape didn't teach them. Lily's journal had mentioned Slughorn several times, how he was quite a sleazeball and he always wanted to be close to those who were powerful or could become powerful. And Lily had pegged Slughorn to a T. As soon as he had entered the room, Slughorn had been trying to schmooze his way into Harry's confidence and trust. Slughorn had the class after an introduction attempt to create the draft of Living Death in the time remaining. Ron, who hadn't thought he would make the cut, had gotten a potions book from the cabinet. And immediately began whining about how the previous user had scribbled in the margins so much that he could barely read the instructions. Honestly, Ronald, here, Hermione said, shoving her own book over to Ron's table. She took Ron's and tried to decipher it but gave up after a few moments. Harry slid her own book over to Hermione and picked up the battered copy of Advanced Potion Making, and opened to the page giving the instructions for the draft of Living Death. Harry was quite surprised to find out that he could reasonably read out the additions to the instructions. Time's up, Slughorn announced. Step away from your cauldrons now. Slughorn circled the room, checking the potions and making comments. Ho, ho, Slughorn cried as he looked over Harry's potion. Now this is excellent, the most powerful draft of Living Death I've ever seen. Even your mother couldn't have created a more perfect draft of Living Death. Oh, thank you, sir, Harry said. Harry turned to Ron and Hermione, both of whom were wearing distinctly angry faces. Harry frowned at the pair. The bell rang signaling the end of the period, and Ron and Hermione grabbed their belongings and rushed out of the classroom. Harry's eyes narrowed as he gathered up his own belongings and followed them out. With a flick of his wand, Harry froze both Ron and Hermione as they stormed away from him. "What in Merlin's name is going on with you two?" Harry demanded. "You cheated," Hermione cried. "That should have been me," Ron shouted. Harry blinked. "And here I thought you two had changed," Harry growled. "But it seems that traitors never change their spots." "We're not traitors," Hermione shouted. "Oh, so you're not turning your backs on me again like last summer," Harry barked. "You're mad that I got a better grade than you in potions. What about my defense grade? Are you jealous of that too?" "I'm not jealous," Hermione shouted. "You didn't use the proper instructions and cheated." "Are you bloody kidding me, Hermione? You're mad because you couldn't read those notes and I could. Don't you remember that both you and Ron tried to read it but couldn't? And besides, there's no way that anyone would write down an alternative method of creating that potion if it didn't work. How do you think things are invented? By experimenting, challenging the known. It's how things evolve. And besides, didn't earlier want to take a look at my dad's transfiguration notes. That's the same thing as writing notes in a textbook. I've got all my parents' old school books and you wouldn't believe the notes scribbled in the margins. If I decide to use those, does that make it cheating? And you, Ron, I thought that you had gotten over this jealousy thing. I got lucky. You were the one who found that book first and you barely tried to read it before whining about it, so don't say that you should have gotten recognition for it." Hermione and Ron hung their heads as Harry's words seeped through their anger. "I don't want to deal with you two for the rest of the day," Harry said. "Hermione, you need to realize that you can't be best at everything. There's always going to be someone better than you. And Ron, grow the bloody F*** up. You whine about anything and everything just because it doesn't go your way. Get it through your troll-like head. Life isn't fair. If it was, my parents and Sirius would still be alive and I wouldn't have a murderous psychopath calling for my head ever since I was born." Harry released the pair and stormed off, leaving Ron and Hermione at the mercy of disgusted looks from their classmates. Harry refused to speak to either Hermione or Ron during dinner and quickly excused himself from the Gryffindor common room afterwards, taking both his cloak and the Marauders map with him. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I was hoping to speak with you." Dumbledore's voice brought Harry out of his furious pacing. Harry took a deep breath and turned to face the man who for all intents and purposes made his life a living hell. "What did you wish to talk about, Headmaster?" Harry asked. "Perhaps we should have this discussion in my office," Dumbledore suggested. Harry nodded and followed the headmaster up to his office. Once they were seated, Harry stared at the bearded man with a raised eyebrow. "Mr. Potter, I know that I have made many mistakes regarding your upbringing," Dumbledore began. "Mistakes that I believe that I have no hope in atoning for. I can only hope that we can turn over a new leaf and start anew. I was overseeing the OWL scores from your class and saw that all the members of the DA received EE or higher on their OWLs, most impressive. You seem to have a future in teaching if you wish to pursue it. Actually, sir, I was hoping to have your permission to start the DA up once again," Harry asked. "Of course, Harry, I mean, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said. "That is a splendid idea. Thought I want it known that I will be running the club," Harry said. "I want no outside influence on how things are done. The DA will be open to all students 4th year and up, regardless of house affinity, but I do ask to reserve the right to kick people out if they are a threat to the rest of the group." "A most wise and mature decision, Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said. "I do hope that you would allow a faculty member to oversee. They wouldn't interfere with the club, just be present to make sure things don't get out of hand and in case there are any injuries." "That sounds reasonable. Professor Lupin or Professor Flitwick would be most welcome," Harry said, hiding a grin at the minuscule frown that flashed across Dumbledore's face when Harry only suggested Lupin and Flitwick. "I will let them know and see which would be willing to do so," Dumbledore said. "Now I believe it is getting close to curfew and I'm sure that you don't want to be caught out of bounds." "Of course not, sir. Good evening," Harry said, getting to his feet and leaving the office. As Harry made his way down the spiral staircase, he was glad that Dumbledore couldn't see the feral grin that had made its way onto Harry's face as he walked. "Stupid old goat, you've just given me the perfect chance to figure out who is sick and tired of letting the older generation destroy this world. You've given me the rope that will hang you, Voldemort and the Ministry." Harry's treatment of Ron and Hermione after their first potions lesson had spread to the rest of Gryffindor House. Harry could see that Ron and Hermione were contrite about their reactions to Harry, and Harry knew that they were sorry but knew that they had to come to him and apologize rather than Harry just forgive them. Forgiveness was a virtue, but it was a virtue that Harry had to temper with caution because he had been betrayed several times in his young life. Harry, Hermione's soft voice pulled Harry from his mother's charms journal. He looked up and saw Hermione and Ron standing before him, both with dark circles under their eyes and shoulders slumped. "Could we sit down and talk to you?" Harry nodded and motioned to the chairs in front of him. Hermione and Ron quickly took their seats. Harry set his book down, pages open so that Hermione could see the notes that Lily Potter née Evans had scribbled down in the book. Harry had to hide a small smirk when he saw Hermione flinch at the sight of the scribbled-in book. "What did you two want to speak to me about?" Harry asked coolly. Hermione and Ron each took deep breaths. "Harry, we wanted to talk to you. We wanted to apologize for how we acted after potions," Hermione said. "You were right. I got caught up in being the best, and when you used those helpful instructions to make a better draft of Living Death, I lost it. I messed up and let my fear control me. When you showed us your owl results and I saw how intelligent you are, I got scared that you wouldn't need me anymore." "Hermione, you've been one of my best friends for nearly 5 years now," Harry said. "You both were my first real friends aside from Hedwig and Hagrid, but the way you two have treated me last summer and then this past week has me questioning our friendship." Hermione nodded, as tears filled her eyes. Harry was right. She had no one else to blame but herself. She had listened to Dumbledore's suggestions over what her heart and head told her to do. "Harry mate," Ron said. "You know me, I have trouble keeping my mouth shut and I talk before I think." Harry nodded. "And I know I've made a bunch of mistakes regarding our friendship, not believing you during the tournament, then last summer listening to Dumbledore about not writing to you, and then last week. If you were to forgive us, then you were a better man than I am. Merlin's beard, you already are a better man. You've put up with me being a prat for 5 years. What I'm trying to say is that I'm sorry." Harry nodded. "I appreciate the apologies," he said. "You two have made mistakes. Everyone does, though at least you have realized, confronted them and tried to make amends. Lord knows that I've made my fair share of mistakes as well. However, it's going to take some time for me to trust you again like I did. You've already betrayed me once, twice in Ron's case, and then there was last week. Our friendship will never be the same." Hermione and Ron nodded. "We understand, Harry," Hermione said. "But I promise you that I will never betray you again." A swirl of magic circled the brown-haired girl for a moment, then dispersed into thin air. "Hermione, do you realize what you've done?" Ron gasped while Harry looked on in stunned amazement, though if one looked close enough they could discern a small twinkle hidden in Harry's green eyes. "Yes, Ronald," Hermione said. "I made sure that I wouldn't betray Harry again." "But you could lose your magic," Ron said, and that oath was very vague. Almost anything could be considered betraying Harry. "Ron, it's okay," Harry said. "Hermione, I wish that it didn't have to come to this, but I appreciate it all the same. And Ron, I think that Hermione knows what she's doing. She wouldn't be Hermione if she didn't." Hermione blushed. "Actually, Hermione, do you still have those DA galleons?" Harry asked. "Of course," Hermione said. "Why, I've gotten permission from Dumbledore to continue the DA," Harry said. "That's wonderful," Hermione cried. "So I guess you need the galleons to inform everyone." "Not quite," Harry said. "I'm going to announce it during dinner tomorrow night. I should let you two know that the DA will be open to everyone, including Slytherins." "What?" Ron shouted. "You can't let those slimly Slytherins in the DA. They're evil." Harry pinned Ron with a stern glare. "Really, Ron? Just because someone is in Slytherin that they're evil?" "Of course. They're all Death Eaters," Ron argued. "Ron, who was the Death Eater that betrayed my parents to Voldemort?" Harry asked calmly. "Wormtail," Ron said, not seeing the point. "And what house was Wormtail in during his time at Hogwarts?" "Gryffindor," Ron answered without thinking. "Correct," Harry said. "A Gryffindor Death Eater. Ronald, you have to realize that not all Slytherins are evil. Just because someone is ambitious doesn't make them evil. Look at Barty Crouch Jr. He was the Death Eater who escaped Azkaban and helped Voldemort return 2 years ago, and he was a Hufflepuff. While it's true a majority of the Death Eaters have come from Slytherin, that doesn't mean that all Slytherins are Death Eaters. But Harry, Ron does have a point, Hermione said. Those Slytherins who have Death Eater parents are most likely going to us this as a way to spy on us. I understand that point, Hermione, but I'm disappointed in you, Harry said. You have always said to not judge a book by its cover, you who always speaks of equality for all, and yet here you are generalizing that all Slytherins are evil. We can't condemn the children for the sins of their fathers, or we'd be no better than Snape. Ron and Hermione flinched at this point. Don't worry, I have a plan to deal with Malfoy and his ilk. Those who wish to use this knowledge to cause harm to the innocent will learn nothing from me. How? Hermione asked. You just said that you wouldn't be barring anyone from the meetings. Just wait and see, Harry answered with a gleam in his eye. At dinner the next night, Harry looked up to the head table and caught Dumbledore's eye. The aged man nodded and rose to his feet. May I have your attention, please? Dumbledore asked genially, though the undercurrent of power lacing his voice made it clear that this wasn't a request. As many of you might know, last year a group of students took it upon themselves to go above the norm and learn how to defend themselves when it became clear that I had failed to provide them with a competent defense teacher, and for that I apologize. I will now turn this announcement over to Mr. Potter, who was the leader of this club. Mr. Potter, if you would. Thank you, Headmaster, Harry said, getting to his feet. I'm sure the old hands already know what I'm about to say, but I have received permission from the headmaster to restart the DA from last year. He broke off at the cheers coming from the old DA members. With a grin, Harry continued, I'm glad to see that you are all still excited. The reason that I am announcing its resurrection is because the DA will be open to everyone who is 4th year and above. Those below 4th year, I'm sorry to say, but you'll have to make do with Professor Lupin's defense class, but don't worry. Back in my 3rd year, I learned almost everything from Professor Lupin. You couldn't ask for a better defense professor. Lupin smiled at the praise that Harry had given him, though that smile quickly faded as the guilt of his decisions regarding Harry weighed heavily on him. But wait, that means you'll be letting Slytherins in too. A voice from the Ravenclaw table shouted out. Yes, Harry said, I will not discriminate admittance due to house colors. In fact, if it weren't for a certain ferret's attitude when we first met, I could have been wearing the emerald and silver. Stunned silence met this statement. Harry Potter, the Gryffindor golden boy, the boy who lived, was almost a snake. Hermione and Ron looked up at Harry in shock. He had never told them that. Harry looked around the great hall. He knew that revealing that information was risky. He had never told anyone aside from Sirius that the Sorting Hat had thought about putting him in Slytherin. Sirius had told him that the Sorting Hat had tried to do the same, but he asked for Gryffindor because he had wanted to get away from his family and be with his friends. Over at the Slytherin table, a large contingent of the snakes were glaring at the ferret, believing, and rightly so, that he was the reason that they didn't have Harry Potter in the snake's den. The professors seated at the head table were also stunned at the information. Harry Potter was nearly a Slytherin. It seemed inconceivable that the son of James and Lily Potter could be anything more than a Gryffindor lion. Remus fell back in his seat, holding in his laughter. Now that was a prank worthy of the Marauders, he thought. Remus had always thought that both James and Lily could have been Slytherins. Both were ambitious, strong and cunning, but they were also noble, courageous and willing to fight for what they believed in. And it seemed that their son was a perfect blend of their attributes. The first meeting of the reconstructed DA will take place Monday night. We will meet here in the Great Hall at first, and depending on our numbers, we'll move to a more secure location, Harry said. Thank you, Headmaster, he added with a bow to Dumbledore before sitting down. Harry, you never told us that you were almost in Slytherin. Hermione cried. Yeah, mate, why didn't you tell us? Ron asked. Do you really have to ask that question, Ron? Harry retorted. Just yesterday, you were saying that all Slytherins were evil. Ron looked down at his plate, abashed. You know, Harry, you changed a lot of people's opinions just now, Hermione said. You just told the world that you were almost a Slytherin, and you are the Gryffindor golden boy. This is going to turn some heads. Harry chuckled. I'm sure it will, he said. And that's exactly why I did it. The Sorting Hat last year told us to stand together and united, yet the crippling house boundaries are still there. I'm hoping that my saying that I was nearly in Slytherin will start having people looking differently at the patches on their robes." Hermione beamed, but that smile faded when she spoke. "Harry, you know you're going to have some difficulties with people about allowing Slytherins into the DA." "I know," Harry said. "But they'll soon realize that I lead the DA, and what I says goes." Hermione shivered under Harry's intense look. "Welcome back," Harry said. "And welcome for the first time," he continued as the doors to the Great Hall closed. He looked around at the hall, grinning at the returning members of the DA as well as the newcomers. In the corner of the hall, Harry spotted a group of Slytherins standing in the shadows. It was Malfoy and his group. Now then, he broke off as a member of the DA, a Hufflepuff called Zacharias Smith, a boy who Harry felt acted too much like a mix of Malfoy and Wormtail. "Why are the Slytherins here?" Smith asked sharply. "They'll just report everything back to you-know-who." The Slytherins who weren't with Malfoy's group bristled at the accusation. "I see," Harry said calmly as he stared at Smith. "Now how many others do you think this?" Roughly a third of the assembled DA shifted uncomfortably. "I understand you are all skeptical about this, but the time for petty rivalries is over. Voldemort won't care if you are a Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw or Slytherin, you are either with him or against him." "But," Smith began, but he was cut off by Harry's hard glare. "But nothing, Smith," Harry growled. "I am in charge of this club. I have the headmaster's approval to run the DA my way. If you don't like it, then leave." Smith bristled. "But let me warn you, if you leave now, you will no longer be welcome with us. Is that understood? Now before we move on to our actual meeting place, I'm afraid that you will have to suffer through a small speech that I have," Harry continued. "Now many of you, I'm sure, are only here because of me, whether it be because of my ill-gotten fame, or you're trying to curry favor with a certain someone, it doesn't matter though. You are here to learn how to fight and survive against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. If you think I am here to teach you how to duel, well then you are in the wrong place. If you want to learn to duel, then make sure you pay attention in Professor Lupin's defense classes. Duels have rules and laws that you are expected to follow. In a fight there is only one rule: you do what you must to survive. Coward, a filthy half-blood like you couldn't possibly hope to defeat the Dark Lord," Malfoy's snide voice barked out from the corner. "You can't possibly hope to defeat a respected pureblood like the Dark Lord." The crowd fell silent as Harry grinned down at Malfoy. Before this summer, Malfoy was 2 inches taller than Harry, but thanks to a steady diet and exercise regime, Harry had grown to nearly 6 feet and now towered over Malfoy. "Really, Malfoy," Harry said, "then why don't you put that theory to the test? And let's make it interesting. If you can beat me, then I'll cede leadership of the DA over to you. But when I beat you, you will agree to one stipulation of mine." "Agreed. Agreed," Malfoy said quickly. "Right then," Harry said. "If everyone could please step aside, let's see what the so-called Prince of Slytherin has in the tank." Harry waved his wand and one of the house tables transformed into a dueling platform. There were several whispers and gasps of awe at the casual use of powerful magic from Harry. Harry climbed up onto the dueling platform opposite of Malfoy, who looked ecstatic at the chance that Harry had provided to him. "Only one rule, Malfoy," Harry said. "No unforgivables or illegal spells. Use of any one of them will result in automatic forfeit of the duel." "Agreed," Malfoy said, his gray eyes glinting maliciously. Harry inclined his head to the Malfoy heir, who just refused to bow to Harry. Several of the spectators frowned and scowled at the blatant disrespect paid to Harry by Malfoy. "Professor Lupin, would you mind refereeing?" Harry asked. Lupin nodded and took up his position. "On 3 you may begin," Lupin said. 1, 2, 3. Reducto. Malfoy roared as a blue bolt of magic spat from his wand. Harry slid to the side as the spell flashed past him. Harry took a step closer toward Malfoy. The boy shot off another blasting hex, then followed it up with a slicing curse. Harry ducked under the blasting hex and leapt over the slicing curse, rolling forward and coming to his feet only a few feet from Malfoy. With lightning-quick reflexes, Harry dashed forward, grabbed Malfoy's wrist and wrenched it upward. The piercing hex that Malfoy was going to use struck the dueling shields that Lupin had erected around the platform. Arg! Malfoy cried as his wand was sent flying as Harry twisted Malfoy's wrist, causing his grip to falter and the wand clatter to the ground. With a simple twist of Harry's body had Malfoy on his knees in front of Harry, his wand arm sticking out behind him. Yield, Harry growled as he put more pressure on Malfoy's arm. Or I break your arm. I yield, Malfoy cried. Harry released Malfoy's arm and stepped back. He summoned Malfoy's wand with an open hand and gave it back to the Slytherin, handle first. Remember Malfoy, you owe me one stipulation now and I will call upon it, Harry said. Malfoy was stunned to realize that his body shivered at Harry's tone. That's the difference between me and Malfoy, Harry said. And the rest of the world and the magical world. Wizards and witches are so reliant on their wands that without them they are useless. That is what I am going to be teaching you. How to fight without your wands, to be able to use your enemy's weakness against them. You're going to teach us how to fight like filthy muggles. Malfoy sneered. Have you no proper wizarding pride? Malfoy, I just handed you your beep without using any magic at all, Harry retorted. So I wouldn't knock the non-magical world. I find it funny that the Death Eaters who spout off their blood superiority all bow down before a half-blood. Lies. Pansy Parkinson shouted. Look up Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry shrugged. Now, if you all don't think what I'll be teaching you is not worth your time, you can leave. But let me remind you, if you leave, you won't be coming back. Malfoy and his group stormed out of the Great Hall, much not to Harry's surprise. He turned back to the rest of the group. Now, if you would all follow me, we'll make our way to our training room, he said. Harry led the group out of the Great Hall and up to the 7th floor corridor that hid the Room of Requirement. Harry summoned the room and opened his eyes to reveal a wooden door. Come on then, Harry said as he pushed open the door to reveal what the Muggleborns and some half-bloods recognized as a gymnasium. He made his way inside and the rest of the group followed. Hey, a voice cried out. Harry turned around with a grin. It seemed that Zacharias Smith couldn't enter the room. He tried to push through the open door but an invisible force field was blocking him. So it does work, Harry chuckled. Potter, what's going on? Smith shouted. I just asked the room in addition to what you see here, a ward that would prohibit any of you who wish to use my knowledge to cause harm to the innocent. And it seems that Mr. Smith is the first guinea pig of this ward. Now then Mr. Smith, what exactly are you doing here? Smith purpled. I don't have to answer you Potter. The 5th year cried, you murderer, you might have fooled this idiots but I know that you killed Cedric. Harry's grin slid off his face. I see, he whispered. The air in the room and corridor became very cold as Harry's eyes glowed behind a thin veil of black hair. So what you believe that I killed Cedric for whatever reason? You believe that I am secretly working for Voldemort for some reason, even though he killed my parents, has attempted to kill me more than a half-dozen times and his lackey Bellatrix Lestrange killed my godfather. Am I getting close? Smith's face grew even darker. Or is it that you have just been found out as your master's secret little spy? Harry snarled. Another thing about the ward is that it will stop anyone who bears the mark of a certain Dark Lord. Your left forearm burns, doesn't it, Smith? Perhaps it wasn't such a good idea to pledge yourself to a demented Dark Lord who will never make through on his promise of power. A deranged individual like Voldemort will never share power. All whom serve him are nothing more than mindless beeps. The piercing hex on Zacharias' lips never got past them as a 7-inch blade of carbonized steel embedded itself in Smith's shoulder. Harry turned to Professor Lupin, who had drawn his wand when Harry had announced that the ward surrounding the Room of Requirement would weed out Death Eaters. Professor Lupin, Harry said, would you be so kind as to remove this trash from our presence? Oh, and Zacharias, I'll take my knife back. With a negligible wave of Harry's hand, the knife was wrenched from Smith's shoulder and flew back to Harry's hand. Remus quickly got over his shock and shot 2 spells at Smith, one sealing the wound and the second binding the wounded Death Eater. That was wicked, Harry, Ron crowed. Never did like that Smith bastard, always seemed to. Enough, Ron, Harry barked. I don't think the rest of us appreciate what you're saying. Sure, Smith was a smarmy git, but I didn't think he would be a marked Death Eater. I hope this is a lesson to the rest of you. This isn't a schoolyard scuffle any longer. This is war and people will get hurt, even die. I know it sounds cruel, but it's the truth. Several of us here have lost family members to Voldemort and his Death Eaters. The cold truth is that some of us will lose family in the coming fight. In war, there is one war, people die, and there is no changing this. The only thing you can do is make the other guy die for his cause. But doesn't that make us as bad as the Death Eaters? A Ravenclaw 4th year asked. No, there is a very large difference between killing and murdering, Harry said. Killing for the sake of killing, and taking enjoyment in it is murder, and that is dark. However, killing in the defense of your loved ones, in defense of what's right, in defense of the realm is not. Now enough morbid stuff, it's time to get to work. The recreated DA soon learned to despise Harry as he led them through the barest minimum workout that he had learned. A 2-mile run followed by a full hour of calisthenics. He told the reluctant that the fitter they were, the more spells they could fire off. After taking a 15-minute break, Harry had the group pair up and practice dodging by trading stinging hexes at one another. He made the exercise into a competition to see who could dodge the most spells in a row, and had the room of requirements summon a chalkboard with each member's names on it and would tally each time a member successfully dodged a spell. After 20 minutes of spell dodging, Harry tallied up the scores, and unsurprisingly the majority of the purebloods had fallen in the lower end of the spectrum while the first bloods were normally in the upper spectrum. Harry did notice that the Quidditch players usually scored high no matter what their blood status. At the end of the session, Harry called everyone over to the center of the room. "Well done everyone," he said. "That was a very admirable first attempt, but I know that you all can do better. I expect, by the time of the first Quidditch match of the year in 3 weeks, everyone will have made significant progress in his or her physical improvements. If not, well then I guess I'll just have to increase it until you all get the message. That's all for tonight." The first Quidditch match of the season was between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Harry had been given the captain's badge but decided to give it to Katie Bell since as a seeker, he didn't do much regarding the rest of the team while trying to catch the snitch. Harry noticed that Ron was quite annoyed at him since Harry didn't give him the badge, but Harry set him straight. "You've been on the team 1 year, Harry said sharply. "Katie is in her 6th year on the team. She has seniority over everyone on the team aside from me, and I didn't want the badge because as seeker I don't do much except catch the snitch. If you have such a problem with it, talk with Katie about some plays that we could work on. Show some initiative for once in your life instead of just expecting things to be handed to you." Ron growled at Harry but didn't say anything before storming off. Hermione gave Harry a sad look before following after Ron, something that hurt Harry more than he thought it would. The Hufflepuff Quidditch team had really taken a downturn since Cedric had been killed. Before they had been a competitive group that had improved dramatically under Cedric's leadership, but without him, they were rudderless and it showed on the pitch. The final score ended up being 370-70 in favor of the Lions. While the rest of the Lions were rushing back toward the tower for the after-match party, Harry took his time. He didn't feel much like celebrating. As he made his way back up to the Gryffindor tower, he noticed that Hermione hadn't come to congratulate him like she normally did. He also didn't see Ron around. The portrait hole swung open as Harry muttered the password to the fat lady, just in time to see Hermione fling herself into Ron's arms and latch her lips to his. Harry felt as if Buckbeak had just kicked him at the sight. Slowly turning around, Harry left the common room, the portrait hole shutting off the whistles and shouts coming from the common room. Without really thinking, Harry made his way back out onto the grounds and walked down to the Black Lake. He found a spot on the shore of the Black Lake under the shade of a beech tree. Harry's mind turned back to the sight of Ron and Hermione keying each other in the middle of the Gryffindor common room. Harry wasn't blind to the targets of his two friends' affections. Ron had had a massive crush on Hermione, most likely since 4th year. Hermione was tougher to read, but Harry had suspected that during the previous summer while they were together at Grimmauld Place, they had gotten closer together. The problem was that Harry had been attracted to Hermione since 2nd year. How couldn't he? She was the first person he could remember who showed him any affection. She was his first hug, first meaningful key, albeit on the cheek. Hermione was Harry's conscience, his guiding light, and now that light was in the arms of another. Harry didn't truly have anyone to blame beside himself. He should have approached Hermione earlier, though he was planning on asking her to the Hogsmeade weekend that was scheduled in 2 weeks' time. But Hermione had made her choice. She had chosen Ron over him. A hot feeling welled up inside Harry's chest. It felt like a coiling snake broiling up inside him. He hadn't felt this way in a very long time, not since he was a child at the Dursleys, seeing Vernon and Petunia showering gifts onto Dudley. He was jealous. Harry Potter was jealous of Ronald Weasley. Harry snorted at the irony. Ron had always been jealous of Harry, of Harry's wealth, of Harry's fame, of Harry's looks. And yet Ron had won the only thing that Harry had ever truly wanted or needed, Hermione's heart. In fact, Ron had everything that Harry wanted: a loving family, no weight of the world on his shoulders. Ron was just an average teenager who only had to worry about his classes, the next Quidditch practice, and trying not to make a fool of himself in front of the witch that he fancied. Harry had realized over the summer that he would never be just Harry, so he needed to stop trying to act like it. Harry was different from ordinary witches and wizards. He was much stronger than the average magical, his Patronus had confirmed it. After meeting with the goblins over the summer, and learning of the Potter and Black family holdings, Harry had found out that even if he weren't the boy who lived, he would have still been a major player in the wizarding world. Harry didn't return to the Gryffindor common room until it was well past dinner. When he entered the common room, he spotted Ron and Hermione sitting together in a chair by the fire. Squashing the green snake welling up inside him, Harry walked quickly through the common room and up to his dorm. Ron and Hermione didn't even look up from one another. In the weeks leading up to the first Hogsmeade weekend, Harry gradually spent more and more time away from Ron and Hermione, not that they realized it. Harry saw that Hermione, by choosing Ron, would rather stay in the wizarding world than return to the outside world. "There you are, Harry," Hermione's voice called out as Harry returned to the common room one night after spending time in the room of requirement working out. "Where have you been? Why do you care?" Harry muttered as he continued toward the dorm stairs. "What is that supposed to mean?" Hermione snapped. "Harry James Potter, I am talking to you." "Oh, now you want to talk to me?" Harry shouted, whirling around to face Hermione. "Well, too bloody bad, I don't want to talk to you." Hermione's mouth fell open as she looked like she had been slapped. "Why are you yelling, Harry?" she asked. "Why have you been avoiding Ron and I?" Harry flinched at the name of his male friend. "Am I really avoiding you, or are you just too by with Ron to spare your so-called best friend any time?" Harry asked, looking down at the bushy-haired Gryffindor. "Any time I wanted to talk to you, you would blow me off to be with Ron or would demand that we all talk." "He's my boyfriend," Hermione retorted. "So what if I want to spend time with him? You're just jealous that I've found some who what, Hermione?" Harry snapped. "You think I'm jealous that you've found someone who constantly berates, belittles you and stomps on your dreams? Ron, who has made you cry more times than either of us can count. F*** off Harry Potter, you're supposed to be my best friend and Ron's your best mate, why can't you be happy for us?" Hermione screamed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Harry felt his chest constrict at the sight of her tears. "Because it's a lie," Harry exclaimed. "Why are you with Ron when all he does is make you miserable? He nearly got you killed first year, remember?" "What about you?" Hermione screamed. "What are you talking about?" Harry asked. "Last year, you and your bloody, saving people thing, got Sirius killed, and nearly got me, Ron, Ginny, Neville and Luna all killed. You knew it was a trap but you still went anyway," Hermione screamed. Harry flinched like he had been slapped. Hermione's mind caught up with her mouth and her hands flew her cover it. "Oh Harry, I'm so. I see," Harry said coldly, so cold that it sent shivers up and down Hermione's spine. "So that's it, is it? You really think that I don't know that I'm at fault for Sirius' death? You don't think that I miss him every day? And you don't think that I feel guilty for your injuries? Because I do, every day, every time I look at you, Hermione, I see Dolohhov's curse hitting you. However, didn't I tell you all not to follow me? Yes, I knew it was most likely a trap and I didn't want you to get hurt. There isn't anything more that we have to talk about. Goodbye, Granger. Enjoy your time with Weasley because now you won't have to worry about Harry Potter taking time away from you too." "Harry," Hermione called out as Harry turned away. Harry stopped and his shoulders slumped. You know, Granger, you were right, Harry said. I am jealous of Weasley. I'm jealous of the fact that he can just forget about everything that is going on out in the world right now. I'm jealous that he has a loving family that he takes for granted, doesn't have the weight of the world on his shoulders, and most importantly, I'm jealous that he got to you first. What do you mean? Hermione whispered. It doesn't matter, Harry said. You've made your choice. I hope you and Weasley have a good life. You won't have to worry about Harry Potter dragging you into dangerous situations. But think about this, are you truly with Ronald Weasley because you want to, or is it because everyone expects it? Do you really want to spend the rest of your life as Mrs. Ronald Weasley? Remember what I said at the beginning of the term, how Dumbledore seemed to have both the boy who lived and the smartest witch of the age under this thumb. Good night, Granger. Harry continued up the stairs to his dorm, leaving Hermione staring at his back, tears pouring down her cheeks and her heart seemingly shattering in her chest. The mood around Gryffindor Tower was extremely depressing as word of the fracturing of the Golden Trio, as well as Harry and Hermione's argument, spread around the school. Hermione soon learned that fame was a fickle thing, as she had been pretty much ostracized by the rest of the Lions. Ron stood by her, though he was very disappointed in her. He didn't blame Harry for his injuries at the Dom, and he knew that Hermione didn't either. Hermione just pulled a Ron, speaking before thinking. Harry ignored any of Hermione's attempts to apologize. He knew that Hermione was sorry and didn't mean what she had said, but Harry also knew that at some level Hermione did blame him, even if it was unconsciously, and because of that Harry felt that his trust in her had taken a major hit. While he was still cordial in their DA meetings, outside of them Harry didn't speak to Hermione at all, using Ron as an intermediary. The first Hogsmeade weekend of the term had finally arrived, and Ron and Hermione were getting ready for their first official date as a couple. Harry watched as Hermione fused over Ron's robes while the pair were waiting for a carriage that would take them to the village. Harry felt his chest clench as he watched pair off. Harry, Neville's voice brought Harry back to the present. Come on, Harry, the carriages are here. Harry nodded and climbed inside with Neville and Luna. The carriage ride was taken in silence as the Thestral-drawn buggies made their way up to the village. Neville and Luna could tell that Harry was missing Ron and Hermione, even though they were disgusted at Hermione's actions. They did know that Hermione didn't actually mean what she had said, but once said, they could never be taken back. So what are you going to do, Harry? Neville asked. I've got some business that I can't talk about, Harry said. Neville nodded, knowing that Harry had secrets that he couldn't talk about. It wasn't that Harry didn't trust him, but not knowing was probably for the best. I'll see you guys later, Harry said as he left Neville and Luna at the entrance to the Three Broomsticks. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry spotted Ron and Hermione walking down High Street hand in hand. Harry felt his heart twitch as he entered the pub. He paid Madame Rosmerta to use her flow and then flashed to the Leaky Cauldron. After leaving the crowded pub, Harry hailed a cab and ordered the cabbie to take him to the Cenotaph. Once the cab had pulled back into London traffic, Harry pulled up his hood and slipped into a phone booth. Dialing a number, Harry waited for someone to pick up. Hello, a voice asked on the other end of the line. This is James Evans, Harry said. I'm in town and looking for a magic show. Do you have any idea where I could find one? Harry had to fight back a grin when he heard the person on the other end of the line snort. He listened carefully to his next instructions before hanging up. Harry made his way out of the booth and down the street toward his next meeting point. He pulled out a camera from his pocket and slung it over his head, looking like the normal tourist. Welcome, Mr. Evans. If you would follow me, a curt voice brought Harry from his picture taking. I will show you where you can find those magic shows you were looking for. Harry turned to see a serious-looking middle-aged man wearing a crisp and most likely expensive suit. Harry looked directly into the man's gray eyes and used his limited legilimency talent to verify the man's identity. When he had, Harry nodded and the pair slipped down an alley. Welcome back, Private Potter, Tony Blair said with a slight grin as Harry looked around the office. Did you really have to lead me on such a wild goose chase? Harry asked with his own grin. Can't take any chances, Blair said. A cough from the Prime Minister's side brought Harry's attention to the other two people in the office. Harry recognized the older man as the Home Secretary and the shorter woman as M, the director of MI6. Right then, let's get down to business. Private Potter, your report. Yes, sir, Harry said. He spent the next hour relaying what had been going on in Hogwarts, how the DA was coming together and how Dumbledore had given him free rein to run the DA however he wanted. Well done, Potter, M said. What is the next phase of your plan? There is a Wizengamot meeting in a week, Harry said. That's the magical world's version of the Parliament. My family has had a seat in it for centuries, and I aim to take up my seat since I was emancipated by my godfather. This also always me the ability to take up his family's seat. So you'll have 2 votes in this Wizen thing, the Home Secretary said. What does this all mean? Well, Mr. Secretary, Dumbledore has held my family's seat since my parents were killed, and the enemy holds my godfather's seat, so I'll be taking away 2 seats away from them. This will also allow me to start eroding at both Dumbledore's and the Ministry's support. I now have a direct say in what laws are being made in the magical world. And both the Potters and Blacks have many allies, on both sides, so this will change up the political power that the Ministry and Dumbledore hold. Politics, the Home Secretary groaned. That's a battlefield that only the bravest tread. Too true, sir, Harry said with a chuckle that was echoed by the Prime Minister and M. But it is a battlefield that we must control if we want to truly change the magical world. Indeed, Blair said. So is that all for your report? Yes, sir, Harry said. Very well then, I believe that is all for today, the Prime Minister said. Please contact us if anything changes. We expect to see you once more over the holidays to see how this Wizengamot meeting went. Of course, sir. Good luck then, Mr. Potter. Order, order. Dumbledore's voice rang out in the Wizengamot chamber as he placed his gavel on the desk. I now bring the winter session of the 1304th Wizengamot to order. How before we begin, are there any members that wish to bring some news to our attention? I do, Chief Warlock, a clear and commanding voice called out from the shadows. Step forward and be recognized, Dumbledore said, though he thought he recognized the voice. Harry stepped out of the shadows. I, Lord Harry James Potter Black, head of the most ancient and noble houses of Potter and Black, have come before this body to take up my family's traditional seats amongst you, he said. Lies, a voice called out from the gallery. It was Narcissa Malfoy, who rose from the Black seat. That brat can't be Lord Black, my son is the next in line for the title. Silence, Lady Malfoy, Harry barked. Narcissa tried to speak but found that she couldn't. That answers that question. Lady Malfoy, as Lord Black, I remove you from your seat as proxy for the House of Black and name Andromeda Tonks as the new proxy. I will of course be taking up my grandfather's seat. That blood traitor was banished from the Blacks years ago, another voice called down from seats. True, but as Lord Black, I have the ability to bring people back into the fold, Harry said. It was quite easy too, almost as easy as throwing Bellatrix Lestrange née Black from the House of Black. Bellatrix has brought shame to the House of Black by branding herself with the mark of the half-blood bastard who calls himself Lord Voldemort. There was instant uproar at Harry's news. The Dark families began hurling insults toward Harry, while the Light families just sat back in their seats stunned. Silence, Harry roared, his magic amplifying his voice to fill the chamber. I, Harry James Potter Black, swear on my life and magic that all that I have said is true to my best knowledge. A swirl of white light surrounded Harry, signaling the oath taking effect. Expecto Patronum. A massive glowing white stage erupted from Harry's wand and cantered around the chamber for a moment before dispersing into fine mist. Silence filled the chamber as Harry made his way down to his seat, while Andromeda made her way to the Black seat. Once seated, Harry turned to face Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, if you wouldn't mind continuing the meeting, he asked lightly. Dumbledore nodded slightly and turned back to the group at large. Harry stayed seated in his seat as Dumbledore brought up the fact that Voldemort had returned and that they, as a world at large, needed to come together to combat the forces of darkness. It wasn't until Peter Parkinson, Pansy's father, rose from his chair and made to introduce the most vile and repugnant piece of legislature that Harry had ever heard of. My lords and ladies, we find ourselves under siege, Parkinson said. Not from a dark lord but from a plot much more sinister and vile. I am talking about the influx of Muggleborns who come into our world and desecrate our traditions and try to corrupt our youth with their disgusting ideas. We need to stay strong and combat this menace with utter swiftness and the utmost prejudice. I move that we find all Muggleborn witches and wizards and have their magic bound and then cast them out from our world before their corrupting influence destroys the world that our ancestors has fought for. Harry looked around, noting each of the faces that either agreed with Parkinson or seemed somewhat interested in the proposed law. Unfortunately, the people that Harry noted made up a small majority of the Wizengamot. That's enough, Harry roared. I will not stand here and let this bigoted petty little man spout off this bigoted and prejudicial drivel. You sicken me, Parkinson. I hesitate to call you a human, let alone a man, for what you have suggested. You want to bind the magic of innocent children, all because of what? Because you are afraid. How dare you? Parkinson started, but he was cut off by Harry's booming voice. How dare you? Harry responded. You and all of your like are afraid of the fact that half-bloods and first-bloods are on average more powerful than purebloods. In fact, the overwhelming majority of squibs born come from pureblood families who refuse to marry anyone other than another pureblood. The only time a squib is born to a half-blood or first-blood family is due to unforeseen issues such as birth defects or sickness. The chamber was silent as they watched Harry start to tear down Parkinson's argument. Now I will concede that Lord Parkinson has a small point, Harry said. All first-blood magicals have no idea what they are getting into when they first enter the magical world. I, as you all know, am a half-blood, though I was Muggle-raised, and I had no idea that magic existed until I received my Hogwarts letter. When I first entered the magical world, it was overwhelming to say the least, and I'm sure it was just as bad for a first-blood. I propose that the Ministry sets up a department geared only toward the monitoring of first-blood families and new magical lines. The magical detection grid would be a good start. When a new magical line is discovered, we should send someone to speak with the families so they know what they are getting into. The Ministry can't afford an undertaking like that, Scrimgeour shouted from his seat next to Dumbledore. Well, who said that the Ministry had to pay for it? Harry said. Then who would? A voice asked. Harry turned and saw that the speaker was Madame Longbottom, Neville's grandmother. I think a good way to come up with the funds would be to take them from the vaults of convicted Death Eaters, Harry said. Let their ill-gotten and blood money be used to the betterment of this world. Never, Parkinson cried. I will not allow my gold to spend on such a worthless endeavor. I believe, Lord Parkinson, you just admitted that you are a Death Eater, Harry said with a feral grin. I only said that convicted Death Eaters would pay. I never said anything about suspected ones. Parkinson paled greatly as he realized his mistake. Orders! Scrimgeour shouted. Arrest Lord Parkinson. On what grounds? Suspicion of belonging to a dark organization. Now take him away. Parkinson whipped out his wand. You'll never take me, he shouted. The Dark Lord will come for you. Parkinson was cut off as a stunner impacted the man in his chest, sending him crashing to the floor. Eyes swiveled to Harry, who was calmly putting his wand back in his sleeve. It's nice to see a minister who isn't afraid to get the job done, Harry commented. Scrimgeour nodded, though Harry could tell that he only ordered Parkinson's arrest because of Harry's comment. Dumbledore rose from his chair to regain order in the chamber. I believe that Lord Potter's proposal has some merit. The convicted Death Eaters, Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix, Rodolphus, Rabaston Lestrange, Antonin Dolohov, Augustus Rookwood, Michael Avery, Mulciber, Crabbe, Jugson, Nott and Goyle will have a percentage of their vaults stripped from them and be put toward this new magical detection department. All those in favor. A flurry of hands rose into the air, Harry's and Andromeda's included. All those opposed. Hands rose tentatively into the air. Harry grinned. His performance had scared several of the fence-sitters into rethinking their positions. The motion passes, Dumbledore said with a smile. Harry settled back into his seat, a grin hidden in the shadows of his face, as the rest of the meeting went by. When Dumbledore had closed the session, Harry nodded to Madame Longbottom, Andromeda Tonks and Madame Bones before leaving the chamber and making his way back to the atrium before flowing back to the Three Broomsticks and then making his way back up to the castle. Harry groaned as he threw down the copy of the Daily Prophet and looked around the great hall. Nearly every eye in the hall was either glued to the paper or searching for him. Over at the Slytherin table, Harry saw Malfoy trembling with rage as his gray eyes sought out Harry's green ones. When they spotted one another, Malfoy's eyes narrowed to slits. "Harry, did you really come up with this idea? To have a ministry representative come meet with Muggleborn families before they get their Hogwarts letter?" Hermione asked. Harry nodded. "That's a wonderful idea. Why hasn't anyone come up with it before?" "Probably because no one has really cared for new magical families before," Harry said. "Look at what Pansy's father tried to do. That is more of a measure of wizarding Britain than anything. And don't use the word Muggleborn, it demeans new magicals, think about it. Half-blood, pureblood, they both have blood in their titles but not Muggleborns. Why should new magicals have something different?" "You know, Harry, you're right," Neville said. "If you go back far enough, our lines had to have started somewhere. The first member of our family lines had to have been a first blood. No magical line is truly pure." "But Harry, you know that the pureblood extremists are not going to take this laying down," Hermione said. "I know," Harry said. "Hermione, I have a favor to ask you." "Anything," said Hermione quickly. Harry raised an eyebrow at the bushy-haired witch before cutting his eyes toward Ron, who was watching the exchange with a blank look. Hermione blushed when she noticed her boyfriend watching her. "I mean, don't worry about it," Harry said. "I know what you meant. However, the favor I need from you is I'm afraid that Malfoy and Parkinson is going to try and get back at me and possibly through the DA. I want you to perform a Fidelius charm on the members list for the DA. I don't want anyone to know who is in it." Hermione's eyes widened. "But if we do that, no one will know that they are in it," she exclaimed. "Not quite," Harry said. "I will be the secret keeper and I will tell each member who else is in it, and people will know that the DA exists but not who. This will protect us from anyone who wants to try and get back at us." "That might work," Hermione said. "Give me some time to word it correctly and we should be good to go." "Thanks, Hermione," Harry said. Then Harry noticed something hanging from around Hermione's neck and dangling between her. Harry looked away as he felt his cheeks start to warm. "Stop it." Harry's inner voice snapped. "Hermione is off limits. She's dating Ron for whatever reason, and besides, she's broken my trust too many times for me to forget. I know that she didn't mean what she said about Sirius, but she still said it. Hermione knows me. She knows that I tried to contact Sirius and that I knew it was a trap, but I had to go anyway. Her parents are alive. She hasn't had anyone close to her die, especially right in front of her. At least I don't think she has. Come to think of it, what exactly do I know about Hermione aside from that her parents are dentists?" "Hey Hermione, what's that around your neck?" Harry asked. Hermione looked down and her face softened into a gentle smile. She fingered a silver necklace in the shape of a cross. "It was my grandmom's," Hermione said. "My parents gave it to me over the summer. She passed away recently and we were close." "I'm sorry, Hermione," Harry said, though alarm bells were ringing in his head. Hermione had told him and Ron that she had only been with her parents for a few days at the beginning of the summer. "Now you're just being paranoid. They could have given it to her then," Harry thought. "But I just can't shake this nagging feeling. Maybe I should send her parents a letter, give my condolences about her grandmom." "Hey there Hedwig, what you got for me?" Harry said as Hedwig fluttered down into the great hall. She nuzzled her head against Harry's head as he unfurled the letter from her leg. His eyes lit up when he saw that it was from the Grangers. Opening the letter, Harry's eyes narrowed as he read it. "Dear Harry, we must say that it quite past time that we get to talk, so to speak. Hermione has told us so much about you and we are quite surprised that she has never introduced us before. Then again, we haven't seen much of Hermione since she left for Hogwarts. You wrote that Hermione had received a necklace from her grandmother who had passed away recently, one that we gave her when she was home for the holidays. She's wrong. Both my mother and Matthew's mother are still alive. Matthew and I are quite concerned about Hermione. Ever since she went to Hogwarts, she has gotten more and more distant with us, and not just physically. We haven't seen her for more than a few days since before your 4th year. And even then, we haven't spent an entire holidays together since her 1st year. Both Matthew and I are extremely worried that we are losing our only child to a world that we can't follow. Please tell Hermione that we love her, and want to see her this Christmas holidays. Matthew and Juliet Granger. Harry looked up and saw Hermione entering the Great Hall with Ron, their fingers intertwined, causing Harry to frown. It wasn't like Hermione to lie. The only times that Harry had known Hermione to lie was back in first year to Professor McGonagall about the troll incident and then last year to Umbridge, but those instances were both to protect him. Why would Hermione lie about something like this? Something isn't right, Harry thought. He rose to his feet and approached the couple. Hermione, do you mind if we have a word? Harry asked. Hermione nodded instantly. A private word, Harry added as Ron made to follow. Why? Ron asked, narrowing his eyes. It has to do with the charm we're placing on the list, Harry lied smoothly. The less people who know about this the better. So you don't trust me to keep my mouth shut, Ron argued. No, Ron, Harry said. But quite a few times you speak before thinking, while Hermione, despite recent occurrences, has more tact than you. It's fine, Ron, Hermione assured her boyfriend. I'm sure that this won't take long. Where should we go? Just out into the entrance hall, Harry said. Hermione gave Ron a peck on the cheek, which caused Harry to grimace, before following Harry out into the entrance hall. All right, Harry, what was that all about? I know this discussion doesn't have anything to do with the Fidelius charm. Harry had to fight back a grin. Even though they were on fragile terms, she could still read him like a book. I wrote a letter to your parents, he said simply. What? Why? Hermione asked. I wanted to offer my condolences for their loss, Harry said neutrally. And I just got a letter back. They said that your grandmothers, both of them, are still alive. What do you mean? Hermione asked, her eyes widening. That can't be right. Her voice trailed off as her eyes gained a distant quality, as if she were trying to remember something. No, my parents said that my mum's mum passed away while we were at school and she left me her necklace in her will. Hermione, I'm only telling you what your parents wrote to me, Harry said. They also said that they wanted you to come home for the holidays. They're afraid that you're drifting away from them. Hermione's head dropped slightly. I know, she said. But they're muggles. They can't understand my world now. Hermione, Harry scolded, a frowning marring his face. There is no wizarding world and muggle world. There's only one world and we all, magical or not, live in it. And they're your parents. If you don't talk with them, then how are they supposed to understand what is happening in your life? Sometimes I think that you and Ron take your parents for granted. You each have people who love you unconditionally and without reserve, not matter what you do. If I could have one more day with my parents or Sirius, I don't know what I would give to do so. Hermione's face crumbled. She knew that Harry was right. She had been drifting away from her parents ever since she had entered Hogwarts. She didn't think that they could understand what the magical world had to offer. They couldn't share with her the excitement that filled her when she performed a spell correctly for the first time. You're right, Harry, Hermione said softly. About everything. My parents, everything. I know that you would give anything to have your parents back, and I don't think I could imagine how painful it is for you to see me just ignoring mine. I'm also so sorry about the ministry comments. The truth was I was scared. My best friend was once again going to put himself in harm's way without a second thought. You had to know it was a trap and you were recklessly going to charge right into it. You're right, Harry said. I knew it was most likely a trap, but I couldn't just not go. Hermione. Sirius was as close a father figure that I had. If your father were in that situation, what would you do? We tried to figure out if he was at Grimmauld Place. Creature lied to us about it and I had forgotten about the mirror that he gave me for Christmas. I will never forgive myself for forgetting that. If I had just remembered that, Sirius would still be alive. Hermione, you and I can never go back to the way things were before this year. You and Ron have hurt me too much to just forget about it. Now, I've done some stupid things as well, no question there. We've both done and said things that can never be taken back. Hermione felt tears well up in her eyes. Hermione, why don't you spend time with your parents? Go home for the holidays, talk with them. Don't lose them just because you think that they wouldn't be able to understand what your life is like. Let them make that choice. But I was going to the Burrow for Christmas, Hermione said. I mean it was going to be Ron and I's first Christmas together. Harry flinched slightly. Just tell the Weasleys that you want to spend time with your parents, I'm sure they'll understand. What about you? Where are you going for the holidays, the Burrow as well? No, Harry said. My dad had a flat in downtown London that he and my mum lived in for their first year out of Hogwarts, so I'm going to stay there. Why don't you come over to my house for Christmas, that is unless you're going to the Burrow? Hermione suggested. I mean neither you nor Ronald have ever met my parents before, and we nearly always spend Christmas here at Hogwarts or at the Burrow. Going to scare the boyfriend with meeting the parents, Harry chuckled. Hermione blushed. They don't know that we're dating, Hermione admitted. When was the last time you wrote to your parents, Hermione? Not since the start of the year. Why not? I'm not sure. I haven't had the time, Hermione said. Well, make time, Harry scolded. They're your parents, they want to hear from you. I would go right now and write a letter, tell them that you're going home for Christmas. Hermione nodded. What do you mean you aren't coming to the Burrow for Christmas? Ron shouted. I told you already, Ronald, Hermione said. I haven't spent any meaningful time with my parents for years. I want to spend Christmas with my parents, is that so much to ask? I've asked if you and Harry can come visit as well. You invited Harry too, Ron boomed. Why would you do that? He's coming to the Burrow as well, aren't you, mate? No, Ron, Harry said. I'm staying at a flat that my parents owned in London, and if Hermione's parents agree, I would be glad to accept their invitation. Honestly, Ronald, I haven't seen my parents since last summer. What's so wrong with me wanting to spend some time with them? Hermione asked. You're my girlfriend, that's why, Ron shouted. That doesn't give you the right to control my life, Hermione shot back. I can do what I want, Ronald, my life doesn't revolve around you. Now if you don't want to spend Christmas together, fine, but I will be spending it at my house. Ron threw his hands up in the air and stormed off down the train. That didn't go very well, Harry said. No shite, Hermione said. Harry's eyes widened at Hermione's language. You probably shouldn't have told Ron that I was coming as well, he said. You know that how he gets jealous of me, probably thinks that I'm trying to steal you away. Hermione laughed. Harry soon joined in, though it sounded hollow to his ears. I'm going to try and talk to him, she said. Save my spot. Harry nodded and watched as Hermione left the compartment. A moment later, Luna walked in with Neville trailing behind. Harry grinned at the pair. It wasn't known by very many, but the pair had been dating since the first Hogsmeade weekend. Harry thought it had something to do that Hermione and Ron had gotten together at pretty much the same time. Hermione is a very level-headed and logical girl, Harry, Luna said. She makes decisions using facts, logic, even in matters of the heart. And when is love ever logical? She is also a very insecure person. She has had a lonely childhood, much like the three of us. She hid herself away by using books and knowledge to protect her. Harry nodded. You're probably right, Luna, but she has made her choice, he said. I can only hope that Ron treats her right. It wasn't until the Hogwarts Express had nearly reached London when Ron and Hermione had returned to the compartment. Harry's sharp eyes caught that both of their clothes were slightly rumpled, causing him to shiver in disgust. He didn't want to think about Ron and Hermione snogging. When the express finally pulled into King's Cross, the group split up, Neville and Luna heading toward Madame Longbottom and Mr. Lovegood, while Ron, Hermione and Harry headed toward the barrier that separated platform 9 3/4 and the rest of King's Cross. However, another red train, this one in the form of Molly Weasley, cut them off. Harry dear, Hermione, Molly cried, scooping the pair up in a tight hug. So good to see you again. Now come along, we better get going. I'm sure that you two are excited to get back to the Burrow. Mrs. Weasley, I'm sorry to say, but neither of us are spending the holidays at the Burrow, Harry said. Didn't Ron tell you? I'm staying here in London at the flat my parents own due to some family business. And I'm spending the holidays with my parents, Hermione said. I haven't seen them in nearly a year. You'll do no such thing, Molly snapped. You can't be running around unsupervised, you're just children. Mrs. Weasley, Harry said sharply. I'm an adult, I've been an adult even since I was left on a doorstep in November, and Hermione has the right to see her parents. You are not our mother, so please stop acting like it. Now see here, young man, Molly began, building up for a rant, but Harry cut her off. Mrs. Weasley, we have already made ourselves clear, Harry said. Thank you for your gracious invitation, but both of us have other plans. Molly narrowed her eyes. Well then, I expect to see you, Harry, for Christmas then, she said. I'm afraid that won't be possible, said Harry. I'm spending Christmas with Hermione and her family. What? Molly cried. Harry nor Ron have ever met my parents, Hermione said. I invited Ronald, but he didn't seem to want to come. Ron cringed as Molly shot him a look that sent a message of, we're going to talk later. Well then, I guess if your minds are made up then I can't stop you, Molly said. Harry dear, if you don't wish to spend time with your family that's fine. Hermione, have a wonderful Christmas. Come along Ronald, Ginevra. Harry watched in stunned shock as Molly led her two youngest back to the flow on the magical side of the platform. Who the hell does that woman think she is? Harry growled. Calm down Harry, Hermione said. Though you are right, she was well out of line. Are you sure that you want to come to my house for Christmas? I mean, you've always stayed at Hogwarts or at the Burrow. I already said that I was coming, Hermione, Harry said. It will be nice to get away from the magical world for a time. Well then, let's go meet my parents, shall we? She asked. Harry nodded and let Hermione lead him through the barrier to the Muggle side of King's Cross. Hermione, a voice called out over the din. Harry looked around and blinked. He spotted an older-looking Hermione with blue eyes racing toward them, with a tall man with Hermione's brown eyes trailing her with a broad smile on his face. Mum, Daddy, Hermione cried as she dropped her trunk and raced to her parents. Harry felt a pang in his chest at the sight of Hermione's parents embracing their only daughter. Harry, get over here. Mum, Daddy, this is Harry Potter, my best friend. Nice to meet you, ma'am, sir, Harry said, extending his hand to Hermione's father. Matthew Granger gave the black-haired youth a once-over, instantly recognizing the stature that this young man had. It was one of a soldier. And I can see where Hermione gets her stunning looks from, ma'am. You two could pass for sisters, Harry added as he keyed the back of Juliet Granger's hand. Harry, Hermione cried as she blushed while Juliet giggled. Such a charmer, Juliet said. Well, it is very nice to meet you, Harry. We've heard so much about you and yet haven't met before now. Yes, unfortunate that, Harry said. Circumstances have conspired against us for quite some time. And thank you for inviting me for Christmas, you didn't have to. Nonsense, Harry, Matthew boomed. It is our pleasure. We finally get to meet the young man who has got our daughter in such a dizzy. Harry's smile froze as he looked over at Hermione. Hermione's own face had turned quite red. Actually, Daddy, Mum, there's something you should know, Hermione said. Ronald and I have started dating. Actually, we started dating about 6 weeks ago. Matthew and Juliet's eyes widened. Well, that's certainly unexpected, Matthew said. Where is this Ronald? He couldn't make it, Harry said quickly. He asked me to apologize, but his mother really needed him to come home, but he said that he truly missed having a chance to meet you. I see, Matthew said, narrowing his eyes. Harry knew that Mr. Granger hadn't believed a word that Harry had said. I tried to invite Ronald for Christmas, but he said he couldn't get away from his family, Hermione said. Maybe after the holidays you can meet him. Perhaps, Juliet said. From her tone, Harry suspected that she didn't believe Ron's excuse either. Oh, Hermione, is that the necklace then? Hermione looked down. Yes, she said. It was Nana's, don't you remember? Hermione, I've never seen that necklace before in my life, Juliet said. Matthew shook his head. But, Hermione began. Perhaps this conversation should be taken somewhere else, Harry said. Matthew nodded and the two men led Hermione and Juliet over to a cafe. Harry flicked his wand and raised several wards to ward off unwanted attention. Harry, Hermione scolded, but Harry just looked at her. Hermione, would you mind taking off that necklace? He asked. I want to check something, and since I'm the only person here who can use magic without getting in trouble. Hermione looked like she wanted to say no, but a look from her parents had her reaching up to her neck and slipping the necklace off. She laid it on the Formica table and sighed. Harry raised his wand and waved it over the necklace, muttering under his breath. His eyes narrowed tightly as he recognized the ghostly symbols that floated above the necklace. "What's going on, Harry?" Hermione asked, her voice snappish and sounding more like her own voice than in previous weeks. "This necklace had several charms on it," Harry growled. "An attraction charm, and several loyalty charms. But who would have done something like that?" Hermione asked quickly as her stomach began to fill with dread. "Wait a moment, what's going on?" Juliet asked. "It seems that someone wanted your daughter under some sort of spell," Harry said. "I can't tell who these charms were keyed to. The caster was too thorough, but then again that's a clue right there. There aren't many witches or wizards that have the skills to pull this off." "Harry," Hermione asked in a small voice. "I feel so different. It's like there was this other person controlling me. I mean, I was in control but also not, if that makes any sense." Harry nodded. "Believe me it does," he said. "Sounds a bit like an out-of-body experience," Matthew Granger said. "Like you're watching your body from another perspective." "That's almost it exactly, Daddy. Though there were some times that I wanted to say something to you, Harry, but then I would just get angry at you," Hermione said. "I'm so sorry," she cried, throwing herself into Harry's arms. "It's all right, Hermione," Harry said, rubbing her back. Matthew and Juliet watched as a handsome boy who wasn't her boyfriend consoled their daughter. "That's going to change soon, I hope," Juliet thought. All of Hermione's letters had Harry in them, and how she admired and respected him, while whenever this Ronald was mentioned it was always after the boy had done something to upset Hermione. "Well, I think it's time for us to be getting home," Matthew said once Harry had dispelled the charms on the necklace as well as put his own protection charm on it before taking down the wards surrounding the table. "Traffic is going to be bad enough as it is, and if we want to get home before dawn." "All right, Daddy," Hermione whined, though she was smiling. She turned to Harry. "Thank you again, Harry," she said softly. "I don't deserve a friend like you." "That's not true, Hermione," Harry said. "It's me that doesn't deserve you. Sure, we've both made our fair share of mistakes, but I don't know how many times I've taken Ron's side of an argument even though I knew that you were right. I was just scared of chasing Ron off. He was the first person my age that I could call friend, but now I don't know what to think. We still don't know who gave you that necklace and who put the charms on it." "We'll figure it out, Harry," Hermione said. "Come on, Hermione," Juliet called out. "Bye, Harry," Hermione whispered before giving him one last tight hug and a soft peck on the cheek. "Bye, Hermione," Harry answered, returning her hug. Harry sighed as he fell into the bed in his flat. The ride from Hogwarts and the revelations regarding Hermione's necklace had been draining, to say the least. He was just happy that the day was finally over. However, he couldn't fall asleep, not with all the thoughts running through his head. Who had charmed Hermione's necklace, and why? Why was Mrs. Weasley so adamant about getting the pair to come to the Burrow? Sure, Harry had enjoyed spending time with the Weasleys, but the past couple of years, Mrs. Weasley had subtly changed from the caring mother figure that Harry had desperately craved to a domineering and controlling woman who would shout and browbeat anyone who went against her plans. Harry had noticed this the previous summer when Molly had taken control of Grimmauld Place, even though it was Sirius' house, and what was worse was that Sirius didn't do anything to stop her. Looking back and from what his parents had written in their journals, Sirius was the type who wouldn't back down from anyone. He had gone against his entire family by being sorted into Gryffindor instead of Slytherin, but Sirius had just let Molly run roughshod over him. Could it have been the years locked up in Azkaban finally catching up to him? Dumbledore did force Sirius to a place that he had hated, and right after escaping from the wizarding prison, and wouldn't let him leave. Groaning, Harry rolled out of bed and headed to the medicine cabinet. He grabbed a vial of dreamless sleep potion before returning to the bed. Harry had ordered Dobby to make sure the flat was fully stocked up on food, supplies, potions and medical supplies before the beginning of the holidays. The ever-excitable house elf had only been too happy to fulfill his master's orders. Harry had found a message from his superiors waiting for him when he got to the flat. They wanted to meet with Harry over the holidays for a situation report. Harry thought back to the fall term. This past term had been one of the toughest yet. Only first term of fourth year and all of last year were tougher. He had learned that Dumbledore was just as responsible as Riddle for the horrible childhood that he had suffered through. Ron and Hermione had turned away from him, thinking him a cheater just because he used someone's notes, and then there was this necklace of Hermione's. Harry thought who could have enchanted the necklace with the charms. Neither charm were particularly strong. Harry suspected that they were just adding on to whatever feelings were already there. Harry had known that Hermione and Ron had been circling around each other for nearly 2 years, though Harry thought that they would never work as a couple. They were too different in personalities. Ron was a goof, though he had started to take things more seriously, but all he really cared about was food, Quidditch and girls. Ron was a typical teenager while Hermione was anything but typical. She was studious, caring and a bit of a know-it-all, though she had mellowed out over the years. Hermione was much more mature than Ron, mainly out of necessity. She had had a lonely childhood like Harry but still had a loving family to support her. However, Hermione was also very naive to the workings of the world. She had a tendency to too readily believe in authority figures, thinking that they were always right and would always do the right thing. She sometimes forgot that authority figures were also humans and that they make mistakes. Harry heard people talking about how Ron and Hermione bickered like an old married couple. He always had to hold in a snort. Ron and Hermione didn't bicker. They argued and fought like a couple going through a divorce. Harry had seen 2 married couples in his life, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and the Dursleys, and neither couple fought like Ron and Hermione did. Harry was sure that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley argued sometimes. Even the Dursleys did when they hadn't been shouting at Harry. Harry shook his head at the thought of Ron and Hermione getting married. Unless Ron grew up and Hermione mellowed out even more, they would turn out one of those couples that ended up killing each other after the first month if they lasted that long. They were just too different. Harry kicked out the kickstand to Sirius' old motorcycle as he came to a stop outside Hermione's 2-story house. Harry noticed that each of the houses around the Grangers each had their own personalities. Unlike the cookie-cutter houses on Privet Drive, the houses surrounding the Grangers didn't have picture-perfect lawns, neatly manicured gardens and gleaming expensive cars in the driveways. They actually looked like a home rather than a show home. It gave off a welcoming feeling, which was expanded upon as the front door was flung open and Hermione came barreling out toward him. She skidded to a stop when she realized what Harry had been riding. "Harry, what is that?" she asked. "Is that?" "Yep, it's Sirius' bike," Harry said. "I found it in Grimmauld Place's garage." Who knew that Hubble had a garage? "When did you learn to drive?" "Over the summer," Harry said. "I took your example from 3rd year." "3rd year? You have a time turner," Hermione cried. "Quiet, Hermione," Harry hissed. "I don't want anyone to know, but yes. It helped me go through basic training, and since I didn't use it for an entire school year, I didn't burn myself out like you did." Hermione flushed. The time turner incident was something that Hermione didn't like being reminded of. She now knew that she had been too stubborn to use it effectively. Harry chuckled as he noticed the look on Hermione's face. "Don't worry about it, Hermione. It wasn't your fault," he said. "Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore should have told you all the consequences about using it. Didn't Percy Weasley take all 12 owls? But I don't think he used a time turner to get to all his classes." "You're right," Hermione said. "Professor McGonagall said that it was an honor that wasn't bestowed lightly and hadn't been given to a student in years. I wonder why McGonagall and Dumbledore would give such a restricted item to a 3rd year. I mean, this was a favor to you," Harry said. "Dumbledore never does anything without a reason. You don't think he's going to try and use me or something?" Hermione whimpered, remembering what Harry had told her about what Dumbledore had done to him. "I don't know. Who knows what goes on in Dumbledore's head," Harry said. "Come on, Harry, let's not talk about this sort of thing," Hermione said. "Come inside, my parents are waiting." "Oh, and my parents surprised me. They invited all my aunt and uncles and my cousins." Harry arched an eyebrow. "I thought your parents were only children," he asked. "No," Hermione said. "My mum is, but my dad has 2 younger brothers and an older sister." "Oh," Harry said. "Harry," Juliet Granger's voice called out from the front doorway. "Hermione, Bring him inside and show him off. The pair blushed as they turned to see Juliet and several others standing in the doorway or pressing their noses to the glass of the front windows. "Mum," Hermione cried as she buried her flaming face in Harry's chest. "Come on, Hermione, we better get inside before your parents decide to make everyone think I'm your boyfriend or something," Harry said with a chuckle. Hermione hit Harry across the chest before turning back to the house. Harry was introduced to the rest of the Granger family, Hermione's uncles Ben, Daniel and Roger, and her aunts Charlotte and Lauren along with Hermione's cousins Danny, Beth, Lucy and little Anne. "Who are you?" 5-year-old Lucy asked. "Are you my owns?" Harry chuckled. "No," he said, kneeling down to match eye level with the young girl. "I'm just her friend." "My best friend Lucy," Hermione said. "His name is Harry." "So Harry, how did you and Hermione meet?" Charlotte Duncan née Granger asked. "We actually met on the train to school when we were 11, Harry said. "She barged into the compartment I was in and left quite the impression." Hermione blushed deeply to the roots of her hair. "But it wasn't until Halloween when we became friends." "Yes, this elusive boarding school that Hermione attends, what was the name of it again?" Ben Granger asked. "Hogwarts, it's an exclusive boarding school in Scotland," Harry said. "Most of the students are children of former students, but Hermione was obviously exceptional enough to warrant admission." Harry sent a wink toward the gobsmacked faces of Hermione, Matthew and Juliet Granger. "Hermione, why don't you show Harry around while Matt and I get dinner ready?" Juliet said. Hermione nodded and grabbed Harry's arm, leading him toward the stairs. "What in Merlin's name was that about?" Hermione hissed. "You can't go around and tell my family about Hogwarts, they don't know that I'm a witch." "Relax, Hermione," Harry said. "One of the things that Dumbledore has done right is make a Department of Education entry about Hogwarts, marking it just as a private boarding school in Scotland. This allowed First Blood families to tell their relatives about their children's school without exposing it." Hermione blinked at Harry's statement. He was right. Dumbledore's doing that allowed new magical families to actually talk about Hogwarts. "So about this tour?" Harry asked with a grin. Hermione nodded and led Harry down the upstairs hallway, showing him the guest rooms, the master bedroom, the study and finally her bedroom. "You know, I would have never thought that you would be showing me your home bedroom," Harry chuckled. "If Ron were here, he'd be so red." Hermione flushed as she caught Harry's meaning. "Ron wouldn't be able to handle my family," she said. "He doesn't seem to understand or even want to understand anything remotely Muggle. I mean, remember what he said when we said that we wouldn't be coming to the Burrow for Christmas? He was affronted that I wanted to spend time with my parents." "Ron takes his family for granted," Harry said. "He has always had his family around him while I've had mine taken from me, and you spend most of the year away from your family. We're alone, cut off from the world that we grew up in for 9 months of the year while Ron is perfectly happy staying in the magical world." Hermione nodded. While Ron wasn't a bigot like Malfoy or several Slytherins and others, he did seem to look down on the outside world and thought that Muggles were beneath wizards and witches. He never wanted to learn about the world outside of Hogwarts, Hogsmeade and the Burrow, it seemed. "Hermione, Harry, it's time to come back down," Juliet's voice called up the stairs, breaking Hermione from her thoughts. "This looks wonderful, Mrs. Granger," Harry said as he and Hermione entered the dining room and took in the scrumptious feast that had been set out on the long dining table. "Oh, thank you, Harry," Juliet said with a bashful blush. "Let's eat," Danny shouted as his sister nodded furiously. The adults laughed as the young children drooled over the lamb, potatoes and other fixings. After dinner, the family and Harry retreated back to the family room to open presents and settle their full stomachs. Harry sat on the floor, surrounded by Hermione's young cousins, a childish grin lighting his face. Hermione watched as her dark-haired best friend play with her young cousins. "He's going to be a wonderful father someday," a soft voice said from behind Hermione, causing her to jump. It was her mother. "Yes," Hermione agreed. "I've never seen him so utterly content and happy." "Why didn't you spend Christmas with your family, Harry?" Hermione's Aunt Lauren asked as she watched Harry play with little Lucy. Hermione froze and the atmosphere in the room became stifling. "My parents were killed when I was 1, Harry said bluntly. I'm actually the last of my family. Oh, Lauren gasped, her hands flying to cover her mouth. I'm so sorry, Harry, I didn't know. You must think. It's okay, Mrs. Granger, Harry said. You didn't know. I haven't had the best life, but Hermione has been a shining light in it ever since she entered it. My friends have become my family now. Hermione felt her eyes water at the sincerity in Harry's voice. Was she really that important to Harry? Was he truly important to her? Well, the answer to the second question was a resounding yes. Harry was the most important person in her life outside of her family, and Ron didn't even come close. While she and Harry might have arguments, they were nothing like the rows that she had with Ronald. Harry might disagree with her point of view, he would at least listen to her, while Ronald would just call her mental. Slowly, thoughts of why Ronald began creeping into her mind. Why was she dating Ronald Weasley when she could barely stand him? Sure, he was one of her best friends, and he was cute and funny and that was it. He was jealous, petty, and insecure. He only cared about Quidditch, food and girls, he didn't care about her wants or dreams. A light bulb went off in Hermione's head, she had just realized what Ron was. He was a teenager, and he acted just like a teenager. She was trying to treat him like a man when he wasn't. She wanted to mold him into her perfect spouse, but Ron was still growing. He might grow into that man, but right now, he was just a child. Then she remembered the necklace that had the attraction and loyalty charms on it. Could they have been the reason that she agreed to start dating Ron? No, it wasn't that. She had been attracted to Ron before getting the necklace, but ever since getting it when she arrived at the Burrow, her feelings for Ron had grown. The charms didn't create anything that wasn't there already, but did they change how I truly felt about Ron? Hermione thought. What's on your mind, Princess? Matthew asked his daughter when he caught sight of the pensive look on her face. Too much, Hermione answered dryly. We always knew that you would date one of them, Juliet said. It was only a matter of time before we got a letter or you came home and said that you were dating. They are the only two boys that you know, right? All of your letters were always about Harry this, or Harry that, and when Ronald was mentioned, well, it wasn't very flattering to say the least. We were quite surprised last week when you told us that you were dating Ronald and not Harry. Hermione nodded. I know, it surprised me too, she said. But nothing, Princess, Matthew said. This is your decision and we will respect that. As long as you are happy, we're happy. Hermione nodded once more and turned back to the sitting room where Harry was now watching television with her cousins. A warm feeling welled up inside Hermione's chest as she remembered Harry's words from over a month previous. Are you truly with Ronald Weasley because you want to, or is it because everyone expects it? Do you really want to spend the rest of your life as Mrs. Ronald Weasley? Suddenly, Harry's head snapped around as if he had been struck. Harry, what's wrong? Hermione asked as he rose fluidly to his feet and crossed the room quickly. We've got company, Harry said in a dark tone. Hermione's eyes widened as she realized what Harry meant. Death Eaters. Harry, Hermione cried as Harry whipped out his wand and cast several spells at the doors and windows. What are you doing? Reinforcing the windows and doors, Harry said. Get your family into the basement. There are about 10 of them out there, and no offense to your family, but they'll be more of a hindrance in this fight than a help. Hermione nodded and quickly relayed the news to her parents. Come on everyone, Matthew barked. We need to get down to the basement now. What's going on, Matt? What was that thing that Harry was using? Daniel asked. Everything will be explained later, but right now, I need you all to go down to the basement, Harry ordered. And Mr. Granger, if you have any weapons around the house, now would be the time to get them out. And don't open the basement door for anyone unless they give the password, which will be, God Save the Queen. Matthew nodded and he and Juliet herded the rest of the Granger family out of the sitting room and down to the basement. Once the Grangers were out of sight, Harry turned to Hermione. Hermione, this isn't the time to hold back, Harry said. They came here to cause harm to you and your family, let's return the favor. Hermione nodded grimly as her eyes steeled over. Harry tapped his pocket. Hermione's eyes nearly popped out of her head when Harry reveled his Glock 17 pistol. Harry, Hermione cried, what in Merlin's name are you doing with that? I'm in Her Majesty's service, Hermione, Harry said. And I had a feeling that Riddle might try something, so I brought my gear along. I also brought a second vest. Here, put it on. Harry handed over a spare Kevlar vest. Hermione looked at it warily but sighed and slipped it on. Harry, what if the Death Eaters just sit back and seal the house and bring it down on top of us? Hermione whispered as Harry killed the lights around the room. I don't think they will, Harry said. They came here for a reason. But I did place some firefighting wards around the house that should protect us unless they use fiendfire. Just in case, expecto patronum. A brilliant silver stag erupted from Harry's wand. The stag cantered around the room for a moment before turning to Harry. Go to Hogwarts and tell Dumbledore that Death Eaters have attacked the Grangers. There are 10 of them. Go now. The stag nodded imperiously before fading out of sight. Harry turned to Hermione. We're going to have to hold out for a while, he said. You ready? No, Hermione answered honestly. But these monsters came here to hurt my family. They've terrorized my friends and the world for years. I think it's time to repay the favor. That's my girl, Harry grinned as he snuck a look out of the window. The Death Eaters had stopped casting spells at the doors and windows, and had begun advancing toward the house. Harry rose to the window and used his elbow to break the glass. In rapid succession, Harry fired off 3 blasting hexes toward the approaching Death Eaters. The ground in front of the Death Eaters erupted into plumes of dirt and rubble. Harry ducked down behind the window as a streak of green lightning sped through the window and slammed into the back wall of the room, setting it ablaze. Hermione yelped before extinguishing the flames with a flick of her wand. Get down, Harry barked as he threw himself on top of Hermione, knocking her to the ground just as another volley of killing curses crashed through the now broken window and crashed into the opposite wall. Come on out, Mudblood, a very familiar sneering voice called out through the broken window. Come out and spare your disgusting Muggle family. Several other voices laughed darkly. Harry and Hermione locked eyes. Malfoy, they both realized. Oh, come now, Draco, Harry called out. Do you really think that we believe that? That you'll just leave if we give ourselves up? Potter, Malfoy crowed. Oh, this is brilliant. Scarhead and the Mudblood spending Christmas together. What would the weasel say? The Dark Lord will reward us greatly when we bring him the corpse of Potter's Mudblood and his own broken body. Draco, last time we fought I beat you without using any magic, Harry challenged. Do you think that you could possibly hope to beat the smartest witch of her age? And remember, there's no Daddy Dearest here to bail you out when you get in over your head. Confringo, Malfoy roared as a bolt of blue magic spat from Malfoy's wand and raced toward the house. Protega, Harry shouted, conjuring a silvery shield in front of Malfoy's spell. A large dong echoed around the room as the shield easily held against Malfoy's curse. Crash, Harry and Hermione whirled around as they heard the front door splinter and come crashing down the hall. Harry turned to Hermione, and saw the fear in her eyes. Don't worry, Hermione, just stay here and keep Malfoy busy. I'll deal with the others, he said in the most soothing tone that he could manage. Just be careful, Harry, Hermione pleaded. Of course. Hermione turned back to the window and shot several spells out at Malfoy and the 3 other Death Eaters. Harry slid out of the room and into the front hall in time to see 2 Death Eaters rush into the house. Harry brought his arm up and his firearm spat twice. The Death Eaters didn't even have time to utter a single syllable before 2 bullets tore through their robes and sent them crashing to the floor, blood pooling beneath them. Harry silently summoned their wands and bound the dying Death Eaters. With a contemptuous sneer, Harry snapped the captured wands. He tossed the broken fragments to the floor and quickly conjured a stone wall that replaced the destroyed door. Potter, a crazed voice out from behind Harry. Harry dove sideways as a killing curse sped overhead. Spinning to his feet, Harry faced down the crazed Bellatrix Lestrange, the woman who had killed Sirius. Bellatrix, Harry snarled. I thought I smelt your foul stench. Where's Tommy Boy? Isn't he the one holding your leash? You dare insult the Dark Lord? Insolent half-blood traitor. Bellatrix screeched as she sent a cruciatous curse at Harry. Harry ducked under the curse and sent a blasting hex at the crazed witch, who casually blocked the spell. Oh, as little Harrican's missing cousin Sirius. Bellatrix taunted. Harry's eye twitched at the crazed witch's taunt. Yes, I do miss Sirius, Harry admitted. But I know that he'd want me to kick your ass. Oh, and how are those payments to Riddle coming? Oh, that's right. You no longer have any money since Sirius made me his heir and told me to annul your marriage. I'm sure that Tommy Boy wasn't very happy when he found out that he no longer had any access to the Black family funds. Bellatrix screamed out hoarsely as she shot several dark spells toward Harry. Harry weaved his way around the spells, pulling his gun from his holster and fired 2 shots toward Bellatrix. The crazed witch howled in pain as the first bullet shattered her raised shield and the second cut right through her shoulder. Her wand clattered to the ground before she dropped to her knees, clutching her injured shoulder. You half-blood bastard, Bellatrix screeched. What did you do to me? Let me introduce you to a very ingenious non-magical concept, Harry said. It's called a gun, and it is quite like a wand, a deadly weapon when used properly. A gun? You shot me with that muggle contraption. How dare you? Bellatrix screamed. Harry. Hermione screamed behind Harry, causing him to whirl around in time to see the stone wall that had replaced the Grangers' front door explode into fragments. Arg! Harry cried as he felt something white-hot slash across his face, from hairline to his jaw. Clamping a hand to his now bleeding jaw, Harry looked back and saw that Bellatrix had snatched up her fallen wand and was now backing away from Harry, toward the back door. Avada Kedavra! A voice hissed. Harry threw himself to the ground just as a green bolt of lightning passed by. Rolling onto his stomach, Harry fired 2 more shots at the approaching Death Eaters. The 2 bullets hit Death Eater that had tried to curse Harry, once in the stomach and the other in the chest. The Death Eater dropped to the floor with a thud, dead. His friend froze as he looked at Harry slowly get to his feet, dropping pouring from a slash on the wizard's face. Harry's eyes flashed emerald and the Death Eater screamed as he felt something slash at his hand. Looking down, the Death Eater was stunned to see that his hand and forearm were no longer attached to the rest of his body. Harry heard Hermione's voice scream once more. Stunning the disarmed Death Eater, Harry cast a quick suturing charm to knit the skin of his face back together. Harry didn't know much healing magic. That's something I need to get the DA working on, Harry thought as he rushed toward the sitting room. His heart leapt into his throat when he saw Hermione battling 2 Death Eaters, using quick transfiguration to gain allies usually in the form of small animals made from odds and ends that had populated the Grangers' sitting room. If the situation wasn't so dire, Harry would have commented Hermione on her magic, but as it were, he quickly darted into the fray, slamming his shoulder into the closest Death Eater, sending the burly man crashing to the ground. Harry quickly summoned the man's wand and stunned and bound him, before snapping the wand. The sound of broken glass and wood alerted Harry to the fact that more Death Eaters were attempting to enter the house from the back. Harry realized that Bellatrix must have slinked out of the house and rallied her troops. Harry conjured a boulder and banished it out the back door just as several Death Eaters attempted to enter the house. The flying boulder crashed into 2 Death Eaters that had charged toward the open door and sent them careening back into the yard. Crucio! A sneering voice hissed and a blood-curdling scream rent the air. Hermione! Harry gasped. He felt a tsunami of anger wash over him as he recognized the voice holding Hermione under the torture curse. Malfoy! Harry roared as he bowled his way into the sitting room. Malfoy was standing above Hermione, his wand pointing down at the trembling witch. 3 familiar figures flanked Malfoy: Crabbe, Goyle and Parkinson. The trio of Slytherin spun around to face Harry and tried to bring their wands to bear, keyword tried. Harry's wand flashed and 3 wands clattered to the ground as 3 piercing curses struck the trio of Death Eaters in their shoulders. Malfoy whirled to face Harry, a curse on the tip of his tongue, but Harry was faster as his Flamma Scutica, Flame Whip, curse sliced through cloth, flesh and bone, separating Malfoy's hand from his arm. The spell also cauterized the wound, making it impossible for someone to reattach the hand to the arm. A bludgeoning hex brought Malfoy to his knees in front of Harry. Summoning the quartet of wands, Harry caught them with one hand and snapped them. Malfoy and Pansy looked on in horror as the shattered remains of their wands. Crabbe and Goyle were staring stupidly at Harry, as if they were surprised to see him. I guess Riddle must be scraping the bottom of the barrel if he has you 4 in his little club, Harry sneered. With a flick of his wrist, the four were bound head to toe in chains. Without looking back, Harry rushed over to Hermione, who was still struggling with the after effects of Malfoy's curse. "Hermione, are you all right?" he asked softly. The sound of several pops from outside the house drowned out Hermione's answer. Harry spun around, his wand and gun tracking for targets. "Ms. Granger, Mr. Potter." The headmaster's voice filtered through the doorway. "In here," Harry called out, holstering his gun but keeping his wand out. Dumbledore quickly appeared in the doorway, following by Kingsley, Moody, Remus and Tonks. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Moony asked. "Later, Lupin," Harry snapped. "Hermione's been hit with the Cruciatus from the ferret over the and she needs medical attention. The rest of her family is in the basement. Kingsley, can you get them? Oh, and tell them, God save the Queen." If Kingsley thought this was weird, he didn't say anything and quickly left the room. "Harry, this portkey will take Ms. Granger to the hospital wing at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said. "And perhaps you should go as well to get yourself looked at." "I'm fine," Harry grunted. "And Hermione isn't going anywhere without her family. They deserve to know what has happened here tonight." "Damn right we do," Matthew Granger shouted from the doorway. "Hermione!" Juliet screamed as she spotted Hermione trembling on the ground next to Harry. "What happened?" she asked Harry, after rushing over to her daughter. "She was hit with the Cruciatus curse from this sack of shite," Harry snarled, glaring a hole in Malfoy's head. "It's a very dark curse that causes unbelievable pain by firing off all nerves at once. Luckily Malfoy can't cast for shite because she was under for very long, but she'll need medical attention." "How do you know about this spell?" Matthew asked. "Because I've been put under it," Harry said flatly. "Twice from Tom Riddle, or Lord Voldemort. Trust me, Malfoy has got nothing on Riddle, which is a good thing. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, this will take your daughter to Hogwarts for treatment," Dumbledore said, holding out a sock. The Grangers looked to Harry. "It's a portkey, a type of magical transportation, close to teleportation but without a pad or anything," Harry said. "Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey is the best. She'll make sure that Hermione is taken care of. But first, Engorgio." The sock grew to 3 times its normal size. "Each of you put a finger on the sock and the headmaster will activate it." "What's going on here? Who are all you people, and what happened to Hermione?" Ben Granger barked. Matthew and Juliet looked at one another before nodding. "We'll explain everything when we get to Hogwarts, Ben. Just do what Harry says," Matthew said. Ben Granger looked like he wanted to argue, but after seeing his oldest brother's face, decided to hold off on his questions for the moment. "What the hell took you so long?" Harry shouted once the Granger family had vanished in a swirl of blue light. "My apologizes, Harry, but it took some time to gather enough order members," Dumbledore said. "Damn right it did," Harry snapped. "We got lucky that Riddle sent the baby squad here rather than the big guns, though Bellatrix was here." "Bellatrix!" Lupin, Moody and Kingsley shouted. "Damn straight," Harry said. "Gave me this when I wasn't looking," he added, pointing to the scar on the right side of his face. "Don't bother sending me to Hogwarts, I want to keep it. It will remind me to never turn my back on an opponent again." Moody nodded. "Finally learning, are you, Potter?" he growled. "What happened here, Harry? And why aren't you at the Burrow or Hogwarts?" Remus asked. "I was spending the holidays at my parents' flat in the city, but Hermione invited me to spend Christmas with her family," Harry said. "You said that there were 10 Death Eaters in your Patronus message," Dumbledore said. "But there are only 4 children here, and you mentioned Bellatrix." "She must have escaped after I got her shoulder," Harry said. "There should be 2 more dead Death Eaters by the front door, and at least 2 more either dead or injured in the backyard after I banished a boulder into them. Bellatrix must have taken the other one and left, or the other Death Eater took her back." Dumbledore, the boy's telling the truth," Moody grunted. "I can see 4 bodies. Adding those 4 to the others tonight, I'd say we've made quite the impression to you-know-who." "Other attacks?" Harry asked sharply. "Yes, Harry, I'm afraid Voldemort decided to use this joyous time of the year to launch a large-scale attack," Dumbledore said. "Who else?" "The Burrow, Longbottom Manor, Ms. Lovegood's home and Privet Drive," Dumbledore answered. "What aren't you telling me, Dumbledore?" Harry growled. There's more to this than just saying that my friends and relatives were attacked. You are correct, Harry, Dumbledore said. I'm afraid the light suffered several casualties tonight. Percival, Mr. Lovegood and your family were all killed this night. Harry felt a pang in his chest for what Luna and the Weasleys must be feeling, though he didn't feel much of anything for the Dursleys' death. Sure, he was sad they were dead, but they didn't truly care for him at all, so why should he have to care about them? Dumbledore seemed to misinterpret Harry's silence as mourning for the Dursleys. I'm sorry, Harry, he said, to hear of the last of your family. They weren't my family, Dumbledore, Harry interrupted. They were people I had the misfortune to be related to, and that's all. After all they did to me, they don't deserve my tears. Are you so cold, Harry? We are at war, Harry growled. When this is all over, I'll have time to grieve, but until then, I won't shed a tear, and especially not for the Dursleys. Now what are you going to do to these scum? He finished, glaring down at Malfoy, Parkinson, Crabbe and Goyle. There isn't much we can do, Harry, Dumbledore said. They are just children, and will have to be treated as such. They were most likely forced to come here by Tom and Bellatrix. Are you bloody mental? Harry roared. Malfoy was holding Hermione under the Cruciatus curse for Merlin's sake. That right there is life in Azkaban. And what do you know? They all have the dark mark. Harry added, after slicing off the left sleeves of the Slytherins' sleeves, revealing the pulsing black tattoo. Ministry Aurors. A new voice called out from the front lawn. It's clear, Moody barked out. Code Green. The Ministry Aurors, dressed in their red uniforms, poured into the room. What took you all so long? Harry snapped. The lead Auror frowned. There have been more important attacks than some Muggle house boy, the Auror snapped. Kingsley, Remus and Moody shook their heads at the stupidity coming from the man. What is your name, Auror? Harry growled. Johnson, Brendan Johnson, the lead Auror said as he swelled up his chest. And who do you think you are, boy? Lord Harry James Potter Black, Auror Johnson, Harry said sternly. The Aurors blinked at Harry's tone. And it seems that Auror standards have fallen since my father and godfather were part of the Corps, if they are giving out bars to just about anyone. Why, you little, Johnson snarled. If you even think of pulling that wand, I'll have you stripped of your badge faster than you can blink, Harry said imperiously. Now do you jobs and get this scum out of my presence. I want you to charge them to the fullest extent, as they had the audacity to attack a family under the protection of the houses of Potter Black. Yes, my lord, the Auror lieutenant said, stepping forward. Rogers, Davies, Proudfoot, cuff these Death Eater scum. Gentlemen, please, let's not be hasty, Dumbledore said, stepping forward. Surely you don't mean to arrest these children. They were coerced into turning away from the light and must be given the chance to redeem themselves. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, but I have to do my job, and that job is to arrest Death Eaters, and these children, as you say, are suspected Death Eaters. They have the dark mark and are wearing Death Eater robes, and I'm sure that once we check their wands, we'll find some interesting spells. Oh, actually you won't be able to check their wands, Harry said with an embarrassed grin. Why not? I snapped them, Harry said. What? I learned my lesson from last summer. When you put someone down, you make sure they stay down and don't let them get their wand back. I can give you my memories, and I'm sure they'll have some interesting things to say when you give them some Veritaserum. I'll make sure that they have Veritaserum pouring from their ears when we are done with them. You have my word, my lord, the lieutenant said. Harry nodded. The Aurors quickly rounded up Malfoy, Parkinson, Crabbe and Goyle, slapping magic-suppressing cuffs on 3 of them. Malfoy only had the one hand, so they didn't bother before dragging them out of the house and taking a portkey back to the ministry. Harry, who are you to condemn children to such hardships? Dumbledore asked in a disappointed tone. Save your platitudes for someone who cares, Headmaster, Harry growled. They attacked someone who couldn't defend themselves. Malfoy used a bloody unforgivable for Merlin's sake. These aren't the actions of children. They have chosen their path, and now it's time they see the consequences of their actions. I think it's time for you to return to Hogwarts, Harry, Dumbledore said, sensing that he wouldn't win their argument. Your friends are already there. Harry nodded and took the new portkey before vanishing in a swirl of blue light. Harry is becoming most difficult, Dumbledore said as he turned to the others. He no longer listens to me, and is seemingly turning dark. Bollocks to that Albus, Moody grunted. The boy is finally starting to wise up. He knows what it will take to win this war and he's doing his part. The boy has realized that you're just trying to control him and he doesn't want to be controlled. You've lost touch, Albus. You keep going on and on about your greater good, but what does that get us when we're all dead because you would rather protect the guilty than the innocent? Dumbledore frowned at his old friend. We should return to Hogwarts, Albus said. The 5 Order members vanished from the Grangers' home. Harry heard Ginny's voice cry out as he stopped spinning and appeared in the middle of the hospital wing. What happened? Madame Pomfrey won't let us see Hermione, and who are all those people? Madame Pomfrey needs to concentrate, and the more people hounding her will only hurt Hermione, Harry said. And, those people, are Hermione's parents and the rest of her family. Why didn't you come to the Burrow for Christmas, Harry? Ginny asked. It's not like you. Mum was furious. I wanted to spend some time away from the magical world, Harry said. Also, Hermione invited me to spend Christmas with her family. You did what? Ginny cried. Why did you want to spend time with Muggles? Harry growled. Hermione is my best friend Ginevra, he said shortly. And I have never met her parents or been to her house. I've always appreciated what your family has done for me, but I wanted to meet the Grangers. Too bad Malfoy and his goons had to ruin it. Where's Ron? Ginny's face fell slightly. He got hit by a curse from some Death Eater, she said. Madame Pomfrey has done all she can, and has called for some specialists from St. Mungo's. It seems that the curse interacted with whatever those brains did last summer. Harry felt the ground fall out from under him. Ron was hurt, ever dependable Ron. Sure, he could be a prat, jealous and annoyingly dense sometimes, but he was like Harry's brother, the brother Harry never had. Who? Harry growled. We're not sure, Ginny said. It was all so fast. They just appeared out of thin air and started firing curses all over the place. Percy got hit and just collapsed to the ground. Harry gently pulled Ginny into a hug, and rubbed her back as she sobbed into his chest. He saw Mr. and Mrs. Weasley standing at the beside of their youngest son, Arthur, holding Molly up while Fred, George and Bill hovered nearby. Ginny, where's Luna? Harry asked. Ginny looked up from Harry's chest. I'm not sure, she said. She arrived here with her father, talked with Madame Pomfrey and ran off. Her father was killed tonight, Harry said bluntly. She shouldn't be alone right now. Do you have any idea where she could be? Ginny shook her head. Harry sighed and pulled out the Marauders map. Activating it, Harry quickly scanned it and found the dote of Luna Lovegood alone in the astronomy tower. Got to go, Ginny, Harry said as he tore out of the hospital wing. Harry dimly heard Ginny call after him but paid it no mind. He wasn't to go make the same mistake that Dumbledore did with him after his 4th and 5th years. If you see someone die, you shouldn't be left alone. It allows doubt to creep into your mind and makes you believe that there was something different that you could have done. Luna, Harry cried as he rushed into Astronomy Tower. Luna was huddled in the corner of the room, arms wrapped around her knees, rocking back and forth, eyes staring off into space, making her look even more spacey than usual. Luna, Harry said softly as he crossed the room and sat down next to Luna, wrapping an arm around her shoulders and pulling the diminutive Ravenclaw into his lap. It's okay, Luna, it will be okay. It was as if a dam burst inside Luna. The small buried her face in Harry's chest and began sobbing, drenching Harry's shirt with her tears. Harry whispered soothing noises in Luna's ear and rubbed her back gently. Why, Harry? Why did he have to die? Luna whispered, her voice barely audible. Why did he have to leave me? Oh, Luna, Harry responded. Your father didn't want to leave you, he wants you to be safe. I might not have known your father, but I know that he wouldn't want you to cut yourself off from your friends. You have people here that care about you, Luna. You are not alone in this fight. I know that my parents and Sirius wouldn't want me to cut myself off from my friends. I made that mistake last year and it cost me something more precious than anything. Let us help you, Luna, and I promise you, we will find justice for your father. You promise? I solemnly swear, Harry quipped. You and I are in the same boat, Luna, we both want to avenge our parents. But I know that they also would want us to live our lives, for us to be happy to live our lives to the fullest. Harry smiled down at Luna when she nodded into his chest. Better. Yes, Luna said, her voice somewhat stronger than before. Thank you, Harry. Of course, little one, Harry said. Come on, Luna, I'm sure that the others are worried about you. Harry led Luna back to the hospital wing where she was dragged away from him by Neville, who had arrived while the pair were away from the wing. Neville nodded over the head of his girlfriend to Harry, who nodded back. Harry. Juliet Granger's voice pulled Harry from Neville and Luna. Hello, Mrs. Granger, Harry said as Hermione's mother walked over. How's Hermione? She's recovering, Juliet said. Madame Pomfrey has given Hermione some potion that made her fall asleep. She said that the only way to recover from that curse was to let it run its course. Harry nodded. A dreamless sleep potion, he said. I know it well. She did the same thing when I was recovering from the curse 2 years ago. Madame Pomfrey is the best there is. Hermione will be right as rain in a few days, but I know that she will want her family around her. I know that I would have wanted that. Juliet nodded. She looked over to her daughter, who was sleeping peacefully. That red-haired boy lying next to Hermione, that's Ronald Weasley, correct? Yes, Harry said. I also heard that Molly said that they were dating, is that true? Juliet asked. Harry had to hide the minuscule flinch that crept up at the question. He didn't think he did it well enough when he caught the gleam in Juliet's eyes. Yes, Harry said. Ron and Hermione have been dating for about 2 months. I don't know why she never told you. You don't agree with it, do you? Juliet asked. Don't lie to me, Harry. I know that you care for my daughter. I could tell the minute we met. You were willing to spend Christmas with her family, a family that you had never met, for a friend who isn't your girlfriend. You respect my daughter. You were willing to allow her to fight alongside you when those things showed up. From what my daughter's letters, that Ronald boy has never truly respected Hermione. Whenever he featured in her letters, there was very little positive about him. And now that necklace that Hermione was given and those charms, it makes me wonder. Ron had nothing to do with those charms, Harry said forcefully. I know Ron, he might be an immature prat who gets jealous too easily and sticks his foot in his mouth too often, but he would never do anything like that. Ron has had a crush on Hermione for years, though I don't know if that crush is truly a crush. Hermione is the only girl that Ron and I regularly spend time with, and I think that Ron is honestly confused about his feelings for Hermione. He treats her like he does his sister Ginny, coming off as the protective brother whenever someone tries to get too close, and they argue about pretty much everything. Ron is maturity-wise, still a child. He hasn't had to go through the childhoods Hermione and I have, and his mother doesn't want her children to grow up. She wants them to remain her children forever, even though they will never stop being her children. Molly won't let them grow up. I've noticed, Juliet said. Let Hermione make her choice, Harry said. I think also Hermione is confused about her feelings toward Ron. So many people talk about them arguing like an old married couple, that she might have started to believe it and is only doing what is expected of her. This is her mistake to make, if it is a mistake. You are right though, Mrs. Granger. I care for Hermione more than I can say, and that's why I have to let her make her own decisions. As long as she is happy, I'll be happy. Juliet smiled at Harry's answer before giving him a warm hug and making her way back to her family. Harry groaned as he rolled out of his bed in the 6th-year Gryffindor boys' dormitory. The adrenaline from the previous night had finally extinguished around 2 in the morning, and Harry dragged himself up to the dormitory and collapsed into his bed. The dormitory was empty as Ron and Neville were still in the hospital wing while Dean and Seamus had gone home for the holidays. Harry flicked his wand. The number 7:06 a.m. appeared above his head. Ugh! Harry groaned once more as he sat up in bed. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get back to sleep now that he was up. Climbing out of his 4-poster, Harry stumbled into the showers and stepped under the scalding water. How are Hermione and Ron doing? Harry asked as he entered the hospital wing after washing up. Miss Granger should be waking up soon, Madame Pomfrey said. Mr. Weasley's condition, however, is more complicated. What do you mean? Harry asked, a sinking feeling pulling at his stomach. As you know, Mr. Weasley was injured last year during your adventure into the Department of Mysteries. Harry flinched. Those brains attacked Mr. Weasley's mind, specifically the inhibition center of the brain, the orbitofrontal cortex. The neurotoxin that was introduced to Mr. Weasley's system focuses solely on eliminating the brain's ability to control a person's impulse control. What does that mean? I thought that Ron was cured, Harry asked. In essence, yes, Mr. Weasley was, Madame Pomfrey said. I was able to get the majority of the toxin out of Mr. Weasley's system quick enough, but I wasn't able to get all of it. Mr. Weasley's magic was keeping the small amount of the toxin from affecting his brain, but now with it fighting off the injuries that he incurred last night, there is a chance that the toxin will begin to affect Mr. Weasley. Harry paled as he thought of a Ron without any impulse control. The redhead already had problems not putting his foot in his mouth already. Is there anything else you can do? He asked. We can only wait until Mr. Weasley's wounds heal, Madame Pomfrey said. Harry looked around the hospital wing matron to see the Weasley family huddled around Ron's bed with Mrs. Weasley stroking Ron's hair. The Weasley matron looked up and saw Harry standing there. Harry thought he saw Molly's eyes narrow but brushed it off as a trick of the light as Molly turned back to her injured son. Harry walked over to Hermione's bed and conjured a chair to sit next to Juliet Granger. How's she doing? He asked quietly. Juliet jumped slightly at the sound of Harry's voice, and when she turned to face Harry, Harry noticed the large and dark bags under the woman's eyes. You didn't get any sleep last night, did you? Juliet shook her head. I couldn't, she said. My body just wouldn't let me leave her here. Matthew wanted to stay as well, but I told him to go with those Weasley twins to show the others to their rooms. I was surprised that he didn't come back down. I got lost. Matthew's voice came from behind the pair. The rest of Hermione's family trailed Mr. Granger, including her young cousins who were looking around in awe at the sights and sounds. Once those devious redheads left us, I wanted to come back, but I had no idea how to get back here. It's okay, Matthew, Juliet said. I'm sure Hermione knows that you were here in spirit. I know, a soft voice whispered from the bed. Harry looked down to see Hermione's eyes flutter open. Hermione, Juliet and Matthew cried. Harry quickly stepped aside as Mr. Granger rushed to join his wife at Hermione's bedside. Harry watched as the Grangers embraced their daughter. He felt a pang deep in his heart at the thought that he would never have the opportunity to remember being embraced by his parents. Harry heard Hermione call out. Turning back around, he saw Hermione sitting up in bed looking right at him. Putting a smile on his face, Harry walked back over. Hey Hermione, how you feeling? Harry asked. Don't give me that fake smile, Harry Potter. Hermione scolded. I'm fine. Harry snorted, causing Hermione to chuckle dryly as well. Pot calling the kettle black, Hermione. Harry grinned, this time a true smile gracing his face. Hermione giggled as Harry stepped up next to Hermione's bed. So are you? How are you feeling? Okay, Hermione said. Though it feels like something is crawling under my skin all over, she added. Is this what you felt 2 years ago? Sort of, Harry said. Not to make light of your pain, but Malfoy has nothing on Riddle. I could barely move even 2 days after the third task. Hermione shivered at the phantom pain that raced across her nerves. I'm sorry, Hermione, but you're going to have to let the curse run its course. Your nerves won't heal fully if you are given too much nerve-dampening potion. I'll be fine, Hermione said shortly. If you can handle Voldemort's curse, then I can handle the ferrets. What happened last night? Harry sighed as he gently recounted the events of Christmas night after Hermione had been cursed. And Dumbledore wanted to let Malfoy get off. She cried. He did what? Juliet and Matthew shouted, whirling to Harry. Harry nodded. It's true, he said. Dumbledore thinks only about the larger picture. As long as Voldemort is defeated, and preferably with the least amount of causalities, he won't care on which side those causalities are on. He seems more concerned about protecting the guilty than punishing them. But then, that just tells those bastards that they can get away with anything, Matthew said aghast. We know that all too well, Harry said. Before this year, Snape was the head of Slytherin and would do nothing to stop the abuse that his house poured on the rest of the school, and Dumbledore would just let him. Dumbledore might be a powerful wizard and a wiser man than myself, but he is a piss-poor headmaster. He's too afraid of pushing people away from the light, when he should be punishing them and making them see the errors of their ways. Forgiveness is a virtue, but it is unwise to have too much of, especially during times of war. Harry, why are the Weasleys here? What happened? Hermione asked. Riddle didn't just attack your house, Harry said. He also had Death Eaters attack the burrow, Neville's home and Luna's. Percy and Mr. Lovegood were killed, and Ron was cursed. Ron, how is he? Hermione whispered. Madame Pomfrey doesn't know yet, Harry said. It seems that he never fully recovered from that brain attack last summer. And now with these injuries, there's a chance that some side effects from the brains. What side effects? Madame Pomfrey said that the brains had this neurotoxin that attacked the impulse control center of Ron's brain, Harry answered. Ron's magic was fighting off the worst side effects, but now it's got to fight these new injuries. Oh, Ronald, Hermione whispered. And you said Luna's father was killed too. Harry nodded. Don't worry about Luna. I talked to her last night and the best man is on the job. Neville, he added when he saw Hermione's confused look. Oh, she said. She looked over to the family of redheads who were huddled around a bed with a shock of red hair at its head. Suddenly Harry heard a familiar hoot and looked up. Hedwig had just swooped into the hospital wing through the open doors, much to the amused chagrin of Madame Pomfrey. Whatcha got, Hedwig? Harry asked as the snowy owl landed on the foot of Hermione's bed. Hedwig stuck out her leg and Harry quickly undid the parcel from Hedwig's leg. Once free of her package, Hedwig leapt up to the head of the bed and nuzzled her head against Hermione's own head. Hey there, Hedwig, Hermione cooed. You're such a clever owl, aren't you? Harry chuckled as he unfurled the Daily Prophet that had been delivered by Hedwig. Oh bugger, Harry cursed as he saw the headline of the Daily Prophet. Harry language, Hermione scolded. Hermione, I think my cursing is well warranted in this situation, Harry responded as he tossed the Daily Prophet down on Hermione's bed. Hermione picked it up and quickly read the headline, her eyes narrowing as they flew over the page. For Merlin's sake, another title. Harry growled. I just know how this one is going to be used. Everyone now is going to act like this is my problem and expect me to do everything. They won't do that, Harry, Hermione chided. Oh really, Hermione? The British magical world will believe anything that the prophet says, or anything they want to, especially if it means that they don't have any responsibility, Harry snapped. Remember second year, I was accused of being the heir of Slytherin just I could speak Parseltongue. Then fourth year, when my name came out of the goblet, everyone, even Ron, instantly thought that I had put my name in no matter what I said. I believed you, Harry, Hermione interrupted. I know, Hermione, and I will always remember that, Harry said. But that still doesn't disprove my point. And then last year, the prophet calling me delusional and attention-seeking because I tried to warn them that Riddle was back. Well, if they expect me to do everything for them while they sit back and do nothing, they've got another thing coming. Hermione's shoulders slumped. She knew that Harry was right. This moniker of the Chosen One put even more weight on Harry's shoulders, and the wizarding world was inherently lazy, preferring to let someone else do all the work. Look, Hermione, I'll be back later. There's something I need to do. Blow off some steam, so to speak, Harry said as he rose from his seat. Hermione caught him stuffing a piece of parchment into his pocket but didn't say anything. She knew that Harry had secrets, and if she tried to push him, he would just clam up and stay quiet. Ah, Private Potter, glad of you to join us, the Prime Minister said as Harry was escorted into the office. Harry nodded. Please give your report. Yes, sir, Harry said. On Christmas Eve, Tom Riddle launched his largest coordinated attack since the last war. He had teams of Death Eaters attack my relatives, home, the Weasleys, the Longbottom, the Lovegoods and the Grangers. I was spending Christmas at the Grangers, and was able to help Ms. Granger defend her home. A team of 10 Death Eaters led by Bellatrix Lestrange attacked the Grangers. Ms. Granger and I were able to successfully defend the Grangers' home, resulting in 4 dead Death Eaters, 5 captured Death Eaters. Only Bellatrix managed to escape. Were there any injuries? M asked. Minor, Harry said. Bellatrix got me with a cutting spell when I had my back turned, and Hermio, Ms. Granger suffered some cruciatus exposure. Cruciatus? M asked. The torture curse, ma'am, Harry said. It is an evil spell that causes immense pain to every inch of the body. Too much can cause the victim to lose their minds. Continue, Private, the minister said. Harry nodded. After repelling the attack on the Grangers, several members of Dumbledore's order showed up and transported us to Hogwarts for medical treatment. There I learned of the other attacks that resulted in 2 other killed Death Eaters and 5 captured Death Eaters. On our side, there were 2 deaths, Percival Weasley and Xenophilius Lovegood, and several other minor injuries including Ronald Weasley. So in terms of straight numbers, it was a win for your side, M said. That is correct, ma'am, Harry said. Though Dumbledore would consider any death a loss. He even attempted to reprimand me for killing the Death Eaters that attacked the Grangers. M and the Minister blinked at Harry. This Dumbledore must be extremely naive to think that death isn't a part of war, M said. You would be correct, ma'am, Harry said. Dumbledore seems more interested in protecting Death Eaters than getting justice for their victims. He actually wanted the Death Eaters that I captured at the Grangers released because they were children. But that was shot down quickly. They are all in custody of the Ministry for the time being. Though I don't know how long they will be in custody. Yes, we have heard about your ministry's corruption, M said. How goes your efforts to find out students who are loyal to the Crown rather than this Ministry for Magic? The Minister asked. It goes, Harry said. The members of the DA are loyal to me, or at least they will follow my orders if a fight comes to Hogwarts. Several of my classmates know that I've joined the military at least in some capacity, and they have seen what my methods have enabled them to get stronger. When I return from the holidays, I will approach some members that I think that would be willing to help. Very good, the Minister said. M, is there anything on your end on finding out the locations of these senior Death Eaters? No, M grunted. They just seem to not exist. Their homes most likely have various wards over them to ensure that no one can find them, Harry said. I know the area where Malfoy Manor is, somewhere in Wiltshire, but there is one target you can watch, Riddle Manor in Little Hangleton. That's Tom Riddle's family home, and I know that he stayed there during my 4th year. I don't know if he's still there, but it's worth a shot. We shall look into it, M said. Private, Minister, the older woman nodded before leaving the office. You know, if she was about a foot taller I'd think that she was my Transfiguration professor, Harry said. He shuddered. Probably a good thing that she isn't. So Private Potter, I believe that wraps up your debriefing, the Minister said. What have you heard about that new department you proposed? Has there been any more word? Not yet, Harry said. But the Minister and Director of the DMLE want to speak with me once the holidays have finished. As soon as I know something, you will nothing something, sir. Very well, the Minister said. Harry nodded and left the office. Harry, Hermione and the other victims of the Christmas Eve attacks remained at Hogwarts for the remainder of the holidays. Hermione spent much of the holidays with her family, trying to explain the new world that the majority of them had been thrust into. Harry had talked with Neville, Luna and Hermione, avoiding the Weasleys after his and Mrs. Weasley's confrontation when Harry had returned to the hospital wing. Flashback. Harry James Potter. What in Merlin's name were you thinking? Molly Weasley's foghorn of a voice cut through the early evening air. Harry blinked at the short red-haired woman who was bearing down on him like a freight train. I'm sorry, Mrs. Weasley, but what are you talking about? Harry asked. You know exactly what I'm talking about, young man, Mrs. Weasley shouted. You were supposed to come to the Burrow for Christmas, not with some strangers. Christmas is a time for family. I agree, Harry said with a frown. And Hermione is as much a member of my family as you are, Mrs. Weasley. I believe I explained my reasons to at King's Cross when term ended. Hermione's parents were kind enough to invite me to spend Christmas with them and I accepted. Hermione is my best friend and unfortunately I haven't been the best friend to her over the years, and I felt that spending some time with her and her family would make up for my taking advantage of her. Hermione also invited Ron to come as well, but he declined. And if I hadn't been there, Hermione and her family might not be even here. In case you didn't realize, Hermione's family is not magical, so they can't defend themselves against Death Eaters, while your entire family is magical and able to defend themselves. I am happy that Hermione and her family weren't hurt, but what about my Ronald? Molly screamed. He was cursed by those monsters, and now Poppy said that he might never recover because of the injuries he suffered following you on that blasted crusade to rescue Sirius when he wasn't even there. Good riddance. Sirius was a bad influence on you anyway. If you hadn't met my Ronald wouldn't have gotten. Mrs. Weasley suddenly fell silent as she felt an explosion of magical energy burst forth from Harry. Mrs. Weasley, you will refrain from speaking ill of the dead. Harry boomed, his eyes flashing. You, madam, have welcomed me into your home and family, treated me as one of your own, and that is something I will always appreciate, but I will not stand for you insulting a member of my family, as well as a great man. A great man, Molly screamed. Sirius abandoned you that night. I said silence, Harry roared. Molly shivered under Harry's furious gaze. Yes, Sirius made a mistake that night, a mistake that he paid for by spending the next 12 years in Azkaban being branded a murderer even though he never received a trial. I think Sirius paid for his mistakes. No one is perfect, no one can be. In fact, you make mistakes every day with your own children. What? Molly screeched. You constantly belittle your children's accomplishments, Harry snapped. You yell at Bill and Charlie, telling them that they should quit their jobs and come home. You yell at the twins for doing what they love, making people laugh. They are geniuses in their own right, but you only see Al and Newt results as being smart, yet now they own a very successful business. You belittle Ron by comparing him to his brothers, and destroy his self-confidence because he doesn't think that you love him as much as Bill or Charlie or even Percy, or that he will never measure up to them in your eyes. Get it through your head, each of your children are different, and to compare them to each other is a disservice to them and to you and Mr. Weasley as parents. Also, you are not my mother, so stop trying to be. Again, I appreciate all that you've done for me over the years, but you have to realize that your children will grow up, and if you keep treating them like children, they will leave you behind. That's enough, Harry, Mr. Weasley announced as he saw his wife tremble under Harry's verbal onslaught. You've said enough. Molly was out of line regarding Sirius, but that is no reason for you to question her raising my children. Mr. Weasley, I apologize for my harsh tone, but not for the words themselves, Harry said. Your wife has successfully run off her 3 oldest children and seems to be doing the same to Fred and George. She would wrap all of her children up in cotton rather than let them experience the real world. Each of your adult sons have become extremely successful in their own ways. And you don't think for 1 second, Mrs. Weasley, that I don't feel responsible for Ron's injuries that he suffered at the Department of Mysteries, but he did decide to come along. I told everyone that it was most likely a trap, but they all decided to come with me, like true Gryffindors. End flashback. When term finally began, Harry noticed a wariness and alertness had descended on the castle. The Christmas Eve attacks was the first real attack by Riddle since the Department of Mysteries. Riddle had launched small attacks on the outside world rather than the Wizarding World, and in typical magical arrogance, the Wizarding World didn't care if the outside world was attacked by Voldemort, only if it affected them. The Yule attacks were the most deadly attacks that Riddle had launched since the First War. The attacks had brought the war to the forefront of everyone's minds, and it scared everyone. Another thing that Harry noticed was the fact that Ron and Hermione seemed to be fighting more than ever. They were still dating, but they were just hanging on by a thread. Hermione had confided in Harry that she knew that Ron had nothing to do with the charms on her necklace, but she couldn't put it past her mind in thinking that the charms were the only reason they got together in the first place. She and Harry began to spend more and more time together, while Ron spent time with Dean, Seamus and Lavender. Harry restarted the DA as soon as everyone had returned from the holidays. He wanted to take everyone's mind off the attacks and force them to think about what they could do to prevent future ones. Welcome back, everyone, Harry said to the assembled DA. As you are most certainly aware of, Voldemort launched a series of attacks on several targets over the holidays. Myself, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, Luna and Ron were the main targets for these attacks because of what we did last June. We took a stand against the darkness, and Voldemort didn't like seeing people standing up against him. But all Voldemort is a coward, just like his so-called Death Eaters. 6 school children were able to take on his 12 best and came out without any truly serious injuries, and 11 of the 12 were captured. And even this last wave of attacks, several people were killed and we will miss them, but more Death Eaters were killed or captured in these attacks than the Auror Force killed or captured in the last 2 years of the First War. If this is what 6 under-trained students could do, what do you think about now? All of you could pass your owls or newts right now, So instead of teaching you all more spells, we're going to be focusing on mastering those spells, and we will be having simulations to learn how to deal with battle. I know that Professor Lupin's defense class will be having a dueling tournament at the end of the month to see how much we've forgotten over the holidays, but like I said, there is a difference between dueling and fighting. In a fight there are no rules, remember that. Voldemort's Death Eaters won't care how old you are, they will try and kill you no matter what. Now, our simulations will be as real as we can possibly get them without having true danger. The only rule that we will have is no lethal spells, we don't want anyone getting hurt. Harry, you know it might be wise to learn some healing spells, Hermione suggested. At least some basic first aid to ensure that any injured have a chance to get to a hospital. That's a brilliant idea, Hermione, Harry said. Hermione beamed at him. Harry caught Ron's expression out of the corner of his eye, and it didn't look good. The redhead was glaring up at Harry, the tips of his ears turning slightly red, a warning sign that Harry easily recognized as the Weasley temper brewing under the surface. I'll talk with Madame Pomfrey about the possibility of her coming to a meeting to teach whoever is interested. The first several DA battle simulations were pretty pathetic in Harry's opinion. Harry randomly chose the teams, though took care to make sure that each team had at least one lion, badger, raven and snake in them, as well as at least one member from the four-year groups. Harry wanted to get people over their prejudices against the other houses as well as have them branch out. However, it didn't work very well as Harry had hoped, as the Gryffindors and Slytherins didn't want to work together. The lion would want to charge ahead, but that would also put the snake at his or her back, in perfect position to stab them in the back. All right, that's enough, Harry called out at the end of a training session. I've had it with this stupid house rivalry shite. Death Eaters are not going to care what house you were in when they're trying to kill you. But they're Slytherins, Ron shouted. Most of them have family or parents who are Death Eaters, and they would sooner stab us in the back than help. Enough, Harry roared, his magic flaring. Ron, I thought that you had gotten over your all Slytherins or evil thing. We've had Slytherins in the DA for all of term and you haven't said anything before. Why now? And besides, the wards on the door won't allow anyone who is not loyal to Riddle inside. Harry cursed himself for his near slip. He was sure that Hermione had noticed it, though it didn't seem that anyone else did. If you don't change your attitude and soon, I'm afraid you'll no longer be welcome at these meetings. Ron's mouth fell open at Harry's declaration. No one had been asked to, or even been threatened with expulsion from the group. And if Harry was willing to kick Ron, his best friend, out of the group, everyone realized Harry was serious. And so did Ron, who shut his mouth and crossed his arms, glaring up at Harry but didn't say anything. A knock at the door brought the tension that was growing in the room to a sudden halt. Harry climbed off the platform where he had been addressing the group and made his way over to the door. Oh, hello, Madame Pomfrey, Harry grinned as he stepped aside to allow the hospital wing matron entrance into room. I'm glad you were able to find the place. Thank you so much for coming. Of course, Mr. Potter, Pomfrey said with a grin of her own. I was very much surprised when the headmaster relayed your proposal. I don't know how you managed to convince him to allow this. I've been trying to get Albus to start up the healing elective for years, but he said that there wouldn't be enough interest. That's Dumbledore for you, Poppy, Harry chuckled. He'll just twinkle at you and say that we'll see, and in time nothing will come of it because something always seems to pop up. Poppy giggled at Harry's crude but accurate presentation of the headmaster's personality of passive-aggressive way of getting people to acquiesce to his wishes. So who are my students? She asked. Harry led the matron up to the platform and needlessly introduced her and explained to the group why she was there. The rest of the meeting was spent with Poppy teaching each of the DA members a basic diagnostic spell that would show where and how severely a person was injured. As Poppy went around the room, she noticed that several of the students were picking up the healing spells quite easily. Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Ginny Weasley, Daphne Greengrass, Susan Bones, Terry Boot and several others. Welcome to the Ministry, Lord Potter Black, Minister for Magic Rufus Scrimgeour said as Harry entered the minister's office escorted by two Aurors. Thank you, Minister Scrimgeour, Harry said with a thin smile. He noticed that Madame Bones was also in the office, which meant that he would have at least one ally in this fight. Hello, Director Bones, it's good to see you again. Amelia inclined her head in response. So then, Lord Potter Black, if you would be seated we can begin, Scrimgeour said, gesturing to the empty seat in front of the desk. Harry nodded and took the offered seat. As you mentioned at the Wizengamot meeting last month, you would be willing to help fund the proposed department. So we get right to it. Rufus, Harry thought. That is correct, Minister, he said. Both of my family's fortunes are quite extensive, as you are no doubt aware, and the Black family has been notoriously dark for ages, and what better way to change perception than have one of the darkest families in Britain fund a way for new magical families to be introduced into our world. Yes, it would surprise quite a few many of the dark families, Amelia said. But there is also quite a bit of risk in creating such a department. There are many who would take advantage of such a position to dissuade Muggleborns from joining our world, and that's putting it mildly. Yes, there is a large risk, Harry conceded. And that's why there must be strict measures in place to make sure that people doesn't take advantage of their positions. I'm thinking of an oath that they won't abuse their position. I don't think that's wise, Rufus said. No one will want to be a put of this department if they are forced to take an oath. Anyone who doesn't want to take the oath isn't the type of person that we want in the department, Harry said. This department is supposed to help bring new magical lines into this world instead of driving them away. We want to show the new bloods that they can find a place in this world, that they are just as important to this world as half-bloods and purebloods. How goes the confiscation of the Death Eater vaults? They are going well, Amelia said. Gringotts has been quite cooperative in this matter. They've seized all of the known Death Eater vaults, including all of those who were captured last June as well as on Christmas Eve. Our estimates of you-know-whose forces show that we've captured or killed roughly half of his magical forces. That's not accounting for dark creatures in his army though. That's a good start, but this is just the beginning, Harry said. I trust that you have the Death Eaters that were captured on Christmas Eve hidden away somewhere. They are in Azkaban awaiting trial, Scrimgeour said, puffing up his chest. Are you mad? Harry barked. Why aren't they in custody, or at least the ones who have already escaped from there haven't already been tossed through the veil? Why would we do that? Rufus gasped. Why would we kill them? That would make us just as bad as you-know-who. No, it won't, Harry growled. We are at war. This isn't just some little argument that words can settle. People are dying. If you don't show Riddle and his Death Eaters that you are willing to fight, then they will just walk all over this world. Why are you not allowing yourselves to even the playing field? Lift the restrictions on lethal spells for Aurors. They don't have to us the Unforgivables, but I would allow the Aurors the option to save their own skins. They are not pawns that you can just throw at the enemy with impunity. These are brave men and women who are risking their lives needlessly because their leaders won't let them use all spells at their disposal to fight back. Barty Crouch might have been an arrogant sod that cared more for personal power than his own family or the law, but he had the right idea in how to deal with these scum. In war, when someone is trying to kill you, you don't have the option of trying to capture him. You allow the Death Eaters to curse the rest of the wizarding world with impunity, but you won't fight back. Cowards. Now see here, Potter, Scrimgeour shouted, leaping to his feet. You might think that just because you are a lord, you are entitled to something. I am the Minister for Magic, and you will do well to remember it. And I am no coward. Really? Then why haven't you actually done something about the Death Eaters? Stop allowing Voldemort the chance to break out his followers, deny him the opportunity to regain his numbers. Send those who were already sent to Azkaban, they were already sentenced to life, give them the key or toss them through the veil. I am the Minister, and my decision stands. Rufus shouted. Fine then, Harry growled. Then you're going to be fighting this war yourself. If you, as Minister, aren't willing to actually fight for what is right, then I want no part of this ministry. What do you mean? Director Bones asked. Why should I have to fight if the government I'm trying to save isn't willing to even to save its own skin? Harry asked. Good day, Minister, Director. It's time to do what is right instead of what is easy. I know what choice I will be doing. What about you? Harry walked out of the office, leaving a fuming Minister and thoughtful Director. Reaching the lifts, Harry silently cast a notice me not charm over himself to ensure that he wasn't hounded or seen by anyone that might recognize him. Once he has left the atrium and returned to the busy streets of London, Harry slipped into a back alley and disapparated. "Ah, Harry, come in," Dumbledore's jovial voice came from the other side of the headmaster's office door. Harry rolled his eyes at the blatant power play and pushed open the door. "You wanted to see me, Professor?" Harry asked as he took the offered seat. "Yes, Harry, I must thank you for taking time out of your busy day to meet with an old man," Dumbledore chuckled. "Being a dual lord must be quite difficult." "Some days it can be," Harry answered. "But I'm dealing with it. Now then, Headmaster, what did you want to talk about?" "Oh yes, my apologies, Harry. One of the curses of old age is a tendency to wander with your thoughts," Dumbledore said with a wry grin. "I have asked you here tonight because I wish to show you something." He gestured over to a side table beside his desk. On it sat Dumbledore's pensieve along with several files filled with a smoky substance. "As you can see, we will be delving into several memories that I have collected over the years about someone who we are both very familiar with." "Voldemort," Harry said shortly. Dumbledore nodded. "Correct," the headmaster said. "Why are you showing me these memories, Headmaster?" "I know all about Riddle already. He's a murdering psychotic megalomaniac who doesn't have the decency to stay dead," Harry grunted. Dumbledore frowned slightly at Harry's crude but accurate description of Riddle. "Yes, you do know quite a bit about Tom, but it is essential that you learn why he became what he has become," Dumbledore said. "So then let us delve into the unknown," he finished with a broad smile. Several hours later, Harry and Dumbledore reappeared in the office coming from viewing the final memory. "Is that everything you've found?" Harry asked. "It didn't really tell me anything that I didn't already know aside from that Riddle seems to have a magpie fixation and that bit about his mother using a love potion to ensnare his father." "Also, you did notice that Tom did like to collect trophies even then," Dumbledore said with a grin. "That is very important." "Why?" Harry asked. "Surely thievery isn't as bad as murder, terrorism and beep because isn't that what Merope did to Tom Sr. when she gave him that potion?" "Yes, it was unfortunate that Merope had to use such methods in an attempt to gain happiness, but as I said, Tom's fixation with collecting trophies is of vital importance. I have a task for you to complete, Harry. There was one memory that I wasn't able to retrieve that would make our quest much easier. I need you to convince Horace to willingly hand over his complete and non-tampered memory. I believe it has vital information that could spell victory or defeat for the light in this war." Harry nodded. "I'll try my best, Headmaster, if that is all." He asked. "Yes, Harry, you are dismissed," Dumbledore said. Harry left the headmaster's office, frowning. "I can't believe he would just wave off the fact that Merope used love potions," Harry thought. "They are illegal for a reason, though I'm sure since Tom Sr. was a muggle, it wouldn't have mattered. And I know Dumbledore was trying to tell me something about Riddle's fixation collecting trophies, but why? Who cares if Riddle is a thief? He's committed many more heinous crimes than simple thievery." "Harry," a voice brought Harry out of his musing. Looking up, he saw Hermione and Ron sitting at their favorite table in the Gryffindor common room. "What did Professor Dumbledore want?" Hermione asked as Harry made his way over to the table. "Just wanted to show me some memories about Riddle," Harry said. "Though I have no idea why he wants me to know about Riddle's childhood. It's creepy how similar our upbringings were. I mean, both of us lost our parents early in life, sent somewhere where we received little or no affection, and we were constantly set back to places that we hated. It's like Dumbledore is going out of his way to show that I could have become a second Riddle." "Don't say that, Harry. You are nothing like that monster," Hermione scolded. "And I don't know what Dumbledore is playing at by making you think so. You are the most caring, selfless, courageous person I know. You are nothing like the evil, destructive monster that V is." Harry gave the bushy-haired young woman a warm smile. "Thanks, Hermione," he said. "Don't tell anyone else this, but Dumbledore asked me to try and get a memory from Slughorn. Apparently the memory that he gave Dumbledore was tampered with and Dumbledore wants the original one." "Why does Dumbledore need you to get it?" Ron asked, sliding slightly closer to Hermione. "He's Albus Dumbledore. Why doesn't he just do it himself?" "I don't know, Ron," Harry sighed. "Why does Dumbledore do anything?" Harry reached into his backpack and pulled out a sheaf of parchment and grabbed a pen as well. "Harry, what are you doing?" Hermione asked. "Writing a letter," Harry said shortly. "But you are using a pen." "Of course," he responded. Quills are quaint and such, but having to reload them with ink over and over again is troublesome and annoying. And it's not like using a pen is against the rules. Who are you writing to? Ron asked. Bill, Harry answered. Why are you writing to Bill? I want to know if he has any suggestions on curse-breaking books and spells that we can use in DA, Harry said shortly. Also, curse-breaking is something I might want to do after Hogwarts and when I get out of the service. Traveling the world, discovering new magic and stuff like that, and best of all, I'd be away from all the boy who lived groupies. You'd leave Britain? Hermione asked. What about being an Auror? Ron shouted. We had it all planned out, mate. You and me Auror partners, and Herms would be a prosecutor for the DMLE. Ron, I don't think chasing after dark wizards and criminals is something that I want to do for the rest of my life, Harry said. I've already got the so-called darkest wizard of all time after me personally. Why should I try and get more attention? Curse breaking is a very exclusive career choice, Harry, Hermione said. I mean, it's very freelance. Aside from Gringotts, I don't know of anyone who hires curse breakers. That's fine though, Harry said. Thanks to my parents, I have enough money saved up to hold me over. And besides, I think I'll want to get away from Britain after the war is over. Once the war is over, everyone is going to want a piece of me, and I don't know if I'll be able to stand it. It would be who knows how much worse than it is right now. Look, it's late, and I'm knackered. I'll see you both in the morning. Night. Good night, Harry, Hermione said as Harry wrapped up his letter and pocketed it, before she turned back to Ron and his homework. All right, you lot, Lupin barked as he stood in front of his 6th-year defense class. It's time for our bi-monthly dueling tournament. You all know the rules. No lethal spells, the duel ends when someone forfeits, is knocked out, or when I call it, no exceptions. Now, based on the results of our last attempt, we have a long way to go before most of you can be considered competent duelers. As you are no doubt aware, Voldemort has started open war upon our way of life, and he and his Death Eaters will not hesitate to kill you, no matter your age. You are either with Voldemort or against him. There is no time for neutrality any longer. Harry glanced around the room at the students, trying to pick up which students were most likely to join Riddle or stay true to the light. Much of class was members of the DA, and Harry had told them to downplay their improvements. It was better that the enemy underestimates them. It would allow the DA members an advantage over their enemies. The dueling tournament went by quickly, as Lupin limited the duels to only 5 minutes in length, and Harry, Hermione, Ron, Daphne Greengrass and Neville breezed through much of the competition, only having slight trouble against their fellow DA members. The finalists were Harry, Hermione, Daphne and Neville, with Daphne beating Ron to get to the semifinals, something that really didn't sit well with Ron. Harry had noticed that ever since the Yule holidays, Ron's attitude had become much more belligerent and unstable. Ron had had trouble keeping his mouth shut during the best of times, but ever since Christmas it seemed that Ron never thought about what he was saying, and it was beginning to get on quite a few people's nerves. Harry knew that Ron couldn't really help it, but it seemed that sometimes he went out of his way to spout his mouth and piss people off. Very good, Lupin said. Now unfortunately we don't have time to finish today, so we will have the final duels next class. You are all dismissed. Well done, Neville, Harry said as the class exited the room. You've really come a long way. Thanks, Harry, Neville smiled. I wouldn't have been able to do any of this if it wasn't for you. Yes, let's all praise the all-so-special Harry Potter, a sneering voice echoed up and down the corridor. Harry and the others turned to see Ron glaring at Harry with his eyes blazing. The so-called chosen one, the boy who lived, Triwizard Champion, a duel lord, but you're nothing more than a fake, are you, Potter? Ron, what are you doing? Hermione asked softly. You know Harry, he's nothing like a fake. Stay out of this, Granger, you're always taking his side, Ron snapped. You're supposed to be my girlfriend, but all you seem to care about is Harry Bloody Potter. So what's it going to be, Granger, your boyfriend or him? Hermione blinked at Ron. He had never acted like this before. Sure, he had gotten angry before, but she had never seen him stare at Harry with such hate and disdain. Ron, she whispered. He whirled on her, his eyes flashing with venom and disgust. I get it, you choose him, Ron shouted. I should have known. I'll never measure up to the great Harry Potter in your eyes. Well then, Granger, you are always going to be just an uppity know-it-all Muggleborn to the rest of the world. No matter how much you think you're going to amount to anything in this world, you are wrong. You are always going to be a Muggleborn, and you can't change that. That's enough, Ron, Harry barked, stepping up to the lanky redhead. You don't mean that, Ronald, Hermione whispered, tears filling her eyes. Of course I do, Ron snapped. You'll never amount to anything in the wizarding world, why are you even trying? I said enough, Harry roared, his magic flaring. Ron stumbled backward and seemed to come back to himself. Harry mate, Hermione, I don't know what came over me, the redhead stammered. You know I would never say anything like that. Then why would you? Hermione snapped. You know me, babe. Sometimes I say things before my mind catches up to me, Ron explained. I'm sorry, Hermione. I know you are Ronald, Hermione said. But that still doesn't take away the fact that you still said all those things. And deep down, I think you truly believe what you said. Is that all I am to you, Ron? Just some uppity know-it-all who won't amount to anything? No, of course not, Hermione, Ron said quickly. You are the smartest person I know, Hermione. You'll be able to do anything you set your mind to. Thank you, Ronald, but until you learn to control your mouth, I think we should stop seeing each other, Hermione said. What? Ron shouted. You can't be serious. I apologized. You know me, Hermione. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just angry that I lost to a slimy Slytherin. That's another thing, Ronald. You need to get over this stupid and petty bigotry against Slytherins, Hermione snapped. Daphne beat you fair and square, there's nothing wrong about that. Just keeping working at it and you'll get better. Harry's hand slid into his pocket, reaching for his wand when he noticed Ron's eyes flash once more. You did this, Ron growled, glaring at Harry. You turned her against me. You have done that yourself, Ron, Harry snapped. I didn't make you say anything. Oh, spare me, Potter, Ron snarled. Playing the sad orphan card has run its course. You could have any girl in the castle, but you had to take my girl. I've had it with everyone just giving you everything, money, power, girls, I've had it. Ron's hand darted into his robe pocket. Petrificus totalis, Hermione's voice cried as her wand came flying out of her robes. Ron went rigid and began to topple. Harry's wand shot out and applied a hovering charm to the frozen Ron. We need to take him to Madame Pomfrey, Harry said. I think he's having a relapse or something. Hermione nodded. Harry, Hermione, what's wrong with Ron? Sure, he can be a bit of a prat, but I've never seen him lash out like that, Neville asked. He's still recovering from last summer, and when he got cursed over the holidays, it set back his recovery, Harry explained. Neville nodded. Nev, can you take Hermione back to the common room while I take Ron to the hospital wing? Neville nodded again. Don't worry, Hermione, Poppy will fix Ron up real quick. Hermione nodded and allowed Neville to lead her away up the corridor. Harry turned back to Ron, who was still glaring at him with hate shining in his eyes. Harry sighed and quickly silenced Ron and began walking toward the hospital wing with Ron floating in front of him. Mr. Potter, what is the meaning of this? Madame Pomfrey asked as Harry entered the hospital wing with Ron still floating in front of him. Why aren't you in class, and why is Mr. Weasley frozen and silenced? Ron seems to have had a bit of a relapse, Madame Pomfrey, Harry said. He quickly explained what had happened in the defense corridor while setting Ron gently on a nearby bed. I see, Madame Pomfrey said. Well, unfortunately there isn't much I can do for Mr. Weasley. I can give him a dose of flushing draft, but it won't do much. There really isn't anything you can do for Ron? Harry asked. I'm afraid not, Poppy said. Harry looked down before turning back to Ron. The redhead was looking up at Harry, the anger draining from his eyes and slowly turning into fear and sorrow. I'll leave Ron in your care then, Poppy, Harry said. The hospital wing matron nodded and turned toward her new patient. Harry made his way down from the hospital wing to Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration classroom, where he was sure to find Hermione and Neville. And indeed he did. Nice of you to join us, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said curtly as Harry sat down at his desk next to Hermione. I trust you have a good explanation for why you are late for my class. I was taking an injured student to the hospital wing, Professor, Harry answered shortly. And where is Mr. Weasley? The hospital wing, ma'am, Harry answered the open question. He didn't come out of his duel in defense 100%, so I took him to the hospital wing to get him checked up. I see, McGonagall said, though Harry could tell that she didn't believe him. Harry, what did Madame Pomfrey said when you told her about Ronald? Hermione asked. Harry sighed heavily. She said there isn't much she can do for him, he said. She was going to give him a flushing draft to try and get more of the toxin out of his system, but it's most likely too late. Hermione hung her head. I shouldn't have let Ronald's words get to me, she said softly. I know he doesn't mean them, but nothing, Hermione, Harry said forcefully. I know Ron didn't mean much of what he said, but deep down, there might have been something. His injuries don't change his mindset, they just remove the filter that was between his brain and mouth, the very small filter there was to begin with. Hermione nodded. The duo sat down next to Neville and was just about to grab some lunch when the doors to the Great Hall were thrown open with a loud crash. Everyone turned to see Minister Scrimgeour storming up the aisle with about a dozen Aurors at his back. Harry narrowed his eyes at the minister when he saw the lion-looking man scan the room and lock eyes with him. Scrimgeour and his Aurors walked up to the Gryffindor table and stopped right in front of Harry. Harry James Potter, by order of the Wizengamot and the Minister for Magic, you are hereby under arrest for murder, assault and breaking the statute of secrecy by performing magic in front of a Muggle. Scrimgeour announced, a smug smile etched on his face. Excuse me, Minister, I must have misheard you, Harry said calmly, though his friends could hear the undercurrent of fury building beneath Harry's clam facade. What did you say you were doing here? You heard me, boy, Scrimgeour sneered. You are under arrest for murder, assault and breaking the statute of secrecy by performing magic in front of Muggles. And when did I commit these crimes? Harry asked, his voice dropping several levels to a near growl. Christmas Eve, Scrimgeour snapped. As you know fully well, now will you come along quietly, or do I have to make you? You are charging me with the murders of 4 Death Eaters. Harry growled. I was defending myself and the Granger family from a rabid pack of Death Eaters led by Bellatrix Lestrange. What do you expect me to have done? Lay down and let them kill us. It matters not. Scrimgeour waved off Harry's claims. The 4 victims of your rampage were all vaunted members of our society struck down with brutal viciousness, and I shall make sure you pay for your crimes. So it seems that you have followed Fudge. Tell me, Minister, how much of those generous donations actually made it to their intended recipients? Harry sneered. Enough of your fear-mongering, Potter. Aurors, arrest him. Scrimgeour shouted. 3 Aurors spread out from behind Scrimgeour and approached Harry, wands drawn. Harry instantly noticed that one of the Aurors looked very similar to a certain haired ferret. The sneer etched on the man's face looked like a near-perfect copy to Malfoy's. Beside Harry, Hermione jumped to her feet and drew her wand. You're not taking Harry anywhere, she shouted. He was defending me and my family from the Death Eaters. They were using unforgivables and I was put under the Cruciatus curse by Malfoy. Harry's a hero, not some criminal. You're just angry that he's done more to combat Voldemort and his lackeys than the entire ministry has. Silence, you filthy mudblood, the Malfoy look-alike sneered. Your half-blood boyfriend murdered several upstanding citizens of magical Britain and he has to pay for his. Suddenly the Auror was cut off by a silencio that Harry had cast on him. Don't you ever call Hermione that, Harry roared. With a slash of his wand, a large brick wall appeared in front of him and with a flick, Harry sent the wall careening down the alley between the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw tables, forcing the Aurors and Minister back down the hall toward the doors. Mr. Potter, enough! Dumbledore roared as he rose to his feet. His wand suddenly appeared in his hand and a large bolt of red magic spat from its end and struck Harry in the back. The younger man slumped to the ground in a heap. All the air in the Great Hall seemed to have been beeped out as no one moved, watching as the Auror team slowly approached the stunned Harry before binding his hands with magic-suppressing cuffs and dragging him out of the Great Hall. Scrimgeour turned at the entrance and gave the stunned students and professors and gave them all a smug sneer. The doors slammed shut ominously when the ministry party left. A heartbeat's worth of silence followed before it was followed by the sharp staccato of a pair of shoes rushing up to the head table. Slap! The sound of Hermione Granger slapping the face of Albus Dumbledore echoed around the Great Hall. "You bastard," she shrieked. "How could you let them just take Harry like that? Harry saved me and my family's lives and you just let those bastards from the Ministry take him like that." "Mr. Potter broke the law and has to suffer the consequences," Dumbledore said. "And I believe 100 points from Gryffindor for striking a professor is in store, Ms. Granger." "Bollocks that," Hermione screamed. "You say that Harry broke the law, well, what about all the times you've broken the law? I might have made some mistakes in my long life, but I've never murdered someone in cold blood," Dumbledore said sternly. "That wasn't murder, it was self-defense and you know it," Hermione retorted. "You sent Sirius to Azkaban without a trial, you knew that he wasn't the Potter's secret keeper, you sent Harry to those horrid abusive muggles each and every year even though you knew that he wasn't cared for or even liked there. You talk about following the law, well, you sir are the biggest hypocrite of all. Ms. Granger, you have just lost another 100 points from Gryffindor, and if you do not return to your seat this instant you will be spending much of your remaining free time this term in detention with Mr. Filch." "Arg!" Hermione screamed before turning on her heel and storming toward the entrance hall. The doors to the Great Hall burst open as she approached. As Hermione exited the Great Hall, she turned and gave the headmaster a look of deepest loathing. "When Harry gets out, he'll be coming for you, Dumbledore," and with that she vanished around the corner. Dumbledore looked around the Great Hall and was stunned to see each and every member of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw tables and several members of Slytherin all glaring at the venerable headmaster. Turning toward the staff table, he saw that the professors were all staring at him with stunned shock and disgust. There came a great clattering and scraping as the entirety of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff stood up from their tables and walked out of the Great Hall, along with the Slytherin members of the DA. A moment later, the professors followed suit, leaving only Dumbledore and the majority of the dark-aligned Slytherins who were looking up at the headmaster with tactful approval. In the Gryffindor common room, the only sound emanating from the lion's den was the sound of a young brown-haired girl sobbing into the pillow of her four-poster bed. Muffled words could be heard coming from the pillow, but they weren't discernible from any known language of man. In between sniffles, Hermione heard a sharp bark from her bedside table. Looking up from her pillow, red-rimmed eyes spotted a white owl looking down at her with sorrowful amber eyes. "Oh Hedwig, what are we going to do?" Hermione whimpered. "The Ministry just stormed in here and took Harry, and Dumbledore let them. Hell, he stunned Harry in the back and let the minister just take him away. How could the so-called leader of the light let a corrupt ministry just take away Harry? Harry was defending me and my family, he killed those Death Eaters in self-defense." Hedwig nodded and barked softly before leaping off the bedside table and landing on the bed next to Hermione and started to nuzzle the bushy-haired girl's head. Hermione's hand came up and gently stroked Hedwig's head. "Thank you, Hedwig, you knew that I needed some comfort," Hermione said. "Don't worry, I'll make sure our Harry gets out of this even if it's the last thing I do." "Hermione," a familiar voice asked through the closed door to the sixth-year dormitory. "Are you all right in there, Hermione?" Parvati Patil asked. "I'm okay, Parvati," Hermione answered. "Just give me a minute to freshen up." Turning back to the regal-looking Snowy Owl, the Gryffindor said, "Come on Hedwig, let's go see what the others want." The owl barked and leapt onto Hermione's shoulder and leaned her head against Hermione's. Hermione cast a quick cleaning spell over herself before steeling herself and crossing the room and opening the door. She made her way down the spiral staircase and into the common room proper. The entirety of Gryffindor House was seated or standing in the common room, all looking stunned, angry or just plain depressed. "Hermione, Ron, Ginny and Neville's voices called out as Hermione stepped off the staircase. The trio raced over to their friend, but Hermione raised a hand to stop them. "I'm fine, or as fine as I can be," Hermione said. "But that isn't the issue here, the issue is what are we going to do to help Harry? We all saw how Dumbledore stunned Harry in the back and let those bastards from the Ministry take him away, so we can't rely on him or any of the professors anymore. We have to take a stand for ourselves now." "But how?" Neville asked. "You're not talking about some school prank or matter of house points, Hermione, you're talking about talking over the school. What else can we do?" Ginny argued. "Hermione's right, We can't trust Dumbledore or the staff any longer if Dumbledore is willing to stun someone in the back. We have to be on guard all the time. What about those muggles that Harry knows? Neville suggested. Not his relatives, but the ones that helped him over the summer. Can't we get in touch with them and see if they can help Harry? But they are muggles, will they be able to do much of anything in our world? Ron asked. No, Neville. That's brilliant, Hermione exclaimed, giving the Longbottom heir a bone-crushing hug. Someone get me some parchment and a quill, now. Ugh, Harry groaned as he came to. Looking around his surroundings, Harry realized that he wasn't at Hogwarts any longer. The last thing Harry remembered before everything went dark was roaring at Minister, and then everything went black. A dreadful chill fell over Harry, a very familiar dreadful chill. Dementors. Harry realized in horror. Harry tried to fight off the demons' effects, though it was getting more and more difficult. His occlumency training was average, not that he learned much of anything from Snape or Dumbledore. The British military had taught Harry focus and how to channel his emotions in order to control himself, but the amount of Dementors descending upon him were making it difficult. He could hear several different things thanks to the Dementors' effects, including the deaths of his parents, Sirius, and the Department of Mysteries battle when Dolohov struck down Hermione. On the edge of Harry's memories, Harry could also hear the footsteps of someone approaching his cell. These footsteps were accompanied by another sound, this one the familiar sound of wood hitting stone. Well, look what we have here. A sneering voice laughed from outside Harry's cage. I do hope you are enjoying your lodgings, Mr. Potter, because you will be staying here for a very long time. This is unless you decide to join the winning side. What do you want, Scrimgeour? Harry growled. Madam Bones will never stand for this. You know as well as I do that I have done nothing wrong. She isn't in any position to argue any longer, Scrimgeour laughed darkly. Ironic, isn't it? The last name of Bones, and she had so many skeletons in her closet. Harry narrowed his eyes at the minister. Who's pulling your strings, Scrimgeour? Harry asked. There is no way in Merlin's name that you are smart enough to come up with a plan like this. Watch your tone, boy, Scrimgeour sneered, his voice trembling with anger. I can make your stay here very unpleasant, you know that. I think having double Dementors guarding your cell will make you change your tone quite quickly. Until then, Mr. Potter. Scrimgeour spun on his heel and made his way down the hall, leaving the corridor just as the Dementors swooped in around Harry. Deep in the heart of London, a brilliant white owl swooped across a brightly lit street and fluttered into an open window on the third floor of a nondescript-looking building. The owl landed on a very old and fancy desk before sticking her leg out. A pair of hands deftly removed the letter from the owl's leg and laid the letter out on the desk. After a moment, the recipient of the letter slammed a hand down on the desk and got to their feet. It's time, the man said, looking up from his desk. Inform Her Majesty that our magician has been hogtied. Right away, sir, a gray-haired woman said before quickly walking out of the office. Is Potter truly as light as he seems? In a stunning development yesterday afternoon, the Ministry for Magic arrested Lord Potter Black on several charges including murder, assault and breaking the statute of secrecy by performing magic in front of muggles. These charges stem from the Christmas Eve attacks launched by the so-called Dark Lord. We at the Prophet can exclusively revel that the man we all fear is the darkest wizard since Grindelwald might not be so dark. Lord Riddle, the grandfather of you-know-who, claims that his grandson is not the Dark Lord that Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter make him out to be. How else could have that half-blooded usurper survived all those years ago? Surely his bastard parents must have conducted some dark spells and rituals. Lord Riddle has told us here at the Prophet that his grandson went to Godric's Hollow all those years ago because of a prophecy made in 1979 that prophesied the rise of a new Dark Lord by the name of Harry Potter. The Dark Lord approaches, born as the seventh month dies, and he will be marked, but he will have power that no one knows, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. This revelation has rocked the magical world. We all thought that Harry Potter was the one who would defeat you-know-who, but what if we were wrong and it was Potter that is the true Dark Lord and not you-know-who or Lord Voldemort? We can only wonder how so many people were tricked into thinking that Potter was truly light. We can now all sleep sounder in our beds knowing that the Ministry has captured this rising Dark Lord before he could truly begin his reign of terror. The great hall was silent as everyone's eyes were glued to the day's issue of the Daily Prophet. Several eyes ripped themselves away from the paper to look toward the Gryffindor table where Hermione, Neville and Harry's other friends were trembling with suppressed rage. "How dare they!" Hermione screamed. Several birds flew out of the Forbidden Forest squawking angrily. Hermione grabbed a copy of the paper and stormed up the aisle to the staff table before shoving the paper underneath Dumbledore's crooked nose. "What are you going to do about this, Dumbledore? You know that this rubbish is false. Harry isn't some dark wizard, Voldemort is. Now everyone thinks Harry is evil because you allowed that bastard Scrimgeour to arrest Harry." "Miss Granger, you would be wise to hold your tongue," Dumbledore said sharply. "We have already had this discussion. Mr. Potter broke the law and must pay the consequences for his actions. There is nothing I can do, Miss Granger. Perhaps you should remember your place in this world." The hall fell silent once more as much of the staff and students looked up at Dumbledore in shock. They had never heard the venerable old headmaster speak so callously to a student, let alone Hermione Granger. "I do know my place, headmaster," Hermione growled, her bushy hair crackling with electricity. "It is right between you and Harry. Since you won't help Harry, I've found someone who will." "And who might that be?" Dumbledore asked. "No one that you need to be aware of," Hermione answered. "Since you are so fond of keeping secrets, it's only fair that I have some of our own." "Good day, headmaster." "Where do you think you are going, Miss Granger?" Dumbledore demanded. "We are not through here." "Oh yes we are," Hermione snarled without looking back. "I guess I am just a poor little Muggleborn that doesn't know my place, isn't that right, headmaster?" Hermione stormed out of the great hall. Slowly several others rose to follow Hermione, much of Gryffindor, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, pretty much the whole DA. "You know, Hermione, that might not have been wise," Neville said as the Gryffindors returned to their common room. "I know that you are angry with Dumbledore, Merlin knows I am, but you can't just keep confronting him. He is Albus Dumbledore, the only wizard you know who ever feared for a reason." "Oh, and what reason would that be? Everyone keeps saying that Voldemort fears Dumbledore, but why does he? It's not like Dumbledore has ever beaten Voldemort. Harry's faced Voldemort 5 times already and has managed at worst to draw. If Dumbledore is such a strong wizard, why hasn't he beaten Voldemort yet? You all think Dumbledore is stronger than Harry, yet Harry is able to fight Voldemort on even ground at only 16. Silence reigned in the common room as Hermione's words reached their ears. Hermione's words made a lot of sense to them. Sure, Dumbledore had defeated Grindelwald and all, but wasn't Harry the one that always defeated Voldemort? And their parents all said that Voldemort was even more powerful than Grindelwald. So why could Harry hold off Voldemort at only 16 but Dumbledore couldn't beat Voldemort at whatever age he was? "Has this been confirmed?" a regal female voice asked sharply. "Unfortunately, Your Majesty," the Prime Minister said. "Mr. Potter has been arrested by the Ministry for Magic under the pretense of murdering several enemy combatants during an attack on a friend's home on Christmas Eve. The evidence is stacked against Mr. Potter even though his actions were justified by both the Ministry's own laws and our own laws." "I see," the Queen said. "Your Majesty, I have spoken with Em on this matter and she concurs that it is time we step in," the Prime Minister said. "It is time that the Ministry for Magic knew who they answer to." "Indeed," the Queen said. "Mr. Blair, Em, do what you need to do in order to bring these dissidents back to the fold." "Of course, Your Majesty," Blair and Em said before seeing themselves out. In 3 separate locations around Britain, 3 different magicals felt a change in the environment around them. 2 of the magicals just shrugged it off. However, the youngest, sitting in a dark, damp cell, grinned, his emerald green eyes glowed in the dim light. "Order, order," Scrimgeour barked, slamming his gavel on the desk before him. "This trial will now come to order. Case number 113822K49, Ministry of Magic for the Kingdom of Britain and Northern Ireland vs. Harry James Potter. Charges include 4 counts of murder, 8 counts of assault and several counts of breaking the statute of secrecy by performing magic in front of Muggles. Now, how does the defendant plead?" Scrimgeour sneered over the top of his desk, looking down at Harry. "Not guilty," Harry responded. And are these chains really necessary? He asked, indicating the chain strapping him to his chair. Of course they are, Scrimgeour said. They are there for our protection. We cannot take any chances without safety. Oh, I see, Harry said with an arched eyebrow. So it has nothing to do with the fact that you have already decided that I must be guilty because I am more popular than you, Minister. I find it interesting that the last person to sit in this chair with the chains activated was the woman who killed my godfather and gave me this scar, Harry said, indicating the long scar that went from his hairline to his chin along his jawline. Your plea, Mr. Potter, Scrimgeour growled, ignoring the mutterings that had sprouted out in the gallery at Harry's comments. Not guilty if you insist, Harry said. Also, don't I get a representative for this farce of a trial? I mean, how am I supposed to defend myself if I don't have someone to speak on my behalf? What's stopping you from just casting a silencio on me to keep me from talking and speaking in my own defense? I don't believe that will be necessary, a new voice echoed out, interrupting Scrimgeour before he could speak. Nearly every head in the courtroom, aside from Harry, turned to see three figures stand up from the gallery and begin to make their way down. One of the figures drew a wand and gave it a wave, causing the chains to unfurl and drop away from Harry. Who the bloody hell are you? Scrimgeour shouted. I am James McCoy of Tonks, McCoy and Carter, representing Lord Harry James Potter Black, a silver-haired man said, stepping up to Harry's side. Michael Carter, of the same firm, also representing Lord Harry James Potter Black, a brown-haired middle-aged man stepped out of the shadows to stand beside McCoy and Harry. Hermione Jane Granger, assistant to Mr. McCoy and Mr. Carter, representing Lord Harry James Potter Black. Harry's head snapped around to see Hermione standing next to Carter. In her arms were several heavy-looking books and scrolls. Hermione gave Harry a quick smile before turning back to glare up at Scrimgeour. What is the meaning of this? Scrimgeour roared. What are you doing here? As we said, Minister, we are here to represent Lord Potter Black, unless the right of representation has been outlawed by the British Ministry for Magic, McCoy said. And then what's next? Throwing people into prison without even a trial, Carter said. That's already happened, Harry quipped. The previous Lord Black, my godfather Sirius Orion Black, was thrown in Azkaban and left there to rot for 12 years. Think about it, a pureblood lord of a most ancient and noble house was thrown to the Dementors without a trial. What's stopping the Ministry from doing it to anyone else? Scrimgeour's face changed color faster than a streetlight, going from red to white in a blink of an eye. Look around the courtroom. The minister saw close to a majority of the Wizengamot members looking at him with expressions of disgust and anger. Very well then, your representation is noted, Scrimgeour ground out. Minister, an aged voice asked from the gallery. It was Dumbledore. Minister, surely this is not necessary. Mr. Potter is just a boy, he shouldn't be in Azkaban, release him into my custody. You all know who I am, let me mold Mr. Potter into a proper member of our society. I have been headmaster of Hogwarts for quite a long time and I am the best one for the position. Mr. Dumbledore, thank you for your generous offer, but my client doesn't wish to involve himself with you in any way at this time or in the future, outside of you being his school's headmaster, McCoy said sternly. Please see reason, Mr. McCoy. Mr. Potter is in a very difficult time in his life, Dumbledore said. He needs guidance and I have experience in dealing with unruly children. You must be talking about Tom Riddle, McCoy said. Dumbledore blinked. Thomas Marvolo Riddle, Slytherin, perfect, head boy model student, your so-called protege. Where is Mr. Riddle now? Oh right, using the moniker Lord Voldemort, isn't he? Riddle was an orphan, much like Mr. Potter, and like Mr. Potter he was sent back to an environment that he hated despite repeated pleas to you, Mr. Dumbledore, that Riddle be allowed to remain at Hogwarts over the summer holidays, requests that you denied each and every time. Now see here, Scrimgeour shouted. I will not have you slander an upstanding member of our. There is no Lord Riddle in our society, Harry barked out. Riddle, or Voldemort is playing you all for fools, not that he needs to make you all look like fools. Mr. Potter, I would refrain from making comments like that, your situation isn't one that you need to make any worse, Carter said, though Harry saw that the man's lips twitched at his comment. I believe we should continue on, Minister, McCoy said. Our client has submitted his plea, so if you would be so kind. Very well, Scrimgeour growled. Prosecutor, are you ready to proceed? The ministry prosecutor stood up and began his opening statements. Lots of flowery words about the traditions of the magical world and how he, Harry, had been corrupted by his Muggle upbringing and was now quickly becoming dark and setting out to destroy the foundation of magical society. Glancing around the courtroom, Harry noticed that several of the Wizengamot members were nodding along with the prosecutor's words. When the oily-looking man regained his seat, Harry could see a smug grin on both his and Minister Scrimgeour's faces. Then Mr. McCoy stood up. Ladies and gentlemen of this honored and hallowed body, you all might think of my client, Lord Harry James Potter Black, is some sort of rising Dark Lord, McCoy said. You are wrong though. Lord Potter Black did not break the law in regards to the events of Christmas Eve. He defended himself and the Granger family against the terrorist organization called the Death Eaters. Lord Potter Black fought back using the training that he had gained from becoming a part of Her Majesty's military. Lord Potter Black was facing against 12 rabid Death Eaters who were bent on his and the Grangers' destruction, with only Ms. Granger as his backup. 6-to-1 odds are bad for anyone, even some of the most formidable duelers. The Death Eaters used destructive curses including the Unforgivables with impunity, and yet my client, who didn't use any illegal spells, is the one being put on trial. At the end of this trial, we will all see that my client, Lord Potter Black, is innocent of all crimes levied against him by a vindictive and biased government who is more interested in protecting the guilty than punishing them. McCoy sat down amid furious shouting from the gallery. Scrimgeour glared down at the defense table before turning to the ministerial prosecutor. Mr. Davidson, you may call your first witness, Scrimgeour said. The ministry calls Lord Lucius Aries Malfoy to the stand, Davidson said. Objection, McCoy shouted. Relevance. Excuse me, Scrimgeour asked. What is the relevance of calling Mr. Malfoy to the stand? He was not present at the supposed crime, nor does he have any reason to be here aside from the possibility of casting aspersions upon my client's character. Denied, Scrimgeour announced. Lord Malfoy is a respected member of our society and shall be allowed to make his statements. You will have your turn to question Lord Malfoy. Harry and his defense team sat back and listened to the elder Malfoy paint a very florid picture of Harry being a developing Dark Lord, how the boy had no proper wizarding respect and had constantly attacked his heir, Draco, during their time at Hogwarts, plus how Draco was one of the victims of Harry's viscous attack on Christmas Eve. The elder Malfoy's words were beginning to twist several of the Wizengamot members, showing Harry and Hermione just how well the slippery Death Eater was. Finally it was time for Malfoy's cross-examination. So Mr. Malfoy, McCoy began, but Lucius cut him off. Lord Malfoy, excuse me, you may address me as Lord Malfoy. It was my understanding of British magical law that a family must be all magical going back for over 10 generations and must be living in Britain for that period of time, McCoy said. He turned toward Hermione, who handed him a folder. It is common knowledge that your family has only been in Britain for less than 70 years, so I don't believe you or your line qualify to be known as lords. Lucius sputtered as several others snickered around the courtroom. Objection, Davidson cried. Lord Malfoy is not on trial here, Mr. Potter is. Did we accuse Mr. Malfoy of anything? Carter asked, sending a sharp glance at the prosecutor. And I believe that Lord Potter Black deserves to be addressed by his full title, as both of his families have been in Britain since the time of Arthur. Overruled, Scrimgeour said. Mr. Davidson, they are correct. They did not accuse Lord Malfoy of anything, though Mr. McCoy, you and Mr. Carter will address Lord Malfoy with the proper respect that he is due. Very well, McCoy said shortly. Now then, Lord Malfoy, you were previously accused of being a Death Eater, however you claimed that you were under the Imperius Curse and forced to do Lord Voldemort's bidding. That is correct, Malfoy sneered. Then I'm sure that you'll be surprised that Lord Potter Black was able to throw off Barty Crouch Jr.'s Imperius Curse 2 years ago, and was able to throw off Lord Voldemort's own Imperius Curse 2 years ago as well, McCoy said. So if a 14-year-old was able to throw off the Imperius Curse while you, an adult pureblood wizard, fell victim to the same curse. So then that either means Lord Potter Black is very mentally strong and possesses a very strong will, and that you, sir, do not. Or, the brat is lying. Malfoy screamed. There is no way a half-blooded bastard son of a mudblood bitch is stronger than a pureblood lord. Lord Malfoy, you will keep such comments to yourself or you will be silenced and your testimony stricken from this case, Scrimgeour said. Lucius sneered up at Scrimgeour but nodded. Lord Malfoy, Carter said sharply. From your previous comments, you believe in the propaganda that Lord Voldemort has been spewing saying that the only wizard worth being is a pureblood. Of course, Lucius sneered. These half-bloods and muggleborns are slowly but surely destroying our world. Then it would surprise you that Lord Voldemort is in actuality a half-blood, McCoy said. For a split second there was absolute silence before uproar nearly blew the doors off the chamber. Silence, Scrimgeour shouted, though it took several minutes before the chamber had quieted down enough to continue the trial. What proof do you have of this claim? We have the pensive memories of Lord Potter Black from his 2nd and 4th years in which Tom Riddle tells Lord Potter Black his identity, Carter said, holding up several vials of a smoky liquid. And an oath from Lord Potter Black that these memories are true and not tampered with. Too bad that pensive memories can't be used as direct evidence, Scrimgeour sneered. True, McCoy said, but they can be used to supplement claims given as evidence. And that is why this trial is taking longer than it should if your backwater laws would take advantage of the gifts such as Veritaserum and pensive memories to make sure that justice is served in every case. How dare you, Scrimgeour shouted, how you try to slander my ministry's good name with these blatant accusations. Are you not doing the same thing to my client? McCoy countered. You claim that Lord Potter Black is turning dark when you have no evidence to prove that. You make it impossible to disprove your claims by denying the defense the use of tools that would prove beyond a reasonable doubt that my client, Lord Potter Black, is innocent of these ridiculous charges. Fine then. Let us hear Mr. Potter's side of the story, Scrimgeour sneered. Lord Malfoy, you may step down and go with the court's thanks. Malfoy smoothly rose to his feet and made his way back to his seat in the gallery. As he passed the defense table, the elder Malfoy leaned down and whispered something toward Harry and Hermione. Both Gryffindors ignored the slimy ex-Slytherin. My lord, would you mind taking the stand? McCoy asked. Harry nodded and rose to his feet and made his way to the witness stand. Your witness, McCoy said to Davidson, who gave the silver-haired man a nod. The oily-looking prosecutor rose to his feet, smoothed his robes and strode toward Harry. Mr. Potter, I am wondering who exactly are you, Davidson said. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean, sir, Harry responded. I find it difficult to know exactly who you are, Davidson said. Are you the boy who lived, a raising Dark Lord, or just a sad and scared little child who thinks that if he tries to make enough noise that he'll get his way? Harry narrowed his eyes. Speak clearly. If you have a question for me, ask it. I don't like to mince words, Harry growled. Davidson blinked before a smug grin made its way onto his face. Very well, Mr. Potter. You say that you are innocent of these heinous crimes, but your background seems to support your violent tendencies, Davidson said. What are you talking about? Harry asked sharply. Davidson stepped back to his desk and picked up a folder. I'm talking about these, Mr. Potter, Davidson sneered, throwing the folder down onto the witness stand's shelf. Several newspaper articles, all from the Daily Prophet, were thrown in front of Harry. Harry's eyes narrowed dangerously as he recognized each and every article. As you can see, Mr. Potter, Davidson began. There are several different instances stating that you are unstable in regards to your anger and have been known to harbor dark tendencies, including cavorting with known werewolves, giants, escaped convicts and other manner of dark creatures. Harry's dark hair fell over his eyes as he glanced down at the articles. So you would take the word of Rita Skeeter, a notorious rumor monger and muckraker? Harry quipped. We all know that she'll write anything to get a story, and aside from this dribble, do you have any concrete proof? Or is it just more name-calling and slander that the ministry is using against my family's name and me? Need I remind you that I am Lord Harry James Potter Black, and supposedly that means something in this world? What if it were your names being dragged through the mud as mine is, would you stand for it? Very passionate words, Mr. Potter, but it doesn't answer the questions, does it? Davidson sneered. I suppose not, Harry growled. What would you like me to say, Mr. Davidson? It is true that I am friends with Rubeus Hagrid, a half-giant who was also the kindest and most gentle-hearted person I've ever met. Hagrid would never hurt anyone, as I'm sure everyone here knows, as you've either been a classmate of his or you know about him from his years of work as gamekeeper at Hogwarts or more recently as care of magical creatures professor. Sure, Hagrid doesn't have the same standards of what a dangerous magical creature is, but I wouldn't hesitate to put my life in his hands. The same is true with Remus Lupin. Professor Lupin is just a wizard who contracted a disease against his will, and yet you all treat him as if he were some rabid animal. Werewolves are only dangerous 12 hours a month. True, there are some like Fenrir Greyback that cause the horrid reputation that werewolves endure. But every society or group has bad eggs in it. We can't condemn the group as a whole just because a small amount are bad. If you all keep treating other magical creatures like shite, you'll just be driving them into Voldemort's waiting arms. Are you thinking of taking a career in politics, Mr. Potter? Davidson asked. Or perhaps you wish to follow your mentor, Albus Dumbledore, into the field of molding young minds? No, sir, Harry snapped. I don't plan to follow Albus Dumbledore anywhere. And as for politics, I don't believe I would be good at it. And why is that? Because I like to tell the truth, Harry responded. I think that to be a good politician you need to be greedy, dirty and willing to whatever it takes to stay in power, not unlike a dark wizard. Stunned silence met Harry's statement. Every member of the gallery was looking at the young man in the witness box with one of three expressions: shock, amusement or anger. This little slip of the boy was making a mockery of their way of life, thought much of the gallery. Look, I don't care if you don't like what I have to say, but you are damn well going to listen to it, Harry said sharply. We could sit here all day about what is right and wrong about this society, however we aren't here to do that. We are here to hear about what happened Christmas Eve, but I think it would be better to show you. Pensive memories are not allowed as evidence, Davidson barked. Not if they are the only piece of evidence, since memories are only shown from that person's point of view, Harry said. But I'm sure you questioned the captured Death Eaters using Veritaserum and found out what they were doing there. Though if you had done that, we wouldn't be here, as my actions that night certainly under the label of self-defense. This has gone on long enough, Scrimgeour. A voice called out from the gallery. It was Neville's grandmother. This trial is a farce. Just let the boy show his memories and we can get this over with. Thank you, Madame Longbottom, Harry said with a nod to the elderly stateswoman of the Wizengamot. A projector pensive was brought forward and Harry dropped 2 memories into the pensive. The gallery watched in shock as they saw the resurrection of Lord Voldemort through Harry's eyes and then the attack on the Grangers' home. The audience watched in awe, as Harry was able to battle Voldemort to a draw, then force Bellatrix Lestrange to retreat after wounding her grievously. Harry noticed that several of the gallery members were looking around at the crowd in the room as if trying to find the quickest way to escape the courtroom. These were of course members of the gallery that saw their identities shown in Harry's memories, revealing themselves to be Death Eaters. That memory is a fake, a familiar voice shouted out. It was Lucius Malfoy. Potter must have changed the memory. We have written statements from Lord Potter Black stating that he has not tampered with or changed either memory that he submitted, Carter barked, holding up several sheafs of parchment. They are vetted by the goblins of Gringotts, validating their authenticity. Malfoy paled. The entire wizarding world knew that Gringotts were the best at contracts in the wizarding world, and to go against the goblins of Gringotts was extremely ill-advised and could prove costly. As you can see, in both memories Lord Potter's opponents did not hold back, so how could you expect Lord Potter to as well? Put yourselves in his position. Would you hold back in defense of your families? McCoy asked. Minister, Aurors are allowed to use offensive spells. Do you charge them with murder if they accidentally kill someone in the course of their duties? Of course not, Scrimgeour said. But Mr. Potter is not an Auror. True, but he is a member of Her Majesty's military, as should be treated as a soldier in time of war than only a civilian, McCoy argued. The Muggle world has no bearing on this trial. Scrimgeour sneered. That is where you are wrong, Minister, Carter said. While the magical world is indeed outside and hidden from the Muggle world, we are all still citizens of the Crown and under her rule. Also there is this. He pulled out a rolled-up scroll. What is that? Scrimgeour barked. This, Minister, is a copy of the Statute of Secrecy, signed by the leaders of the British magical world and the reigning British monarch of the time, William III, McCoy said. It states that while the magical world would be separate from the Muggle world, the magical world would still have to follow the common law of the land. And as a member of Her Majesty's military, Lord Potter Black is obligated to act in defense of the realm in which he did Christmas Eve, for terrorists are no longer around to terrorize our citizenry. Remember to whom you answer to Minister Scrimgeour, McCoy finished ominously. Is that a threat? Scrimgeour growled. No, Harry said. It is a promise. I don't think Her Majesty is very happy about how you are running her magical world. Her magical world, several voices from the gallery barked. Indeed, Carter said. We are all citizens of the Empire. It doesn't matter whether they be magical or not, and as such we are under the rule of Her Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II. And she is well within her rights to take back what is already hers. What are you talking about? Scrimgeour snarled. The dissolution of the magical world as a separate entity, McCoy said. If she wishes it, Her Majesty could bring the magical world back under direct rule of the Crown. You could hear a ghost breathe in the courtroom after that statement. The Muggles are trying to take over. A voice screamed out from the gallery. No, Harry roared. Her Majesty only wishes this as a last resort, if the magical world is deemed unworthy of governing itself. And things are not looking good for you all. What are you talking about, boy? Scrimgeour sneered. What possible reason could this Muggle queen have to try this? Lord Black's illegal incarceration, the corruption and bribery that has run rampart through the ministry, the blatant discrimination due to ill-perceived blood status and the fact that there is a Dark Lord still running around with much of his followers getting off just because they repented, Harry said. There are dozens of examples of the magical world ignoring their problems and sticking their heads in the sand hoping that the problem would just go away rather than actively trying to stop it. I believe that is enough grandstanding for today, Lord Potter Black, Madame Longbottom said. Harry nodded to the aged spokeswoman of the wizarding world. I have seen enough to make a decision on this case, Minister, and I believe that it is time to decide on Lord Potter Black's sentence. Fine, Scrimgeour growled. Ladies and gentlemen of the Wizengamot, light your wands if you feel that Lord Potter Black is guilty of the crimes charged against him. Roughly 1/3 of the Wizengamot's wands rose and were lit. All those who feel that Lord Potter Black is innocent of the crimes charged against him. The rest of the gallery's wands were raised and lit. Very well then, Lord Potter Black, you are hereby declared innocent of the crimes charged against you. You are free to go, Scrimgeour growled out, as if each word was causing the man great pain. Thank you, Minister, Harry said, getting to his feet and bowing slightly to the assembled Wizengamot. It is heartening to see justice prevail. Without another word, Harry, Hermione and his 2 lawyers swept out of the courtroom. When the group reached the atrium, Harry and Hermione said goodbye to McCoy and Carter. The 2 lawyers had just used the flow to return to their office when a very unwelcome voice called out to the 2 students. Mr. Potter, Ms. Granger. It was Dumbledore. What do you want, Headmaster? Harry asked sharply. Harry, do you realize what you have done? Dumbledore asked, ignoring Harry's sharp tone. The magical world and Muggle world are meant to be separated. You have exposed our world and put everything you hold dear in danger. Headmaster, the royal family has known out your world for as long as the statute of secrecy been around, Harry said. We all live in one world. Perhaps back then it was prudent to separate the 2 societies, but for too long the magical world has gotten away with abusing their so-called secrecy. It is time that the magical world is brought to heel and forced to grow up. Harry, why have you forsaken your heritage? Your parents would be very. Don't try and tell me what my parents might think of what I'm doing, Harry growled. I never got to know them enough, thanks to you, Tom Riddle, Severus Snape and Peter Pettigrew. Also, about my so-called heritage, again thanks to you, I am more comfortable in the outside world than the magical world. I never even knew about the magical world until I got my letter. You saw to that, didn't you? You kept me from knowing anything about my family, and for what reason? You were supposed to be this great and powerful man, a leader of the light, so to speak, but all you've done is sit back and let the darkness grab a foothold once more. You could have easily changed this world after you defeated Grindelwald. You were looked up to as nearly a god, but you did nothing. Evil triumphs when good men do nothing. Well, you Dumbledore did nothing to stop Voldemort. All the deaths from the start of the First War until this one is finished are on 3 heads, Voldemort, Wormtail and you. Harry and Hermione spun around and quickly left the atrium through the nearest flow, leaving Dumbledore gaping at the space they had just vacated, barely cognizant of the stares and whispers circling around him from the crowd that had gathered. Harry! The DA cried as Harry, Hermione and Ron entered the room of requirement. Welcome back. Thank you all, Harry said. I've heard what you all did for me and I know that I will never be able to repay you for your loyalty. But now is not the time for pleasantries. We know that Riddle is not going to be happy with what happened. So we're going to have to step up your training. I would not be surprised if Riddle doesn't start getting ready for a major offensive soon. He never was the patient type, and he's always had an anger problem. For the next 2 weeks, I'm going run you maggots ragged. When I get done with you, no slimy Death Eater will be able to touch you. What about Dumbledore? Hermione asked. The room went deathly silent. Dumbledore has become a hindrance to this world's survival, Harry said. He has proven time and time again that he does not care for the future of the magical world. He is more concerned about keeping the status quo the same. The magical world will continue to rot away and crumble under Dumbledore's leadership. It has to change or risk falling apart and being destroyed. We are either going to have to make him shape up or remove him. Harry, this isn't funny, Hermione said. You're talking about taking over the school. Not necessarily, Hermione, Harry said. But we can't allow Riddle's lackeys to gain any more traction here in the school. Riddle is going to make a play for Hogwarts at some point. I won't be surprised if it comes near the end of the year. The revelation that the Queen rules over all of us is a major slap in the face to the Ministry and all the purebloods that believe in Riddle's pureblood superiority. Now get back to work, Harry barked. As the training session wound down, Hermione managed to corner Harry. Harry, you really seem to know what Voldemort is going to do, Hermione said. But how? How do you know so much about what Voldemort is planning? Harry looked at Hermione. The bushy-haired Gryffindor was taken aback by the grave look that Harry was giving her. Because Hermione, that's what I would do in his place, he said before turning back to the DA. The aftermath of Harry's trial was widespread and immediate. No longer was Hogwarts hounded by the dark-aligned Slytherins. Even though Malfoy and his goons had been captured and arrested over Christmas holidays, there were still dark elements roaming the halls of Hogwarts, and with Dumbledore still in charge, nothing was being done to curb the dark tendencies of several groups of students. However, with Harry's return and the re-emergence of the DA, now called Potter's Marauders, decided it was time to take a more proactive approach toward protecting the school and her students. Dumbledore didn't like the fact, though, that Harry and his friends were slowly but surely turning the school against him. Harry, you must stop this madness, Dumbledore pleaded as he and Harry met in Dumbledore's office for the 3rd time since Harry's return to Hogwarts. Madness, Headmaster, Harry quipped. Surely you don't mean to tell me that stopping those Ravenclaws from tormenting those first years wasn't the right thing to do? Weren't you always the one who told me that you should do what is right rather than what is easy? Dumbledore frowned as his words were twisted against him. Yes, you should so what is right, but at the cost of your soul. Dumbledore argued. You nearly destroyed any chance of those children redeeming themselves and coming back to the light. You've lost the plot, Headmaster, Harry growled. Those claws were bullying those first years and making their lives miserable just because they could. You could have stopped it from reaching this point, but you just sat back and did nothing, letting these children believe that there are no consequences to their actions. But I am correcting that inaction. But they are just children. We need to show them the error of their ways, Dumbledore said. Yes, we do, but just letting them think that there is no consequences to their actions is not the way to go. Harry shouted. They have to feel sorry for what they've done if they ever will, and the only way to do that is to punish them when they deserve it. Just a slap on the wrist like loss of house points and detentions don't make the point we are trying to make. But stealing their wands, Dumbledore cried. We did not steal their wands, we confiscated them for a determined amount of time, Harry said. They will be returned in good order when I feel that those responsible have learned their lesson. What about their lessons? How can they hope to use magic in the classroom without their wands? Dumbledore argued. Perhaps they should have thought of that before nearly putting a first year in the hospital wing with a mental breakdown, Harry snapped. Also, it will teach them that magic is a gift, not a privilege, and they shouldn't take advantage of that gift. I will hand their wands over to Professor Flitwick when I leave here and inform him why I came into possession of them. I'm sure he will agree with my idea. Good day, Headmaster. Harry rose from his seat and walked out of the office without another word, leaving a stunned Albus Dumbledore staring after him. So Harry, are you staying here for Easter holidays? Hermione asked as Harry and Neville sat down at the Gryffindor table for dinner the Wednesday night before the holiday break. No, I'm going to be staying at my parents' flat again, said Harry. I want to get away from the castle for a little bit, and there are some things I need to take care of while we have a break from class. Both Hermione and Neville nodded, knowing that Harry had some secrets that he was keeping from them, though they both trusted Harry to do right. Though I have a feeling that the headmaster isn't going to like that fact. He's probably going to try and keep me here in the castle. But he can't do that, Hermione said. You are legally an adult and can leave Hogwarts whenever you want. I know that, you know that, and he knows that, but it won't stop him, Harry said. He'll say it's for my own safety, try and guilt-trip me by saying something about how my parents and Sirius gave their lives so I could be safe and all that bull, but it won't matter. I know that my parents and Sirius died for me, and I have to live with that for the rest of my life, but I also think that they would have sacrificed some efforts regarding my safety so that I could have a happy childhood. Hermione frowned at the mention of Harry's childhood. She had never liked Harry's relatives and was furious with Dumbledore when he kept insisting that Harry return there. Harry, do you think we will win? Hermione asked. What are you talking about, Hermione? Harry asked. The war, Harry, do you think we will win the war? She asked again. Harry blinked and Hermione looked down at her plate as tears began to pool in her eyes. Hermione, Harry said softly, taking her hands in his own. I know that we will win. Will it be easy? No, but then nothing ever worthwhile is attained easily. We will win because we have something that Riddle doesn't. What's that? Neville asked. We have a reason to fight. We are fighting to protect those who cannot protect themselves and to avenge those who lost their lives in the struggle against the darkness that threatens to overwhelm this land, answered Harry. Don't worry, guys. I can't promise you that we will all make it through this, but I can promise that we will win. Hermione nodded. Harry, what are you doing? You know how dangerous it is for you to leave Hogwarts. You do remember what happened during Christmas holidays, Dumbledore said. Headmaster, what I do on my holidays are not any of your business, Harry said. I have family business to attend to, and this week offers an perfect opportunity to finish it without it affecting my studies. Harry, my boy, if you are determined on this course of action, at least let one of the Order accompany you while you are away from the protections of the castle, Dumbledore argued. In case you didn't hear me, Headmaster, I am conducting family business and have no need for any of your lackeys trailing me, Harry argued. So respectively back off. Once reaching King's Cross, Harry quickly made his way out of the station and headed toward downtown London. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could easily see the Order members that Dumbledore had sent to keep an eye on him trying to keep up. Hailing a taxi, Harry climbed in and had the cabbie take him to Piccadilly Circus. Halfway there, Harry told the cabbie to drop him off several blocks short of the circus, saying it was a nice day to walk around London. Once out of the taxi, Harry quickly found an alley and dissipated out of the city. Shaking his head, Harry looked up to see the large wrought iron gates of Potter Manor on the outskirts of Edinburgh. Harry stepped forward and put a hand against the gates. Wincing, Harry felt the magic of the wards take some blood. The wards flashed silver before vanishing and the gates creaked open, allowing Harry entry. Just as soon as Harry stepped across the ward barrier, a soft pop heralded his arrival. Who are you, sir? A squeaky voice asked from Harry's knee. Harry looked down to see an older house elf peering up at him. Harry knelt down to eye level with the elf. Hello, my name is Harry Potter, Harry said. Suddenly the elderly elf's eyes widened in shock. Master Harry, you've returned. The elf cried. Oh, it is so good to see you again. I'm sorry, but do I know you? Harry asked. I didn't know that my family had any house elves. My name is David, Master Harry, the elf squeaked. I am the Potter head elf. Nice to meet you, David, Harry said. Would you mind showing me around the manor? I have not been here in a very long time, I think. Oh yes, Master Harry, You haven't been here since your very first birthday, David said. It was just 3 weeks later when your parents were convinced that leaving the manor was the safest path for them to take. Your grandparents, Lord Charles and Lady Elizabeth, argued that they were safest behind the wards of the manor. But your mother trusted in Dumbledore too much and your father finally relented. Your grandparents were killed only a month before that horrible night. Harry flinched as a high, cold, cruel laugh echoed through his head. Harry silently followed the small elf through the gates and up the gravel path toward the large white manor house. Entering the house, Harry was shown the entrance hall. It was much like the entrance hall at Hogwarts. A winding staircase led off the hall leading to upper floors. To the right of the front doors was a large dining hall and to the left was a very fancy sitting room. Come, Master Harry, I will show you the study, David said. It is the center of the house and you will need to reset the wards. Oh right. Lead the way, David, Harry said, still looking around the entrance hall in awe. The house elf took Harry's hand and dragged the wizard from the entrance hall and up the winding staircase to the second floor. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.